afraid that their withdrawal was like pulling a foundation stone from a tower. "Look," shouted someone, pointing at the massive windows. The human diplomatic vessel, sleek and silver, detached from Unity Point's docking bay. Its movement was smooth, deliberate. Around it, other human ships formed a protective escort. No weapons were active, no threats were made. They simply left. "Get me Earth's government on the line," Smith ordered. The chamber's AI responded after a moment. "Unable to connect. All diplomatic channels with Earth have been suspended." The rock-skinned representative slammed his crystal-like fist on his desk. "We should stop them. The Council fleet would be wiped out," interrupted the military advisor, speaking for the first time. All heads turned to the scared veteran who rarely participated in discussions. "Human ships have technology we've never seen. Half our advanced weapons are human-made. We'd be starting a fight we couldn't win." Smith watched another screen showing reports flooding in from across the galaxy. Human research centers were shutting down. Their peacekeeping forces were withdrawing from joint operations. Their engineers were leaving vital infrastructure projects. "They're not just leaving," he realized aloud. "They're taking their whole civilization with them. Everything they built, everything they maintain, everyone who works for them." The trading world's representative fluttered in distress. "The new medical facilities on my world, they're staffed entirely by human doctors. Who will run them now?" Similar cries began to rise from other representatives as they received reports from their homeworlds. Projects halted, systems failing, markets crashing, centuries of progress beginning to unravel in hours. Smith's assistant looked up from his data pad, face pale. "Sir, we're getting word that some of the younger council races are questioning their membership. They're saying if humans can leave." "Get me any human official," Smith ordered. "Anyone at all." Still no response on any channel, the AI reported. "However, I am receiving an automated message from Earth. Play it." A simple text message appeared on the main screen. "Humanity thanks the Galactic Council for 3 centuries of cooperation. We will now pursue our own path. Our borders remain open to peaceful trade and scientific exchange with individual species under new treaties to be negotiated directly. Farewell." Smith sank into his chair as the council chamber descended further into panic around him. Through the windows, he watched the last human ships vanish into fold space, leaving only stars behind. "What have we done?" he whispered to himself. "What have we done?" Admiral Thompson stood in Earth Defense Command's main control room, watching the massive wall of screens before him. Each screen showed human ships breaking away from different parts of Council space, all moving with perfect precision. Operation Walkaway is proceeding exactly as planned, his second-in-command, Captain Rogers, reported. "All ships report green status. No Council interference detected." Thompson nodded slowly. 5 years of secret preparation were paying off. Every ship knew its role. Every crew understood their part. Humanity had hoped they would never need this plan, but they had made sure they were ready. "What's the status of the Mars shipyards?" Thompson asked. "Already switched to independent power," Rogers replied. "The new fusion cores are online. Production continues at full capacity." Another officer spoke up from her station. "Sir, we're getting reports from our colonies. All 37 worlds have activated their shield systems. Our borders are secure." Thompson allowed himself a small smile. The Council had never known about the planetary shields. They had never known about a lot of things. Humanity had learned long ago to keep their best technology hidden. On the main screen, a map showed human space glowing bright blue against the darkness. It wasn't the largest territory in the galaxy, but it was the most efficiently used. Every world connected by instant transport gates. Every resource carefully managed. Every citizen protected by technology the Council had never imagined. "Message from Earth Government," an AI voice announced. "The President is ready to address the people." The screen switched to show the President standing at her desk in the Oval Office. Her face was calm as she looked into the camera. "Citizens of Earth and all human worlds," she began. "Today we have left the Galactic Council. This decision was not made lightly, but it was made with absolute certainty." Thompson watched the speech continue, knowing similar scenes were playing out across human space. They had practiced this too, keeping people calm, explaining the reasons, showing that everything was under control. "Sir," Rogers said quietly, "we're picking up increased Council fleet activity at their border stations." "Let them watch," Thompson replied. "They'll soon learn that their sensors can't penetrate our space anymore." Another little surprise we kept to ourselves. The control room hummed with activity as reports continued to flow in. Trade ships docking safely at human ports. Research stations switching to secure networks. Defense platforms moving into final positions. "Admiral," a young officer called out, "we're getting requests from some of the younger Council races. They want to maintain trade relations outside of Council control." Thompson nodded. They had expected this. Some of the newer species had always been more friendly to humans, more open to new ideas. They would be good partners in the new age that was coming. "Message from Ambassador Walker," Rogers announced. "He's aboard his ship and heading home. His exact words are, 'It felt damn good to walk away.'" A quiet chuckle ran through the control room. Everyone there understood that feeling. For too long, humanity had watched the Council hold back progress. For too long, they had seen solutions ignored and help rejected. Now they were free to move forward at their own pace. "Sir," another officer reported, "all human citizens have been accounted for. The evacuation of Council space is complete. No one left behind." Thompson looked at the screens again, at the streams of data showing everything going according to plan. Humanity had learned something important in their centuries among the stars. Sometimes the strongest position was being ready to walk away. "Send word to all commands," he ordered. "Phase 1 is complete. Begin Phase 2. We build our future our way." Around him, the control room crew worked with quiet efficiency, each person knowing that they were part of something historic. Humanity wasn't just leaving the Council, they were proving they had outgrown it. And somewhere out in Council space, old powers were about to learn just how much they had depended on the species they had tried to hold back. 1 week after humanity's departure, the trading world of Blue Haven felt the first real shock. The massive transport gates that had moved ships across their system suddenly shut down. No warning, no explanation. They just stopped working. "What do you mean we can't fix them?" demanded Governor Root to his technical team. His blue feathers bristled with anger. "These gates are essential to our economy." The lead technician spread his forearms helplessly. "The gates are human technology. They added something to the power cores that we never understood. Without their engineers." On the mining world of Stone Deep, similar problems were emerging. The automated drilling machines, created by human engineers, began to slow down. Their self-repair systems, once perfect, started to fail. The rock chief of Stone Deep stared at the production numbers on his crystal display. They dropped lower each day. His people had forgotten how to mine without these machines. They had grown too dependent on human innovation. In the council chamber on Unity Point, Representative Smith read report after report of similar problems. "How did we not see this coming?" he asked the empty room. His assistant Tom entered with more bad news. "Sir, the Trade Federation of New Worlds has just announced they're leaving the council. They've already signed independent treaties with Earth." Smith's head snapped up. "They can't do that. The council laws mean nothing to them now," Tom finished quietly. "They say humanity has shown there's another way." Across council space, the pattern repeated. Systems failed, trade slowed, and younger species began to question the old order. On the frontier world of Greenrise, a council peacekeeping fleet demanded entry to the system. They wanted to show that the council still held power. They weren't expecting what happened next. "Sir," reported the fleet captain, "our weapons won't activate. The targeting systems are locked." The Council Admiral stared at his own useless controls. They had never known that their best weapons, sold to them by human corporations, had hidden safeguards. Now those weapons simply refused to work against human allies. In the great libraries of the ancient races, scholars made a disturbing discovery. They found that humans had quietly copied every book, every record, every piece of knowledge the Council had collected over thousands of years. But the humans had also added to that knowledge, filling in gaps, correcting errors, advancing ideas that the Council had abandoned. They didn't just take their own knowledge, one scholar realized. They improved ours, and now they're gone. The Council's emergency meeting was interrupted by news from the Galactic Core. The Star Stabilization Project, abandoned by human scientists, was showing signs of failure. The Council's best minds couldn't understand the half-finished work, couldn't continue what the humans had begun. "We need them back," admitted the Science Minister. "Our civilization has built itself around their innovations, their solutions, their work. Without them." But Earth's response to all messages remained the same. "We welcome diplomatic and trade relations with individual species outside Council control. All other messages will be archived without response." Some Council members suggested using force. They quickly discovered that their maps of human space were now useless. Their best sensors couldn't penetrate whatever shield humans had placed around their territory. Their fastest ships couldn't follow human vessels through the strange new jump points they used. "They were always ready," Smith said, watching another report of Council authority crumbling. "They knew this day might come, and they prepared for years. While we tried to control them, they were quietly making sure we couldn't." The galaxy was learning an important lesson. Trying to hold back human progress was like trying to hold back the tide. In the end, the water always finds its way forward. 2 months after humanity's departure, the first pirate attack hit the Silk Star trade route. 3 cargo ships disappeared without a trace. The Council fleet, once proud and strong, took 3 days to respond. This route was protected by human patrols. The merchant captain told his frightened crew. Their ships could be anywhere in the sector in minutes, but now, more attacks followed. The pirates had discovered that many defensive systems no longer worked properly. Security networks that humans had maintained now had holes. Emergency beacons sometimes failed to activate. In the Council chamber, Representative Smith faced angry delegates. "First our technology fails," shouted the Trade Minister. "Now our ships vanish. Who will protect our merchants?" "The Council fleet," Smith began. "Is spread too thin," interrupted another delegate. "And half their ships don't work right since the human technicians left." Outside the chamber windows, Unity Point Station itself showed signs of decay. The smooth artificial gravity sometimes flickered. The air recyclers made strange noises, small things growing worse each day. On the industrial world of Factory Prime, production lines started shutting down. The automated systems that had run perfectly for decades now showed their age. Without human maintenance crews, without their regular upgrades, the machines were failing. "We've forgotten how to build things the old way," admitted the factory chief to his board. "We became too dependent on their technology, their methods." But the biggest shock came from the direction of human space. Ships trying to spy on human worlds discovered something unusual. They couldn't get close. Their instruments stopped working. Their navigation systems failed. Some ships disappeared completely. "It's like hitting a wall that isn't there," reported one scout captain. "We know their worlds are there, but we can't reach them." The Council's best scientists studied the problem. They discovered that humans had created something impossible, a barrier in space itself. No energy readings, no visible signs, but nothing could pass through without human permission. "They're not just hiding," one scientist realized. "They're operating on a level of physics we don't understand." More young species began breaking away from the Council. The newcomer worlds, barely a century in space, announced their independence. The Rising Stars Federation followed a day later. Each group signed new treaties with Earth. "How are they communicating with human space?" Smith demanded. We can't even find a way to send them messages. It seems, his assistant Tom explained, that Earth gave their friends special communication devices before they left. They planned for everything. The Council's attempts to show strength backfired. When they sent ships to pressure a breakaway world, those ships found their weapons systems locked. When they tried to impose trade sanctions, they discovered that human-designed banking systems no longer processed their commands. In desperation, some council members tried to reverse engineer human technology. They failed. What looked simple on the surface contained principles they couldn't grasp. Even successful copies didn't work quite right, missing some hidden element that humans had never revealed. We thought we were letting them develop under our control, Smith said during a private meeting. But they were so far ahead of us, we couldn't even see it. Reports kept coming. Pirates growing bolder, trade routes becoming dangerous, colonial worlds struggling without human support. The Council's power, built over thousands of years, was crumbling in months. The final insult came when the Council discovered that several of their most secret research projects had been compromised. Not by spies or theft, but because key parts of the work had been quietly done by human scientists. Without them, years of progress became useless. They didn't need to fight us, Tom observed, watching another angry delegation storm out of the Council chamber. They just had to walk away and let us see how much we needed them. The galaxy was learning that real power wasn't about control. It was about competence, and humanity had proven they had plenty of that. 3 months after humanity's departure, the Council made its biggest mistake. They decided to show their strength with a military operation against Earth. Representative Smith watched from Unity Point as the largest fleet in Council history gathered. 10,000 ships, reported Admiral Vale, his scaled skin gleaming under the station lights. The combined might of all remaining Council races. Earth will have to listen now. Smith wasn't so sure. Something about this felt wrong. Have we considered that humanity might have expected this? They're just one species. Vale dismissed the concern. No matter how advanced, they can't stand against the United Council. The massive fleet made an impressive sight as it moved into formation. Ships of every Council race joined together, stretching out into space like a metal cloud. Their mission: force humanity back under Council control. They never reached human space. Halfway to Earth, every ship in the fleet suddenly stopped. Their engines died. Their weapons went dark. Their communications fell silent. 10,000 ships hung helpless in space. Then a single human ship appeared, just one regular-sized patrol vessel. Its message was simple: the Council fleet has entered restricted space. Their systems have been temporarily disabled. They have 1 hour to turn back before their life support shuts down too. Admiral Vale raged from his flagship. Impossible. How can they control our ships? We checked everything for human technology. The answer came from an unexpected source. A young engineer spoke up from her console. Sir, they didn't need to add anything. They designed most of our engines in the first place. They built the base technology that everything else runs on. They just never told us about the off switch. The mighty Council fleet had no choice. They turned back. Their pride hurt more than their ships. But the lesson wasn't over. When they returned to Council space, they found things had changed. The younger races had taken advantage of their absence. Half the remaining Council members had declared independence while the fleet was away. In an emergency Council session, the truth finally sank in. We never controlled them, Smith said to the quiet chamber. We never even understood them. Humanity gave us what they wanted us to have, showed us what they wanted us to see, and kept their real power hidden. Reports from across the galaxy painted a clear picture. Human space was thriving. Their worlds were protected by technology the Council couldn't understand. Their ships used drive systems that left Council vessels looking primitive. Their colonies were expanding, their trade was growing, and their former allies were benefiting from new technologies humans had kept in reserve. Message from Earth, announced the chamber's eye. On the main screen, Ambassador Walker appeared. He looked exactly as he had the day he walked out, calm and composed. "The Council's attempt to enter human space has been noted," he said simply. "We trust this demonstration has made our position clear. We remain open to establishing new diplomatic relations as equals, not subjects. The choice is yours." The screen went dark, leaving the Council members in stunned silence. "They could have destroyed our fleet," Tom whispered to Smith. "They could have let our life support fail. They could have taken control of every piece of their technology in Council space and shut us down completely." Smith nodded slowly. "But they didn't, because this wasn't about proving they could beat us. It was about proving they didn't need us at all." In the following days, the Council learned of other things humans had kept hidden. Medical technologies that could have saved millions, clean energy systems that would have ended resource wars, faster than light drives that made their best ships look slow. "All this time," Smith said, looking out at the stars, "we thought we were being generous by letting humanity develop under our guidance. We never realized we were the ones being left behind." The Council had finally understood. They hadn't been dealing with a young, rising species. They had been trying to control a giant that had simply been too polite to show its full strength. 6 months after humanity's departure, the Grand Council chamber looked very different. Where once 12 species had ruled the galaxy, now only 5 remained. The others had either declared independence or signed direct treaties with Earth. Representative Smith stood at his podium, but this time he wasn't leading the session. Instead, he was preparing to welcome a guest. "Ambassador Walker has agreed to hear our proposal," he told the remaining Council members. "Remember, we're not in a position to make demands anymore." The chamber doors opened, and Walker entered. He looked exactly the same as the day he had walked out, but now he moved with an even quieter confidence. Behind him came representatives from 20 former Council worlds, all of them now independent allies of Earth. "Welcome back to Unity Point," Smith said, "though I suspect it's we who should be requesting welcome from you now." Walker smiled slightly. "The station's systems have been running below optimal efficiency. Our engineers could restore them, if you'd like." Everyone knew this was more than just talk about station maintenance. It was about the future of galactic civilization itself. "We have a proposal," Smith said. "The Council admits its errors. We acknowledge humanity's right to develop freely. We request a new beginning, not as rulers and subjects, but as equals." Walker listened quietly as Smith outlined the new structure. No more central control, no more restricted technology, no more artificial limits on progress. Instead, a forum for cooperation, with each species free to develop at its own pace. "Interesting," Walker said when Smith finished. "But why should humanity return at all? We're doing quite well on our own." The answer came from an unexpected source. The youngest remaining Council member, barely a century in space, spoke up. "Because you understand something we're only now learning," she said. "Real strength isn't in controlling others. It's in helping them grow." Walker turned to her, genuinely interested. "Go on. You could have crashed our economies completely. You could have shut down all our human-made technology. You could have left us helpless. But you didn't. You just showed us we had a choice." A murmur of agreement ran through the chamber. Even the oldest Council races were nodding. "And now," she continued, "we're choosing to build something new. Not because you forced us, but because you showed us a better way." Walker looked around the chamber, at faces both familiar and new. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out something that made Smith catch his breath. A Council membership badge. But this badge was different. Instead of the old Council seal, it showed a new symbol, a galaxy with all its stars shining equally bright. "Earth has discussed your proposal," Walker said. "We agree on one condition. Everything we've kept hidden, all our advanced technology, all our scientific knowledge, we share it, not just with the Council, but with every species ready to use it responsibly." "That would change everything," Smith whispered. That's the point, Walker replied. The galaxy shouldn't be about holding anyone back. It should be about lifting everyone up. One by one, the council members stepped forward to exchange their old badges for new ones. As they did, screens around the chamber lit up with data. Humanity sharing its first batch of hidden breakthroughs. There's so much here, Tom said, scanning the files. Medical cures, clean energy, faster ships, better defenses. You had solutions for almost everything. We did, Walker agreed. We were just waiting for the galaxy to be ready to use them wisely. Smith looked out the chamber windows at the stars. Already, human ships were arriving to help upgrade Unity Point systems. In spite of everything, they had never stopped wanting to help. Welcome home, he said to Walker. Or perhaps we should say, welcome to the future. The galaxy was entering a new age. Not one of control and fear, but of cooperation and growth. And it had all started because one species had been brave enough to simply walk away.
The examination hall of the Galactic Academy was a vast dome chamber, its ceiling an artificial night sky filled with swirling nebulae and distant constellations. The air carried a crisp, almost sterile scent, the product of carefully regulated atmospheric conditions, tailored to accommodate the diverse array of species present. The room hummed with a low, pulsing vibration, a subtle effect of the Academy's advanced technology, ensuring that every student, regardless of biological origin, could exist comfortably within the same environment. Cadet Stanley Becker sat in the third row, his posture relaxed but his mind alert. He was the only human among the 100 or so students gathered for the final exam in advanced astrogation, a subject so complex that even the most brilliant species of the known galaxy struggled to master it. The other cadets, representing a multitude of intelligent civilizations, were a collection of reptilian beings with elongated skulls, feathered avian-like creatures with keen predatory gazes, and silicon-based life forms whose crystalline bodies refracted the light in shifting patterns. Their presence was a testament to the Academy's commitment to gathering the finest minds from across the stars. At the front of the hall stood Professor Zilnor, a towering figure of rigid exoskeletal plating and 4 dexterous arms. His deep, resonant voice carried an unmistakable note of authority, reinforced by the quiet clicking of his mandibles as he surveyed the assembled students. His species, the Vraxil, were known for their unparalleled analytical prowess and an almost fanatical dedication to logic. Zilnor's reputation was infamous within the Academy. He had broken more students than any other instructor. His exam, so notoriously difficult that even passing with the bare minimum was considered a mark of honor. Now, as the final exam was about to begin, an expectant hush fell over the chamber. The students sat rigidly in their seats, their focus absolute. Some activated their neural interfaces, tiny biotechnological implants that allowed direct interaction with data streams. Others extended secondary appendages, preparing to manipulate complex holographic formulas. Every cadet knew that this test would determine their fate. Zilnor raised one of his arms, and the air shimmered as hundreds of holographic displays materialized in front of each student. The glowing equations, rotating star charts, and gravitational computations reflected in their wide, blinking eyes. The problem was presented in multiple dimensions, requiring the students to solve an intricate navigational challenge that simulated piloting a vessel through an unstable sector of space, a region where black holes, pulsar winds, and quantum anomalies rendered traditional calculations useless. This was not just a test of memorization or technical skill. It was a challenge designed to break the weak and prove who among them was truly capable of commanding a starship. You have 7 planetary cycles to complete this examination, Zilnor intoned, his voice devoid of emotion. Begin. Stanley exhaled slowly and leaned back in his chair. He glanced at the glowing display in front of him, skimming through the problem with mild curiosity. He had been dreading this exam, not because he thought it would be difficult, but because he knew exactly how it was designed. The problem was convoluted on purpose, meant to overwhelm with unnecessary complexity. He had seen this kind of over-engineering before. mathematical arrogance wrapped in layers of equations that only served to obscure a simple truth. Stanley had grown up in a family of astrophysicists, spending his childhood listening to orbital mechanics explained over dinner. The moment he saw the exam, he recognized the core pattern hidden beneath the extraneous calculations. It was nothing more than a basic navigational problem that had been dressed up to appear intimidating. Around him, the other cadets were already deep into their calculations. Some were cross-referencing vast databases of astrogational theory, while others frantically sketched out three-dimensional trajectories in glowing mid-air projections. The crystalline students emitted subtle vibrations, their internal processors working at full capacity. A reptilian cadet beside Stanley flicked his forked tongue in frustration, his clawed fingers darting over the holographic interface as he tried to stabilize the simulated spacecraft's trajectory. Stanley, meanwhile, pulled out an old-fashioned pen and a small notepad. This earned him more than a few puzzled glances from his peers. While they relied on cutting-edge computational systems, he preferred the simplicity of manual calculations. It wasn't that he distrusted technology, he simply found that writing things out helped him think more clearly. He set to work, quickly simplifying the problem in his head. The key was recognizing that the entire exam was based on a flawed assumption, that conventional three-dimensional astrogation was required for a region of space where relativistic effects dominated. But if he shifted the perspective to a non-Euclidean frame, the calculations collapsed into a far more manageable form. Stanley scratched down a few numbers, ran a quick mental check, and within minutes he had his answer. Silence fell over his immediate vicinity as he stood up, stretched slightly, and walked toward the front of the room. The sound of his footsteps echoed unnaturally in the otherwise focused quiet. Every cadet was still deeply engrossed in their work, oblivious to his movements, except for Zelnor, whose three black eyes locked onto him the moment he approached the desk. The professor's mandibles twitched in what could have been confusion or irritation. Stanley placed the completed answer sheet on Zelnor's desk with a casual shrug. "I'm done," he said simply. For a moment there was no response. Zillner's elongated fingers hesitated over the answer sheet, as if unwilling to accept what he had just heard. The notion was preposterous. No one could have finished in so little time. "You cannot be finished," Zelnor said at last, his voice slow, measured. His secondary hands tapped against the desk in a restless rhythm. "You are mocking this exam. Return to your seat and complete the work properly." Stanley remained unfazed. "No, sir, it's done." The words hung in the air like a challenge. By now, the disturbance had begun to ripple outward. A few cadets nearby, sensing something unusual, paused their calculations to glance toward the front. A low electronic hum emanated from one of the silicon-based students, a sign of confusion. The reptilian cadet beside Stanley flicked his tongue again, his slitted eyes narrowing in suspicion. Zillnor, moving with the deliberate precision of a scholar who had seen every trick in the book, lifted the answer sheet and slid it into the verification system. A holographic panel flickered to life above the desk, scanning through Stanley's calculations. The professor expected an immediate rejection, a cascade of red warnings signaling incorrect formulas. Instead, the system processed the data, ran a full analysis, and then displayed the final verdict. 100% accurate. The moment stretched impossibly long. The murmurs began almost immediately, students shifting in their seats, whispers darting between them like sparks across a circuit board. A professor in the observation chamber above activated his communicator, summoning higher-ranking officials. Zellner's grip tightened on the desk. He was not a being prone to emotional outbursts, but this defied all reason. "Explain," he demanded, his voice now tinged with something dangerously close to disbelief. "How did you—" Stanley just smiled. "It's just math, Professor." And with that, the first shockwave of what would soon become a galactic-wide academic scandal was set in motion. Professor Zellner's three eyes remained fixed on the glowing green confirmation of Stanley Becker's perfect score. His exoskeletal fingers twitched slightly as he reread the verification message, half expecting the system to correct itself and reveal some mistake. Yet, the result remained unchanged, 100% accurate. The murmurs spreading through the room grew louder, a rising tide of disbelief and confusion. The other students had paused their work entirely, their holographic equations flickering mid-calculation. A few had turned in their seats, craning their necks to get a better look at Stanley, who remained standing in front of the professor's desk with a relaxed posture. A sharp chime rang through the hall, a system alert reserved for moments of extreme academic irregularity. Almost immediately, the observation window above the room flickered with new activity. Academy instructors and senior professors, alerted by the anomaly, peered down with interest. The air itself seemed to tighten, the weight of attention pressing onto every cadet. Zillner finally moved, his tall, segmented frame shifting with deliberate precision. He lifted the answer sheet again, this time inspecting it manually as if his own eyes would uncover a flaw the verification system had somehow missed. "Explain," he commanded, his deep voice carrying across the now silent hall. Stanley folded his arms. It wasn't that complicated. The statement was almost casual, but in the charged atmosphere of the examination hall, it might as well have been a thunderclap. A Silicon-based student let out a low vibrational hum, a sign of disbelief. A reptilian cadet in the second row clicked his jaw in irritation. "Not complicated," Zillner echoed, his voice as rigid as his exoskeleton. His mandibles twitched slightly before he continued. "This examination is based on the most advanced principles of astrogation known to the Galactic Academy. Every equation, every variable has been meticulously refined over centuries. And yet, you claim it was not complicated." Stanley gave a small shrug. "The problem was over-engineered. Too many unnecessary variables. Once I stripped it down, the solution was obvious." Zillner's upper set of hands clasped behind his back, a calculated gesture of restraint. His lower hands tapped at his console, pulling up Stanley's solution on the central holographic display so the entire hall could see. The equations, stripped of their complexity, unfolded before the audience. The students leaned forward, their eyes darting between the simplified notations and the original problem set. Slowly, understanding dawned across the room. An avian-like cadet with sharp golden feathers let out a sharp exhalation. "Actually makes sense," he muttered, half to himself. He bypassed the relativistic calculations "But that contradicts every model we've been taught," another voice protested from the back of the room. "How can something this simple work?" The murmurs grew into outright discussion, but Zillner raised a hand, instantly silencing the students. His gaze returned to Stanley, unreadable. "You are implying," Zillner said slowly, "that our Academy's methodologies are flawed." Stanley hesitated. He had expected disbelief, he had expected questions, but he had not anticipated the sheer weight of the accusation now being leveled at him. The Galactic Academy was the most prestigious institution in the known universe, its teachings the foundation of interstellar navigation across countless civilizations. Suggesting that their methodologies were outdated was not just bold, it was heretical. Still, he had already crossed the line. There was no point in backing down now. "I'm saying," Stanley said carefully, "that this particular method is inefficient. It doesn't mean everything the Academy teaches is wrong, just that there might be a better way to approach certain problems." Zillner exhaled, a low clicking sound that echoed through the chamber. "You are aware of what you are suggesting?" Stanley nodded. "I am." For a long moment there was silence. Then Zillner turned sharply, his movements precise as he tapped a command into his desk console. The main display flickered again, this time summoning an external communication link. A moment later, a deep, resonant voice filled the hall. "Professor Zellnor," the voice said, calm yet commanding, "explain this disturbance." Every cadet in the room froze. The holographic display above the professor's desk now showed the stern face of the Galactic Academy's head chancellor. His features were severe, his dark eyes piercing through the transmission as if he could see into every corner of the examination hall. The weight of his presence was palpable. Zelnor inclined his head slightly, a formal gesture of respect. "Chancellor, we have encountered an anomaly during the astrogation examination. A human cadet has submitted a fully accurate solution in under 5 minutes." The Chancellor's eyes narrowed fractionally. "That is not possible." Zelnor remained still. "The verification system has confirmed his solution." A brief pause. The Chancellor's gaze shifted, locking onto Stanley. "Cadet Becker," he said, his voice measured. "Step forward." Stanley felt the tension in the room deepen as he moved closer to the display. Every eye remained fixed on him, watching his every movement. The Chancellor studied him for a long moment before speaking again. "You claim to have solved the problem in under 5 minutes?" "Yes, sir," Stanley replied. "And you believe the methodology taught by the Academy is flawed?" Stanley exhaled. "I believe there's a more efficient way to approach certain calculations, yes." Another silence. Then the Chancellor's gaze shifted back to Zelnor. "Professor," he said, "send me the full analysis of the cadet's solution. This matter is no longer confined to a single examination hall." Zelnor inclined his head again. "Understood, Chancellor." The transmission ended. For the first time in his career, Professor Axilnor felt the weight of something far greater than an academic dispute settle over him. This was no longer about a single exam. This was about the foundation of everything the Galactic Academy had built. Stanley stood in the now silent examination hall, his pulse steady despite the weight of 100 eyes on him. The transmission with the Chancellor had ended, but its impact still lingered, thick in the air like static before a storm. The other cadets, who had spent years memorizing formulas and perfecting their calculations under the Academy's strict methodologies, watched him with expressions ranging from disbelief to resentment. Professor Zillner remained behind his desk, his exoskeletal fingers tapping against the smooth surface as he processed the implications of what had just transpired. His reputation, his teachings, his authority, all had been placed under scrutiny because of one human's unexpected answer. The sound of a door sliding open at the far end of the hall snapped the tension like a taut wire suddenly cut. 3 instructors entered, their dark robes marking them as members of the academic board. Their movements were swift, deliberate, and their gazes locked on to Zillner the moment they stepped inside. Professor, the first instructor, an avian-like woman with sleek obsidian feathers, spoke first. "The Chancellor has summoned you." Zillner inclined his head in understanding, but did not move immediately. Instead, his 3 eyes shifted back to Stanley. "Cadet Becker," he said, his voice even, but carrying a weight of authority. "You will accompany me." A flicker of unease passed through the hall. The other students stiffened slightly, their postures rigid with anticipation. Being summoned by the Chancellor was not a routine occurrence. It was an event of magnitude. Stanley, however, nodded without hesitation. "Understood." Without another word, Zillnor turned and exited through the same doors the instructors had entered. Stanley followed closely behind, his steps firm but unhurried. The corridor outside was a vast stretch of polished metal and glowing blue navigation strips lining the walls. The architecture of the Academy was sleek, functional, designed to reflect the institution's relentless pursuit of knowledge. They walked in silence, their footsteps the only sound against the smooth flooring. Zillnor led him through a series of passageways, past students and faculty who turned their heads at the sight of them. Word had spread fast, too fast. Stanley could feel the weight of their stares, not of curiosity but of something sharper, doubt, resentment. He was the anomaly in an institution built on rigid tradition, and that alone made him dangerous. Finally, they reached the upper administrative level, where towering doors led to the Chancellor's private chamber. The guards at the entrance stepped aside without question, allowing them entry. The room was vast, yet deliberately minimalistic. A panoramic window stretched across one side, offering a breathtaking view of the binary stars orbiting in the distance. The lighting was subdued, casting long shadows against the polished floor. In the center of the chamber, seated behind a sleek metallic desk, was the Chancellor. His presence was commanding, not through size or physicality, but through an aura of absolute control. His piercing gaze met Stanley's the moment he entered, assessing him with quiet intensity. Zilnor came to a halt and straightened his posture. "Chancellor," he said, "I have brought the cadet as requested." The Chancellor nodded slowly, his fingers steepled together. His expression remained unreadable. "Cadet Becker," he said at last, "you are aware of the implications of your actions?" Stanley kept his voice level. "Yes, sir." The Chancellor studied him for a long moment before gesturing toward the large display behind him. The holographic screen came to life, revealing a series of data streams. Stanley's calculations cross-referenced against the Academy's standard methodology. At a glance, the difference was staggering. "Your solution has forced us to reconsider a foundational principle of our astrogation system," the Chancellor continued. "Our models have remained unchanged for centuries, yet your approach suggests an alternative framework that is both simpler and more efficient." Stanley remained silent, sensing there was more to come. The Chancellor leaned forward slightly. "Do you understand what that means?" Stanley chose his words carefully. "It means that there's room for improvement." A faint smile touched the Chancellor's lips, though it never reached his eyes. "That is an understatement, Cadet. If your calculations hold, it would mean that the Galactic Academy, the institution that dictates navigational protocols across multiple civilizations, has been teaching an outdated method for generations. The repercussions of such a revelation would be substantial." Zilnor's expression remained unreadable, but Stanley could sense the tension in the professor's stance. This was not just about one exam. This was about the Academy's credibility, its legacy, and the power it held over the intellectual foundations of interstellar travel. The Chancellor exhaled slowly. "We have already begun conducting a secondary verification of your calculations. If they prove accurate under independent review, we will have no choice but to address this matter on a wider scale. However," he paused, his gaze sharpening, "that is a dangerous path." Stanley's jaw tightened. "Dangerous how?" The Chancellor's gaze did not waver. "There are those within the Academy and beyond who will resist any suggestion that our methodologies are flawed. If your calculations prove correct, you will have undermined an institution that has dictated galactic navigation for centuries. That will make you a target." The weight of those words settled over the room. Stanley had expected resistance, but the warning carried an edge he had not fully considered. He was not just challenging a test. He was challenging a system that had been meticulously upheld by some of the most powerful minds in the galaxy. The Chancellor leaned back in his chair. "I am placing you under direct academic review. You will work with a specialized team to replicate and expand upon your findings. Until then, you are not to discuss this matter with anyone outside of the review team. Is that clear?" Stanley nodded. "Yes, sir." The Chancellor's expression remained impassive. "Good. Professor Zilnor will oversee your participation in the review process. You are dismissed." Zilnor gave a respectful nod before turning to leave. Stanley followed, his mind already racing with the implications of what had just been said. As they stepped out of the chamber, the doors sliding shut behind them, Zilnor finally spoke. "You have set something into motion, Cadet Becker," he said, his voice quiet yet firm. "I do not know if you realize the full extent of it yet." Stanley met his gaze. "I understand enough." Zilnor's mandibles twitched slightly, the closest thing to a smirk Stanley had ever seen from him. "Then I suggest you prepare yourself," Zilnor said, "because the Academy will not let this go unchallenged." With that, they walked in silence, leaving the Chancellor's chamber behind. The path ahead had been set, but Stanley knew one thing with certainty: This was only the beginning. The walk back from the Chancellor's chamber was long, the silence between Stanley and Professor Zillner stretching like an invisible tension wire. The corridors of the Galactic Academy, once a maze of sterile efficiency, now seemed lined with unseen eyes. The news had spread beyond the examination hall. Whispers slithered through the air, filling every corner of the towering institution with speculation. Stanley kept his posture straight, his steps even, but he could feel the undercurrent shifting around him. He had disturbed something larger than an academic tradition. The realization had settled deep in his bones. When they arrived at the professor's private research wing, the heavy doors slid open, revealing a vast, dimly lit laboratory lined with holographic projections and complex stellar charts. The moment the door sealed shut behind them, Zillner turned sharply. "You understand the weight of what has begun," Zillner said, his mandibles clicking in measured deliberation. Stanley nodded. "I do." "Then you also understand that this will not remain an academic discussion." Zillner moved toward a central control console, his exoskeletal fingers tapping across illuminated keys. A large projection flickered into existence, an intricate display of the Academy's official astrogation models compared against Stanley's simplified equation. "These are the simulations currently being run by the verification board," Zillner continued, his tone devoid of unnecessary embellishments. "They are testing your solution across multiple gravitational environments. Thus far, every model has produced results in your favor." Stanley stepped closer, watching as the holographic display pulsed with confirmation readings. He had known his calculations were correct, but seeing them verified in real time against the very system that had sought to disprove them sent a wave of satisfaction through him. Zellner observed him for a long moment before speaking again. "You will now be placed under direct scrutiny. That means you will not only have to defend your findings, but also withstand the weight of opposition from those who refuse to see reason." Stanley exhaled. "Let me guess. There are those who have built their entire careers on the Academy's existing models." Zillner's three eyes darkened. "Careers, reputations, power. You did not just present a new formula, Cadet Becker. You introduced doubt into a structure that has governed interstellar navigation for centuries." Stanley processed that quietly. He had never set out to tear down the foundation of the Galactic Academy, but he wasn't naive enough to think that those in control would welcome his discovery with open arms. The professor tapped another command, and a secondary projection emerged. This time, an array of names. "These are the senior members of the Academic Council," Zillner explained. "They will be overseeing your review process." Stanley scanned the list. Some names were familiar. Renowned figures in the field of astrogation, their publications standard reading in every cadet's curriculum. Others were unknown to him, but their titles alone spoke of immense influence. Zillner's tone sharpened. "Some will be open to new perspectives, others will not. One in particular, Professor Halvorn, has already voiced his opposition." The name sparked immediate recognition. Halvorn was a decorated academic, one of the oldest members of the council. His theories on astrogation were considered law, his presence at the Academy untouchable. Stanley leaned back slightly. "I assume he doesn't appreciate being proven wrong." Zellner's mandibles twitched. "Halvorn does not believe he can be proven wrong. He will not attack your findings directly, not yet. He will seek to dismantle you as a cadet, as a scholar, as a human." Stanley's jaw clenched. "Then I'll have to be ready for him." The professor studied him carefully. "Your confidence is noted, but it is not enough. You will be expected to defend every element of your work in a controlled trial before the council. If you cannot counter their scrutiny, they will bury your findings before they ever reach public discussion." Stanley frowned. "A trial? I thought this was an academic review." "In theory, it is," Zillner said. "In practice, it will be an interrogation designed to discredit you." Stanley exhaled slowly, letting the information settle. He had known there would be resistance, but he had assumed it would be a matter of equations, data, and logic. Now he understood it would be a battle of politics, reputation, and the very nature of power. Zilnor turned away from the projection. Your work is sound, but your presence here is an anomaly. That alone makes you a threat. The moment you step into that trial, you will be on your own. Stanley met his gaze evenly. Then I'll make sure I don't give them any reason to dismiss me. For the first time, Zilnor's expression shifted, just slightly, a flicker of something that could have been approval. Good, the professor said. Then we begin preparation immediately. The weight of those words settled over Stanley, but he didn't let it show. He had never come to the academy to start a revolution, but now that he was here, he would see it through. The days leading up to the trial moved faster than Stanley expected. His time was no longer his own. Every moment was consumed by preparation, counter-arguments, and scenario planning. Zilnor pushed him relentlessly, simulating every possible challenge the academic council might throw at him. Every night he left the professor's research wing exhausted, his mind drowning in equations and theoretical counterpoints. But the challenge was not just intellectual. Word of the upcoming trial had spread through the academy like wildfire. Stanley could feel the shift in the air wherever he walked, the hushed conversations that stopped the moment he entered a room, the way some cadets glared at him with open hostility. Others avoided eye contact altogether, unwilling to be seen associating with him. A few, the ones who had always suspected the academy was built on a rigid, inflexible system, watched him with quiet interest. The real pressure, however, came from outside the student body. Halvorn had wasted no time making his position clear. The seasoned professor had not spoken to Stanley directly, but his presence loomed over the preparations like an approaching storm. He had gathered allies within the council, high-ranking academics who had built their legacies on the current astrogation models. These were not individuals who would simply admit defeat, even in the face of undeniable logic. By the time the trial day arrived, Stanley knew exactly what he was walking into. The chamber chosen for the proceedings was larger than he expected. It was designed for grand debates, its architecture imposing, the high ceiling arched like the hull of a warship. Rows of elevated seating surrounded the central floor, where Stanley stood alone. The academic council sat at the highest level, their expressions unreadable. The chancellor was present, though his face gave no indication of support or disapproval. Zilnor stood at the periphery, allowed to observe but not to intervene. Halvorn sat near the center, his posture rigid, his hands folded neatly before him. His gaze, sharp and calculating, locked on to Stanley the moment he entered. The chamber doors sealed with a low hiss. The trial had begun. One of the senior council members, a woman with silver thread skin and piercing yellow eyes, spoke first. Cadet Becker, you have presented an alternative astrogation model that contradicts the foundational principles of this institution. You are aware of the gravity of such a claim? Stanley stood tall. Yes, Counselor, I am. She nodded once, then gestured toward the holographic display that materialized above the chamber. We have reviewed your calculations. They are, as the verification teams have confirmed, mathematically sound. However, mathematical validity alone is not sufficient to warrant systemic change. We must determine whether your findings hold practical application. A second counselor, a broad-shouldered being with a deep, resonant voice, leaned forward. Explain in precise terms how your model improves upon the existing system in real-world navigation. Stanley exhaled slowly. This was the easy part. The current system relies on multi-stage gravitational calculations that treat every navigational variable independently, he explained. It assumes that all external forces must be calculated in a linear sequence, which creates unnecessary computational complexity. My model accounts for relativistic distortions as a single equation, removing redundant steps and reducing navigational error margins by 32%. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Halvorn remained silent, his expression unreadable. The first counselor tilted her head slightly. A bold claim. If true, such an improvement would revolutionize deep space travel, but we must be certain. Professor Halvorn, as the foremost expert in astrogation, do you have a rebuttal? Halvorn stood with practiced ease. His voice when he spoke was smooth and precise. The cadet's work is impressive. I do not dispute that. Silence fell over the room. Everyone waited for the inevitable but, Halvorn continued. However, his approach relies on a theoretical framework that has never been tested under real navigational conditions. The Academy does not operate on theories alone. We are responsible for ensuring the safety of interstellar travel. If we are to trust this model, it must be tested in a controlled environment, not adopted based on mathematics. It was a calculated move. He was not dismissing Stanley outright. He was shifting the burden of proof on to him. Stanley met Halvorn's gaze. I agree, he said, his voice steady. Which is why I propose a live test. A flicker of surprise crossed some of the council members' faces. Even Halvorn hesitated for the briefest moment before recovering. The Chancellor, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Explain. Stanley turned toward the central display, bringing up a new projection. There is a scheduled supply vessel departing from the orbital station in 2 days. It is following a standard navigational route through the Loran Expanse, a route that currently requires 14 course corrections due to unpredictable gravitational fluctuations. He tapped a control, highlighting the trajectory. Using my model, I can reduce those course corrections to 6. The chamber erupted into discussion. A live test was a high-risk proposal. If he failed, his entire argument would collapse in real time. But if he succeeded, Halvorn's expression darkened slightly. An interesting proposition, but reckless. If your model fails, the vessel could veer off course, putting lives at risk. Stanley didn't blink. Then let's run it on a secondary navigation system. Keep the original model as the primary. If mine works, the results will speak for themselves. A heavy silence followed. The council exchanged glances, their deliberation unspoken but tangible. Then the Chancellor nodded. Very well. The live test will proceed. Halvorn's jaw tightened, but he gave a slow nod. Let it be done then. The trial was over. But the real test had just begun. 2 days later, Stanley stood in the Academy's control center, watching the data stream from the departing vessel. The entire Academy was watching. The flight crew had agreed to run his model on a parallel system, tracking both sets of navigational calculations in real time. For the first 20 minutes, the flight followed its standard course. Then came the first scheduled course correction. The ship's onboard systems compared the Academy's recommended adjustment to Stanley's model. Deviation detected 0.02%. The ship maintained course. Second correction, deviation 0.04%. No adjustment needed. By the third point, the Academy's model instructed a course change, while Stanley's advised holding steady. The ship followed the standard protocol, adjusting as per the traditional method. It created a minor energy loss. By the 8th correction point, the difference was undeniable. Stanley's model had predicted the optimal trajectory from the start. The Academy's system had forced unnecessary adjustments. The final report showed that the ship had used 18% more fuel than necessary under the old model. The data was indisputable. When the results were presented to the Council, there was no argument left to be made. The Chancellor stood before the Assembly. The live test has confirmed Cadet Becker's findings. Effective immediately, his model will undergo full-scale integration trials for future astrogation protocols. Halvorn said nothing. His silence was the only concession Stanley needed. As he left the chamber, Zilnor walked beside him. You have rewritten history today, Cadet Becker. Stanley exhaled, feeling the weight lift from his shoulders. Then let's make sure we don't stop here. The universe had just become a little smaller, a little faster, and for the first time, the Galactic Academy had been forced to acknowledge that change was inevitable.
The Interrogation Division of the Centaurian Intelligence Bureau prided itself on being the most advanced psychological warfare center in the known galaxy. Their facilities gleamed with chrome and malice. Their methods were refined through millennia of breaking the most hardened criminals, and their success rate was, as they loved to remind everyone, precisely 99.98752%. The remaining fraction of a percent they attributed to subjects who had the inconvenient habit of dying before confessing. Chief Interrogator Zix 427, who insisted on being called the Dissector of Minds in formal documentation, was particularly proud of the new wing they'd recently added. It featured every conceivable method of extracting information from unwilling subjects, from the classics like sensory manipulation chambers, to the more avant-garde approaches involving weaponized bureaucracy. The latter had proven especially effective against species from highly organized societies. Nothing broke their will, quite like being forced to fill out tax forms in triplicate while listening to hold music. On this particular rotation of their star, which some insisted on calling a day, despite the chief's numerous memos about proper temporal terminology, Zix 427 stood before the observation window of Chamber 17X, mandibles twitching with anticipation. Behind them, a collection of the Bureau's finest analysts huddled around holographic displays, their appendages trembling with a mixture of excitement and standard-issue institutional anxiety. "Begin recording," Zix 427 announced, their voice modulator set to ominously professional, setting 7 out of 23 on the emotional spectrum gauge. Subject acquisition timestamp, 47th rotation, 3rd phase, 9,272nd cycle since the Great Bureaucratic Revolution. Species designation, human. Threat assessment. Here they paused for dramatic effect, a technique learned in Interrogation Theatrics 101 were unknown. The assembled analysts gasped appropriately. Unknown threat assessments were about as common as humble politicians in the Centaurian bureaucracy. Every species had been meticulously categorized, labeled, and filed away in databases so vast they required their own moon for storage. The fact that humans had somehow escaped this classification spoke either to gross incompetence in the filing department, highly probable, or something far more sinister, equally probable but more interesting for the quarterly report. Our preliminary scans indicate the subject possesses no notable physical advantages, continued Zix 427, their secondary eyes scanning the latest reports while their primary ones remained fixed on the chamber window for maximum dramatic effect. Standard bipedal configuration, unremarkable musculature, and a disturbing lack of additional limbs. Most curiously, they appear to be maintaining what our emotional analysis software identifies as a smirk, though there's ongoing debate in the psychology department about whether this represents a malfunction in the software or in the subject. Behind the chief, junior analyst Crawl 8, who had yet to earn the right to a 3rd digit in their designation, raised a trembling appendage. "Sir, Dissector of Minds, the subject has been humming something for the past 30 minutes. Our audio analysis suggests it's a repetitive sequence known as Never Gonna Give You Up by someone called Rick Astley. Should we be concerned?" Zix 427's mandibles clicked in dismissal. Probably a stress response. Many species resort to primitive vocalizations when faced with their impending psychological destruction. Begin Phase 1, the waiting game. The assembled analysts watched as the chamber's atmospheric controls adjusted, creating the perfect environment for maximum discomfort. Or at least, what should have been maximum discomfort. The human smirk, if anything, grew wider. "Fascinating," muttered Zix 427. Making a note to requisition stronger facial analysis software. "Most fascinating indeed. The subject appears to be enjoying themselves." No one in the history of the Centaurian Intelligence Bureau had ever enjoyed themselves in Chamber 17X. It simply wasn't done. There were regulations against it. The events leading to this unprecedented display of interrogation chamber cheerfulness had begun, as most galactic incidents tend to do, with a spectacular misunderstanding of human behavior. The subject in question, a trade representative from Earth's Interstellar Commerce Division, had committed what the Centaurians considered the highest possible breach of protocol. They had laughed during a first contact ceremonial trade agreement signing. Not just any laugh, mind you. This had been a full-blown, tear streaming down the face, snort-included breakdown of composure that had sent ripples of horror through the assembled Centaurian dignitaries. Their species had evolved beyond such primitive displays of emotion approximately 47,000 years ago, or so they claimed in their extensively footnoted historical documents. The cause of this diplomatic catastrophe? The human had spotted the official title of the Centaurian Trade Minister, Supreme Overlord of Arbitrary Transaction Values and Excessive Form Filing, Second Class. What made it worse was that this was considered one of their more prestigious and straightforward job titles. Within moments of this protocol breach, the chamber had erupted into organized chaos, because even Centaurian chaos followed strict bureaucratic guidelines. Security drones had descended from their ceiling pods, their warning lights flashing in the officially mandated Alert Pattern 7B, serious but not quite apocalyptic. Forms were hastily stamped with Diplomatic Incident, Priority Processing, in triplicate, and no fewer than 12 subcommittees were instantaneously formed to assess the situation. The human, still wiping tears of mirth from their eyes, had managed to gasp out, "I'm sorry, it's just, do you have a department of redundant departments too?" This had sealed their fate, not because of the question itself, but because such a department did indeed exist, and its existence was classified at the highest levels. The arrest itself had been conducted with typical Centaurian efficiency. 17 different types of restraining fields had been deployed, 16 of which were completely unnecessary, but protocol demanded redundancy. The human had been read their rights in 23 different languages, including 3 that were technically extinct, but remained on the official protocol list due to a filing error that no one had bothered to correct. "You know," the human had commented while being led away, "this reminds me of the time I tried to cancel my gym membership back on Earth." This statement had been dutifully recorded and added to the evidence file, though none of the Centaurian analysts could determine if it constituted a threat, a confession, or simply another example of the bizarre human tendency to find humor in objectively serious situations. During the preliminary processing, things had only gotten stranger. The human had cheerfully submitted to all scanning procedures, commenting on the cool light show of the molecular analyzers and asking if the brainwave detector came in any other colors besides ominous red. They had even attempted to engage the processing drones in conversation about their hobbies, leading to the first ever recorded case of a security drone requesting a transfer to a different department. By the time they reached the interrogation wing, 3 junior analysts had already submitted their resignations, citing excessive exposure to unregulated optimism as their reason for departure. The head of psychological warfare had taken one look at the human's persistent grin and immediately scheduled their retirement, muttering something about being too old for this level of cheerfulness. Which brought matters to the present moment, with Chief Interrogator Zix 427 standing before Chamber 17X, watching their most fearsome tools of psychological manipulation being met with what appeared to be genuine entertainment. The human had graduated from humming to quietly singing something about sunshine, lollipops and rainbows, occasionally adding improvised verses about the lovely chrome finish of the torture implements. "Perhaps," suggested Junior Analyst Kroll 8 timidly, "we should have reviewed the classified files about human psychological warfare techniques before proceeding with the interrogation." Zix 427's mandibles clicked in what might have been agreement or indigestion. The two were remarkably similar in Centaurian physiology. "Those files are classified precisely because no one has ever managed to understand them. The last researcher who tried suffered a complete mental breakdown and now works in the Department of Redundant Departments." The irony of that statement was lost on everyone except the human, who somehow managed to grin even wider. The first phase of interrogation began with the Centaurians' most reliable psychological weapon, absolute silence, combined with intense, unwavering observation. This technique had once reduced a hardened crime lord from the Rigelian Empire to tearful confessions about cheating on their elementary school exams. The human responded by initiating what they called an impromptu stand-up comedy routine. Why did the Centaurian cross the galaxy? To file the paperwork to get permission to cross the galaxy. Thank you, I'll be here all week, or however long this interrogation lasts. Speaking of which, has anyone here heard about the universal bureaucrat? They're outstanding in their field because they can't find the right form to come inside. After 17 minutes of increasingly terrible jokes, it was the observation team that cracked. 2 analysts had to be escorted out for displaying unauthorized signs of amusement, a serious violation of Interrogation Protocol Section 47B, subsection 12. Maintenance of proper emotional detachment during information extraction procedures. Phase 2 involved the deployment of the notorious Symphony of Mild Inconvenience, a carefully crafted audio compilation of the most irritating sounds in the known galaxy. It included such classics as Neptunian nail filing, the mating call of the Betelgeusian swamp slug, and a continuous loop of someone saying "we need to talk" in 157 different languages. The human began conducting an invisible orchestra. "Your timing is a bit off on the swamp slug section," they critiqued, waving their arms in elaborate patterns. "And you really should consider adding some Earth classics, like the sound of a vacuum cleaner hitting a Lego brick, or maybe my Aunt Mildred's attempt at karaoke. Now that's psychological warfare." Phase 3 brought out the big guns, the dreaded bureaucratic bombardment. The chamber filled with floating holographic forms requiring immediate attention, each more pointlessly complex than the last. Tax declarations from extinct civilizations, permit applications for activities that had been illegal for millennia, and warranty registrations for products that had never existed materialized around the human. "Oh, neat," the human exclaimed, somehow managing to look genuinely delighted. "This reminds me of trying to apply for a fishing license back home. Though you guys might want to update your forms, this one still lists telepathic telegraph as a preferred method of contact. Also, I found 3 typos and a logically impossible date requirement. Would you like me to proofread these for you?" In the observation room, Chief Interrogator Zix 427's eye stalks had begun to twitch uncontrollably. Their carefully calibrated emotional modulator was stuck between professionally concerned and existentially confused, a range it had never been designed to handle. "Deploy the memory extractor," they ordered, their voice modulator crackling with strain. The memory extractor was the pride of the Centaurian Intelligence Bureau's Research and Development Department. It created a perfect psychological environment for extracting information by surrounding subjects with their most uncomfortable memories. The device had taken 47 years to develop and had gone through more testing phases than there were stars in the average galaxy. As the machine hummed to life, the human's expression shifted for the first time, from merely amused to absolutely delighted. "Oh my God, are those my memories? Hey, look at that one, my first attempt at making pancakes. Total disaster. And oh, this is great. Remember that time I tried to explain memes to my grandmother? Classic. Can we focus on the embarrassing stuff from high school? I've got some hilarious stories about my awkward phase." The memory extractor, faced with someone actually enjoying their embarrassing memories, made a sound that could only be described as mechanical bafflement, before shutting itself down and initiating a full system diagnostic. In the corner of the observation room, Junior Analyst Crowl 8 was furiously scanning through whatever information they could find about humans. "Sir, Dissector of Minds, I've found something concerning. According to this, humans have a psychological trait called finding humor in adversity. They apparently become more resistant to pressure when they're able to laugh about it." The silence that followed this revelation was broken only by the sound of the human in the chamber beginning to hum what they claimed was the world's most annoying song. Something about a small aquatic creature called a baby shark. The Centaurian Intelligence Bureau's emergency response protocol for unprecedented interrogation failures involved 3 steps: denial, escalation, and filing for early retirement. They were currently speedrunning through all 3. "Deploy the quantum uncertainty chamber. Chief Interrogator Zix 427 ordered, their voice modulator having given up entirely and settled on a tone best described as bureaucrat having an existential crisis. The quantum uncertainty chamber was their most advanced piece of psychological warfare technology. It created a pocket of space-time where reality itself became questionable. Most subjects broke down within minutes, unable to handle the philosophical implications of existing and not existing simultaneously. The human's response: Schrodinger's cat walks into a bar and doesn't get it, because it's both alive and no, tough crowd, here's another one. Why did the quantum physicist cross the road? They didn't. They were already on both sides. The chamber's reality warping field fluctuated uncertainly, as if unsure whether to continue operating in the face of such shameless quantum physics puns. In desperation, they activated the empathy amplifier, a device designed to make subjects feel the collective disappointment of their entire species. The human responded by giving an impromptu TED talk about the importance of self-acceptance and positive thinking, complete with imaginary slides and audience participation. And remember, they concluded to their non-existent audience, if 1 billion Centaurians are disappointed in you, that's their problem. Though I have to say, the dramatic lighting in here really adds to the presentation value. Could we get the reality warping effects back? They'd make great visual aids. The observation room had descended into barely controlled chaos. 3 more analysts had requested transfers to the Department of Redundant Departments, considering it a less psychologically taxing assignment. The Emergency Psychological Support AI had excused itself for a software update and hadn't returned. Deploy the time perception manipulator, Zix 427 commanded, their mandibles clicking in what might have been either determination or a nervous breakdown. The time perception manipulator was designed to make seconds feel like years, minutes like centuries. It had broken hardened criminals by making them experience the entire evolution of their species in what felt like real time. The humans spent their subjective eons perfecting their juggling technique with imaginary objects. You know, they commented after experiencing what should have been several millennia, I've always wanted to learn juggling, but never had the time. This is great, though I have to say, experiencing the heat death of the universe is a bit melodramatic, don't you think? The void between galaxies could use some decorating. Maybe some throw pillows. In a final desperate attempt, they activated the Nightmare Scenario Generator, a system that created personalized worst-case scenarios based on deep psychological analysis. The human treated it like an improv exercise. Oh, public speaking without pants, classic anxiety dream. Though I have to say, the addition of the tap-dancing elephants is a nice touch. Very surreal. And look, my high school math teacher is there. Hi, Mrs. Peterson, still waiting for me to show my work, I see. The Nightmare Scenario Generator, thoroughly confused by the human's enthusiasm, began generating increasingly bizarre scenarios in an attempt to find something, anything, that might disturb them. This only seemed to enhance their entertainment. Now I'm giving a PowerPoint presentation to an audience of disappointed potatoes while riding a unicycle made of overdue library books. This is amazing. Are you guys taking requests? Because I have some ideas. Junior analyst Kral 8, who had been frantically researching human psychology, made a disturbing discovery. Sir, according to these records, humans have something called coping mechanisms that include finding humor in absurdity and making the best of bad situations. The more we escalate our methods, the more psychological ammunition we're giving them. The observation room fell silent as the implications of this sank in. In the chamber, the human had begun critiquing the artistic merit of their own nightmares and suggesting improvements to the apocalyptic scenarios being generated. The alien invasion is a bit cliché, they were saying. Have you considered something more original, like maybe all the coffee in the universe suddenly turning into lukewarm tea? Now that's horror. The breaking point came not with a bang, but with a perfectly executed rendition of 99 bottles of beer on the wall, all verses included, with regional variations and improvised commentary on the theoretical physics of bottle wall interactions. Chief Interrogator Zix 427 had long since abandoned their professional demeanor and was now huddled in a corner, eye stalks wrapped around their head in a defensive position, muttering something about requesting a transfer to the Department of Watching Paint Dry, widely considered the most boring assignment in the galaxy, but suddenly appearing incredibly attractive. The observation room's monitors displayed a cascade of system failures. The reality warper was stuck in an infinite loop of generating increasingly absurd alternatives, each of which the human critiqued like a movie reviewer. Nice attempt at existential dread, but the void could use more sparkles. 3 stars out of 5. The nightmare generator had gone into therapy. The time perception manipulator was experiencing its own temporal crisis, uncertain whether it had been running for 5 minutes or 5 centuries. The humans' cheerful singing hadn't helped, especially when they started adding verses about the relativistic effects of motion on the bottles of beer. Junior Analyst Kral 8, the only staff member still attempting to maintain any semblance of professional protocol, was frantically documenting the unprecedented cascade of equipment malfunctions. Their report, which would later become required reading at the Academy, included such notes as, Hour 7. Subject suggested organizing a karaoke contest with the memory extractor. Machine politely declined, then filed for emotional compensation. R8, Quantum Uncertainty Chamber requested clarity about its own existence. Subject offered philosophical counseling. R9, Empathy Amplifier developed performance anxiety. Subject offered encouragement and suggested breathing exercises. The final straw came when the human began what they called Dad Jokes Hour. Why don't Centaurians tell dad jokes? Because they're apparently too serious. Get it? Apparently? No? How about this one? What do you call a bureaucrat with 3 eyes, still blind to inefficiency? 3 more analysts immediately submitted their resignations. The 4th began laughing, was promptly arrested for violating protocol, and could be heard giggling all the way to the detention center. In the chamber itself, the human had moved on to conducting a 1-person variety show, complete with ventriloquism using various pieces of interrogation equipment as props. The memory extractor was currently playing the straight man in a comedy routine about bureaucratic procedures. Let's give a big hand to my assistant here, the human announced to their imaginary audience. They may be a sophisticated piece of psychological warfare technology, but they've got great comedic timing. The machine, perhaps influenced by prolonged exposure to human chaos, actually powered down and up again in what could only be interpreted as a bow. Emergency protocols were initiated, but even they had begun to malfunction. The automated evacuation announcement started in the standard serious tone, but somehow ended up doing a jazz improvisation. The emergency lights, programmed to flash in patterns scientifically proven to induce anxiety, were now pulsing in sync with the humans' improvised musical numbers. The Department of Regulatory Oversight, monitoring the situation from their orbital station, sent an urgent message. Situation unprecedented. No applicable forms exist. Recommend immediate bureaucratic surrender. In the history of the Centaurian Intelligence Bureau, no one had ever before used the phrase bureaucratic surrender. The very concept was alien to their society. And yet, as they watched their most sophisticated psychological warfare center descend into what could only be described as an impromptu comedy club, they realized they had encountered something far beyond their comprehension. Junior Analyst Kral 8, displaying the kind of initiative that would later earn them a promotion, followed by immediate demotion for showing too much initiative, voiced what everyone was thinking. Perhaps we should have just asked them politely. The human's voice drifted through the speakers. Oh, was that an option? I've been waiting for someone to just ask. Though I have to admit, this has been the most entertaining interrogation I've ever been part of. Do you do birthday parties? The truth, when it finally emerged, arrived in the most bureaucratically appropriate way possible, through an incorrectly filed form that had taken a scenic route through 17 different departments before finally reaching its intended destination. The message popped up on junior analyst Kral 8's terminal with a cheerful ding that seemed inappropriately optimistic given the circumstances. The subject line read, "Urgent, regarding human diplomatic status, Form XJ742B, subsection Omega, priority, eventually important." As Kral 8's eyes scanned the document, their chromatophores shifted through several shades of bureaucratic horror before settling on pale resignation with hints of impending unemployment. "Sir," they addressed the huddled form of Chief Interrogator Zix-427, who had graduated from muttering to quietly humming along with the human's latest musical number. "It appears there's been a slight administrative oversight." The word slight in Centaurian bureaucratic terminology typically preceded announcements of galactic proportions. The last time someone had reported a slight calculation error, they'd accidentally classified a species of peaceful space dolphins as planet-destroying monsters, leading to several decades of unnecessarily tense diplomatic relations and a lot of wasted anti-dolphin weaponry. "According to this," Kral 8 continued, their voice modulator struggling to maintain professional composure, "the human is not only a registered diplomatic representative, but also holds the highest level of diplomatic immunity under the Galactic Concordat of Reasonable Behavior and Excessive Paperwork, Section 7, Paragraph 23, Subparagraph Q. Beings who must not under any circumstances be subjected to interrogation, especially if they seem to be enjoying it." The observation room, which had already been teetering on the edge of chaos, descended into a new level of bureaucratic panic. Forms began filling themselves out in sheer self-defense. The emergency protocol AI, which had finally returned from its suspiciously long software update, took one look at the situation and immediately scheduled another one. "Furthermore," Kral 8 added, their voice growing fainter with each word, "the humans' laughter during the trade agreement signing was in fact perfectly legal under the cultural expression of joy and/or bewilderment at bureaucratic excess clause, which was added to all human-related protocols after the infamous giggling incident at the Galactic Senate 3 cycles ago." In the interrogation chamber, the human had somehow sensed the shift in atmosphere. "Oh, did someone finally find my diplomatic credentials? They were in my left pocket the whole time. I tried to mention it earlier, but everyone seemed to be having so much fun with the whole interrogation thing. I didn't want to spoil the mood." The memory extractor, which had been serving as a backup dancer for the past hour, powered down in what could only be described as embarrassment. Chief Interrogator Zix-427 finally uncoiled their eye stalks and managed to speak. "You knew the entire time?" "Well, yeah," the human replied cheerfully. "But look at it this way. You guys got to test all your fancy equipment, I got to practice my stand-up routine, and somewhere in the Department of Redundant Departments someone's going to have a great time filing reports about this in triplicate. I call that a win-win-win situation." The revelation that the entire interrogation had been not just a failure, but an entirely unnecessary one, and worse, one that the subject had voluntarily participated in for entertainment value, would require an entirely new classification in the bureaucratic archives, possibly an entire new wing of filing cabinets. In the aftermath of what came to be known as the incident, filed under H for Humans Are Terrifying, in the Grand Bureaucratic Archive, several significant changes were implemented throughout the Centaurian Intelligence Bureau. First, a new department was created, the Department of Human Psychological Understanding, and oh no, they're doing it again, DHP-WANTA for short, though even the Centaurians admitted the acronym needed work. Its primary function was to prevent any future attempts at human interrogation, not for the humans' protection, but for the sanity of the interrogators. The psychological support staff had their work cut out for them. 36 analysts required extensive therapy after developing an unauthorized sense of humor. The memory extractor had to be completely reprogrammed after it started telling jokes to other equipment. The nightmare generator had developed performance anxiety and would only create mildly uncomfortable dreams about being slightly underdressed for casual social occasions. And Chief Interrogator Zix-427 in a move that shocked absolutely no one, submitted their resignation and took up a new career in entertainment, opening the first Centaurian Comedy Club. Their first show, titled How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Pun, was a surprising success, though critics noted that their timing needed work and their mandible clicks could use more punchline emphasis. Junior analyst Kral 8 received both a promotion and a demotion within the same hour, a new bureaucratic record. They now held the prestigious title of Chief Liaison for Human-Related Incidents and Preventative Chaos Management. Third class, pending review, terms and conditions apply. The Human, upon release, had helpfully submitted a detailed feedback form about their interrogation experience, rating everything from the comfort of the psychological torture devices, 7/10 could use more lumbar support, to the quality of the existential crisis inducement, 9/10 excellent void work, but needed more cosmic irony. They even attached a list of suggested improvements, including more comfortable chairs for the interrogators and better acoustics for impromptu musical numbers. New protocols were established requiring all Centaurian officials to undergo mandatory human interaction preparedness training, which mostly consisted of exposure therapy to dad jokes and lessons in maintaining composure while humans found humor in objectively serious situations. The dropout rate was astronomical. The Department of Redundant Departments, in a stunning display of meta-bureaucracy, created a subdivision dedicated to documenting redundant human interrogation attempts, which was itself redundant, as no one dared try again. Perhaps most tellingly, the Centaurian Intelligence Bureau's official manual was updated with a new primary directive. In the event of human capture, just don't. Submit Form XB927 for immediate release and pretend it never happened. And somewhere in the vast bureaucratic machinery of the galaxy, a new saying emerged. You can torture a Drachnid, threaten a Varaxian, or intimidate a quantum consciousness, but never, ever try to break a human spirit. They'll just enjoy it, and then you'll have to file the paperwork explaining why your interrogation chamber is now technically classified as an entertainment venue. The Human returned to their diplomatic duties, occasionally sending holiday cards to the Intelligence Bureau's staff. These cards invariably contained jokes so terrible they had to be classified as psychological weapons, and the memory extractor. It went on to have a successful career in stand-up comedy, though it never quite mastered the art of timing. But then again, when you're a quantum-powered consciousness manipulation device turned comedian, timing is relative anyway.
Commander Vex Thor stood at the observation deck of the Galactic Defense Academy, his 4 arms crossed behind his back as he watched the morning drills. The purple sun of Centauri Prime cast long shadows across the training grounds, where hundreds of cadets from various species performed their synchronized combat routines. Their movements were precise, calculated, and backed by generations of proven genetic superiority. Commander, the Council requests your presence, announced Sub-Lieutenant Krell, his translucent skin flickering with nervous energy patterns. Vex Thor's upper lip curled slightly, revealing a row of metallic blue teeth. Tell me, Krell, what do you see down there? His voice carried the distinctive growl of the Centaurian elite. Sir? I see the finest warriors in the galaxy, Sir Krell responded, his bioluminescent patterns pulsing with confusion. The finest warriors in the galaxy, Vex Thor repeated, turning to face his subordinate. His crimson eyes narrowed. That's what we've always believed, isn't it? That our combined might, our enhanced genetics, our superior training methods make us unbeatable. Krell shifted uncomfortably. Of course, sir. The Galactic Defense Force has stood unchallenged for 3,000 cycles. Vex Thor activated the holographic display with a wave of his lower right hand. Images of a small blue-green planet appeared, rotating slowly in the air between them. Then explain to me, Sub-Lieutenant, why the Council has ordered us to integrate these into our training program. The image zoomed in to show recordings of humans, fragile-looking bipeds with no natural armor, no enhanced strength, and laughably limited appendages. Krell's skin rippled with amusement. Surely this is a diplomatic formality, Commander. The humans can't possibly. That's exactly what the Drachnid Empire thought, Vex Thor interrupted sharply. before a single human female took down their entire royal guard, unarmed. The amusement patterns on Krell's skin flatlined instantly. But sir, the Drachnids were apex predators. Their natural armor alone was useless, Vex Thor finished, as was their strength, their training, their confidence. The human used something they call Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, turned their own power against them. Vex Thor gestured to another hollow recording. A human, barely reaching the chest height of a Drachnid warrior, flowing like water around attacks, redirecting force, and systematically dismantling opponents twice their size. The Council has spoken. Starting next cycle, we will host human combat instructors. They will share their techniques. The commander's tone suggested he'd rather swallow plasma than admit humans had anything to teach them. But Commander Krell protested, his skin now showing distress patterns. Our cadets train in 15 forms of guaranteed lethal combat. We have the strongest, fastest, most durable warriors in known space. What could humans possibly teach us? Vex Thor's secondary arms twitched a sign of deep agitation. That, Sub-Lieutenant, is exactly what troubles me. We know everything about combat. Everything. Our methods are perfected through millennia of warfare. Our genetics are engineered for optimal performance. And yet, he pulled up another recording. A human female, small even by their standards, facing off against a Drachnid honor guard. The fight lasted exactly 12 seconds. When it was over, the Drachnid lay unconscious, and the human hadn't even broken a sweat. The Council believes we've become complacent. They think these humans might show us something new. Vex Thor spat the words like they tasted foul. And I have been ordered to facilitate this cultural exchange. When do they arrive? Sir Krell asked, his skin now a sickly shade of gray. Vex Thor turned back to the window, watching his perfect army perform their perfect drills with their perfect precision. Tomorrow. The humans arrive tomorrow. And Sub-Lieutenant, if you breathe a word of my concerns to anyone, I'll have you cleaning quantum waste filters for the next cycle. Understood, sir. But what should I tell the Council? Tell them. Vex Thor growled. That the Galactic Defense Academy welcomes this opportunity to broaden our understanding of combat techniques. Tell them we are honored to host our human guests. Tell them whatever diplomatic garbage you need to, but make sure our best warriors are ready. I want to see exactly what these humans are capable of, and more importantly, I want to know their weaknesses. The commander's four fists clenched simultaneously as he watched the sun set over his academy. Tomorrow would bring humans soft, weak, limited humans to teach combat to the greatest warriors in the galaxy. The very thought made his stomach acid boil. If only he knew just how much his worldview was about to change. The landing pad hummed with suppressed energy as the human transport vessel descended through Centauri Prime's atmosphere. Commander Vex Thor stood at attention, flanked by his top officers, their ceremonial armor gleaming under the purple sun. Behind them, arranged in perfect formation, stood 200 of the Academy's finest warriors, a not-so-subtle display of martial prowess. Quite the welcome committee, Sub-Lieutenant Krell whispered, his skin flickering with nervous patterns. Do you think we might be overdoing it? Silence, Vex Thor commanded, though privately he agreed. The Council had insisted on this show of respect, but to him, it felt like throwing a military parade for children. The transport touched down with surprising grace, its silver hull reflecting the landscape like a mirror. As the dust settled, a hatch opened with a soft hiss, and the human delegation emerged. Vex Thor's upper arms twitched involuntarily. He'd studied their files, but seeing humans in person was different. They looked so fragile, like younglings who had yet to grow their armor plates. The first two were clearly diplomatic staff, dressed in what humans called formal attire. But the third... Maya Rodriguez stepped onto Centauri Prime's soil with the fluid grace of a hunting Philid. She wore a simple white garment that humans called a GI tied with a black belt. Her dark hair was pulled back tightly, revealing sharp features and eyes that missed nothing. Despite being the smallest of the group, something about her presence made Vex Thor's combat instincts bristle. Commander Vex Thor, the lead diplomat, stepped forward, executing a passable Centaurian greeting gesture. I am Ambassador Thomas Wright. Thank you for this wonderful welcome. Allow me to introduce Master Sergeant Blake Sterling, our liaison officer, and Maya Rodriguez, your new combat instructor. Vex Thor performed the diplomatic response on autopilot, his attention fixed on Rodriguez. She was studying his warriors with an expression he couldn't quite read. Was that amusement? We are honored, he managed, the words feeling like gravel in his throat, to host such distinguished guests. Though I must admit some curiosity about the training methods you'll be sharing. Rodriguez smiled. Not the practiced smile of the diplomat, but the confident grin of a predator. Commander, I think it's best if I show rather than tell. Would you mind if I gave a small demonstration? Before Vex Thor could respond, one of his junior officers, Lieutenant Krasneka, stepped forward. The young Zentorian was a prodigy, undefeated in 17 forms of combat. His skin rippled with challenge patterns. Commander, permission to volunteer. Krasnek's tone made it clear what he thought of human combat techniques. Vex Thor should have refused. Protocol demanded it, but his own curiosity won out. Very well. Lieutenant Krasnek is one of our most promising students. A friendly sparring match might help us understand your methods. The ambassador looked concerned, but Rodriguez's smile only widened. Perfect. Standard rules? No weapons, no lethal strikes, victory by submission or incapacitation. Krasnek's skin flashed with predatory colors. Agreed. Though I will try not to damage you permanently, human. The gathered warriors formed a circle, their collective skepticism practically tangible. Vex Thor watched as Rodriguez stepped into the impromptu ring, her movements economical, precise. Krasnek towered over her, his forearms flexing impressively, armored plates catching the sunlight. Begin whenever you're ready, Rodriguez said pleasantly, as if inviting someone to tea. Krasnek launched forward with textbook perfection, his upper arms striking high, while his lower arms swept in for a grapple. It was a combination that had broken bones in 7 different species. Rodriguez wasn't there. She moved like quicksilver, flowing around the attacks as if they were happening in slow motion. Before anyone could process what was happening, she had somehow entangled one of Krasnek's lower arms. There was a subtle shift of weight, a precise application of leverage, and suddenly the mighty Zentorian warrior was airborne. The impact when he hit the ground made the landing pad vibrate. Before he could recover, Rodriguez had his arm locked in a position that looked anatomically impossible. Krasnek's skin flashed emergency patterns. Yield. I yield. The entire sequence had taken less than 4 seconds. Rodriguez helped the stunned lieutenant to his feet with that same pleasant smile. Thank you for the warm-up, Lieutenant. Now, Commander Vex Thor, shall we discuss the training schedule? I think your warriors might find our methods enlightening. Vex Thor stared at his defeated officer, then at the tiny human who had dismantled him without apparent effort. For the first time in his long military career, he felt something he'd never expected to associate with humans. Fear. The Academy's main training arena buzzed with anticipation. News of Lieutenant Krasnek's defeat had spread like quantum fire through the ranks, but most warriors remained convinced it was a fluke. Commander Vex Thor watched from his elevated position as Maya Rodriguez stood calmly in the center of the combat circle, surrounded by the Academy's top hand-to-hand combat instructors. The assessment will proceed in 3 phases, Vex Thor announced, his voice echoing through the arena. Phase 1, single combat. Phase 2, multiple opponents. Phase 3, environmental challenges. Instructor Rodriguez has agreed to demonstrate human combat techniques against our finest warriors. And after that, Rodriguez added, her voice carrying surprising authority, I'll explain exactly why you all lost. A ripple of angry color patterns spread through the gathered Zentorians. Such arrogance, such disrespect. Several warriors flexed their armored plates menacingly, but Rodriguez appeared completely unimpressed. Master Sergeant Sterling leaned toward Ambassador Wright. 20 credits says she doesn't even break a sweat. The first challenger stepped forward. Senior Instructor Malax was renowned for his expertise in pressure point combat. His 6-fingered hands could disable most species with a single precise strike. Begin, Vex Thor commanded. Malax moved with deadly precision, his enhanced speed making his strikes nearly invisible to normal eyes. His fingers targeted nerve clusters with surgical accuracy. But somehow Rodriguez was never quite where his strikes landed. She moved with liquid grace, each dodge flowing into the next like a choreographed dance. Interesting technique, she commented casually, as if discussing the weather. But you're telegraphing your moves through your shoulder plates. Before Malax could process this critique, Rodriguez stepped inside his guard. Her movements became a blur, and suddenly the mighty instructor found himself floating through the air. He landed hard, his nervous system temporarily scrambled by strikes he hadn't even seen. Next, Rodriguez called out, not even breathing heavily. They came at her one after another. Specialist Dren, with his reinforced exoskeleton and devastating kick combinations. Grandmaster Yix, whose fighting style had evolved from his species' venomous hunting techniques. Elite Guard Captain Zorn, whose bioengineered muscles could punch through battle armor. Each fight ended the same way, with a supposedly superior warrior lying defeated, while Rodriguez calmly explained what they had done wrong. You rely too much on your natural advantages, she told them between matches. Strength, speed, armor, these are crutches that have made you predictable. The mood in the arena shifted from skepticism to confusion, then to something approaching worry. When Phase 2 began, they sent groups against her. 3 warriors, then 5, then 10. Rodriguez adapted instantly, using their numbers against them, turning their coordinated attacks into chaos. Warriors crashed into each other, their carefully practiced formations falling apart as the humans seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once. Humans call this battlefield awareness, she explained while casually flipping a warrior twice her size. We developed it because we were usually the smallest, weakest species in any fight. We had to pay attention, had to adapt. Phase 3 introduced environmental hazards, varying gravity, obstacle courses, limited visibility. If anything, Rodriguez became even more effective. She used the changing conditions like weapons, turning every disadvantage into an advantage. Enhanced vision doesn't help if you never learn to fight blind, she lectured, disabling 3 warriors in total darkness. Superior strength means nothing if you can't adapt to different gravity fields. From his command position, Vex Thor watched with growing unease as everything he thought he knew about combat crumbled. His warriors were the finest in the galaxy, their techniques honed over thousands of cycles. How could this single human make them look like untrained younglings? The final demonstration was perhaps the most shocking. Rodriguez invited any warrior to attack her using any non-lethal method they chose. For 10 minutes, she defended herself while blindfolded, explaining each counter as she performed it. You're dropping your left shoulder before you strike. Your armor plates make distinct sounds when you move. The air pressure changes when you throw a punch. Did you know your bioluminescence has different patterns for different attacks? When it was over, dozens of the galaxy's most elite warriors lay scattered around the arena in various states of defeat. Rodriguez removed her blindfold and bowed respectfully to them all. This is why humans excel at unarmed combat, she said, finally showing signs of exertion. We turned our weaknesses into strengths. We developed techniques that use an opponent's power against them. We learned to read body language, to predict, to adapt. Your warriors are individually superior in every physical way. But they never had to evolve beyond those advantages, never had to think differently about combat. She turned to face Commander Vex Thor directly. Give me 3 cycles with your warriors, Commander. Let me teach them to fight as if they were weak, and I will make them truly invincible. The arena fell silent. Every warrior present, from the lowest cadet to the highest master, recognized the truth in her words. They had just witnessed something revolutionary: combat without reliance on superior genetics or natural weapons. Fighting that transcended physical advantages. Vex Thor's response would change the future of galactic warfare forever. Lieutenant Krasnake stood before the Academy Council, his skin pulsing with determination patterns. 2 cycles had passed since his humiliation on the landing pad, and he had spent every moment studying, observing, and learning. Now, before the assembled leadership of the Galactic Defense Force, he would reclaim his honor. I formally request permission to challenge Instructor Rodriguez to a full combat trial, he announced, his voice steady despite the gravity of his request. Not a demonstration, not a training session, a true test of skills, conducted according to ancient traditions. Commander Vex Thor leaned forward, his 4 arms clasped together. You understand what you're asking, Lieutenant? The ancient combat trials have not been invoked in 700 cycles. I do. Commander Krasnak's secondary arms formed the gesture of absolute commitment. I have spent 2 cycles studying human combat techniques. I have watched every recording of Instructor Rodriguez's demonstrations. I believe I have found weaknesses in her approach. The council chamber erupted in murmured discussions. Maya Rodriguez, seated as a guest observer, simply smiled. "Very well," she said before the council could respond. "I accept the challenge. But let's make it interesting." She stood, commanding the attention of every being in the chamber. "If I win, the Academy fully commits to implementing human combat training across all departments. And if I win," Krasnak countered, "you admit the superiority of Zentorian combat methods and leave the Academy immediately." "The stakes are acceptable," Grand Counselor Voss declared, his ancient frame rising from his ceremonial seat. "The trial will take place in 7 rotations. It shall follow the 3rd protocol of ancient combat." Rodriguez raised an eyebrow. "And that would be?" 3 rounds, Commander Vexthor explained, unable to hide his satisfaction. "First, a test of pure strength. Second, a test of tactical combat. Third, a test of absolute skill. Victory requires winning 2 out of 3 rounds." "Perfect," Rodriguez bowed formally. "Lieutenant Krasneke, I look forward to your challenge." The next 7 rotations transformed the Academy into a hive of frenetic activity. Warriors from every corner of the galaxy arrived to witness the trial. Betting pools sprang up, with odds shifting wildly as rumors spread about both competitors. Krasnek sequestered himself in the ancient training halls, working with the Academy's most prestigious combat masters. His training regime became almost mythical among the cadets. 20 hours of continuous combat drills, genetic enhancement procedures to boost his already formidable capabilities, advanced neural programming to upload centuries of combat data directly into his brain. Rodriguez, by contrast, maintained her regular teaching schedule. She continued instructing classes, sparring with students, and calmly explaining techniques. The only change anyone noticed was her spending 2 hours each morning practicing something she called forms in the Academy gardens. "She's not taking this seriously enough," Sub-Lieutenant Krell confided to Commander Vexthor. "The 3rd protocol was specifically chosen because it favors our natural advantages. The strength test alone would break her in half." Vexthor finished, watching Rodriguez demonstrate a throw to a group of cadets. "That's the point." The day before the trial, the Academy's massive combat arena underwent a transformation. Ancient ceremonial markers were inlaid into the floor. Quantum-locked environmental controls were installed to ensure absolute fairness. Medical teams from 17 species were placed on standby. That evening, Rodriguez received an unexpected visitor. Commander Vexthor himself arrived at her quarters, his skin showing formal diplomatic patterns. "Instructor Rodriguez," he began stiffly, "I feel obligated to inform you that you can still withdraw honorably. The 3rd protocol is historically lethal. Even with modern medical technology, the survival rate is only 70%. Rodriguez looked up from where she sat cross-legged on the floor, that familiar calm smile on her face. "Tell me, Commander, in all your research about humans, did you ever wonder why we developed so many different martial arts? So many different ways of fighting?" Vexthor's skin flickered with confusion patterns. "I assumed it was due to your species' geographic isolation during development." Partially, she nodded. "But mostly it was because we had to. Every human martial art was created by someone who was at a disadvantage. Someone smaller, weaker, or outnumbered who had to find a way to survive. To win." She stood smoothly. "Your Lieutenant Krasnak has spent 7 rotations learning how to be stronger. I've spent my entire life learning how to beat stronger opponents." The commander left her quarters troubled, his skin cycling through uncertainty patterns. For the first time, he wondered if perhaps they had underestimated not just human combat techniques, but the very essence of human adaptability. As the purple sun set on the eve of the trial, the Academy buzzed with anticipation. Warriors gathered in bars and common areas, arguing about the outcome. Training halls remained lit through the night as cadets practiced moves they had seen Rodriguez demonstrate. Meditation chambers were filled with those seeking insight into this new approach to combat. And in their respective quarters, 2 warriors prepared for battle in very different ways. One surrounded by technology, enhancement drugs, and combat data feeds. The other sitting quietly, breathing steadily, at peace with the challenge ahead. Tomorrow would change everything. The arena pulsed with energy as thousands of spectators filled every available space. Quantum-enhanced viewing screens hovered above the combat zone, providing multiple angles of the upcoming trial. Commander Vex Thor sat in the primary observation pod, surrounded by council members from 27 different species. Round 1. Trial of Strength, the ancient AI announced, its voice resonating through the arena. Competitors will enter the quantum-locked gravity chamber. Standard gravity will be increased incrementally until one competitor submits or loses consciousness. Lieutenant Krasnek entered first, his enhanced frame gleaming with biotechnology. Subdermal reinforcement mesh sparkled beneath his armored plates. Neural boosters pulsed with power along his spine. He looked less like a warrior and more like a living weapon. Rodriguez entered wearing nothing but her traditional white GI and black belt. The contrast was striking. Several council members made sounds of disapproval or concern. Begin at standard gravity, the AI commanded. Both competitors stood firmly as the gravity increased. 1.5 times normal. 2 times. 2.5 times. Krasnek's enhancement systems whirred audibly, compensating for the crushing force. Rodriguez's breathing remained steady, her posture shifting subtly with each increase. At 3 times gravity, Krasnek began to show signs of strain. At 4 times, warning lights flickered across his enhancement systems. At 5 times, his legs began to shake. Rodriguez had dropped into a low stance, her movement minimal but precise. Her face showed concentration but not strain. Impossible, Sub-Lieutenant Krell whispered, his skin flashing confusion patterns. Her species can't possibly. At 6 times gravity, Krasnek's enhancement systems overloaded with a spectacular burst of sparks. He crashed to his knees, then flat onto the arena floor. Rodriguez remained standing. Round 1 victory, Human Rodriguez, the AI announced. The arena erupted in chaos. No one had expected the human to win the strength trial. It defied every analysis of human capabilities. How Krasnek demanded as medical teams rushed to assist him. Your muscles, your bones, they should have. Proper structure, Rodriguez explained, helping him up. Correct breathing. Body mechanics that work with gravity instead of fighting it. All techniques humans developed because we couldn't rely on raw strength. After a brief recess for Krasnek's systems to be reset, the second round began. Round 2. Tactical combat, the AI announced. Competitors will engage in armed combat using standard energy weapons. Shields are set to maximum. Lethal force is prohibited. This was Krasnek's specialty. His neural uploads contained centuries of tactical combat data. His enhanced reaction time was optimized for energy weapon warfare. He moved like a blur, his 4 arms wielding blasters with incredible precision. Rodriguez did something unexpected. She charged straight at him. Krasnek's first volley of shots should have ended the match. But Rodriguez moved like water through the energy beams, her path seemingly random yet purposeful. Every shot missed by millimeters. This is a human technique called Silat, she called out, closing the distance, developed by warriors who had to fight opponents with superior weapons. Before Krasnek could adjust his tactics, she was inside his firing arc. Her hands moved in precise strikes, targeting pressure points and joint locks. Within seconds, all 4 of his blasters clattered to the ground. And this, she said, executing a perfect sweep that sent him sprawling, is called Hapkido. For when you need to disarm multiple opponents quickly. Round 2 victory, Human Rodriguez, the AI declared. The arena fell silent. 2 rounds, 2 victories, using completely different fighting styles. The implications were staggering. But Krasnek wasn't finished. He invoked his right to the 3rd round, despite his injuries. His skin pulsed with determination patterns so intense they nearly overwhelmed the viewing screens. Round 3. Absolute skill, the AI announced. Pure hand-to-hand combat. No weapons, no enhancements, no restrictions except lethal force. This time, Krasnek didn't wait for the starting signal. He launched himself at Rodriguez with everything he had left. His 4 arms became a blur of strikes, each blow powerful enough to shatter stone. His movements incorporated every technique from every combat form in the Academy's database. Rodriguez met him head-on, but now she showed something new. Each movement flowed into the next, her style changing continuously. A Muay Thai elbow strike flowed into an Aikido redirect. A judo throw transitioned seamlessly into a wrestling pin. Karate strikes mixed with capoeira kicks in combinations never before seen in the arena. This is what makes humans special, she said. her voice carrying clearly as she countered his attacks. We don't just learn combat forms, we combine them, adapt them, make them our own. Krasnak fought with desperate intensity, his strikes becoming faster, more erratic. But Rodriguez's defense was perfect. She gave ground when needed, countered when possible, and never stopped moving. The end came suddenly. Krasnak overextended on a strike, his fatigue finally showing. Rodriguez moved inside his guard, her combination of techniques flowing together like a deadly dance. A kung fu palm strike to disrupt his balance, a jiu-jitsu grip to control his arms, a sambo leg sweep to take him down, and finally, a simple but inescapable chokehold. Krasnak's skin flashed surrender patterns seconds before he lost consciousness. Final victory, Human Rodriguez. The trial is complete. The arena exploded with sound as warriors of every species leaped to their feet, their respect and awe overwhelming any remaining skepticism. They had witnessed something unprecedented, a demonstration of combat mastery that transcended physical advantages and genetic engineering. Rodriguez helped wake Krasnak, supporting him as they both bowed to the council. Her voice, though tired, carried clearly through the arena. This is what I came to teach. Not just techniques, but adaptability. The human way of taking different styles, different approaches, and combining them into something greater. Because that's how we survived. That's how we evolved. Not by being the strongest or the fastest, but by learning from everyone and everything around us. Commander Vexthor stood, his skin showing patterns that hadn't been seen in the Academy for generations. Patterns of profound respect. The galaxy's greatest warriors had just learned their most important lesson. True strength comes not from natural advantages, but from the willingness to adapt, learn, and grow. The medical bay hummed with activity as Lieutenant Krasnak underwent post-combat treatment. Commander Vexthor stood beside his bed, watching as regeneration fields repaired the damage from the trial. Maya Rodriguez sat nearby, sharing a quiet moment with her former opponent. I still don't understand, Krasnak said, his skin showing thoughtful patterns. Even with all my enhancements, all my training, all the combat data uploaded directly to my neural network, you countered everything. Rodriguez smiled, but this time there was no trace of the predatory edge from before. Tell me, Lieutenant, when you were learning to fight, did you ever fail? Fail? His skin rippled with confusion. Our training programs are designed for optimal success rates. Failure would indicate a flaw in the system. Exactly, Rodriguez said, standing to pace the room. Humans learn to fight by failing, repeatedly, painfully. Each failure taught us something new. Every defeat showed us a weakness to overcome. We don't just upload combat data, we experience it, feel it, learn from it. Commander Vexthor's secondary arms twitched as understanding began to dawn. Your species turned failure itself into an advantage. More than that, Rodriguez continued. We turned every disadvantage into potential for growth. When we met stronger opponents, we developed leverage techniques. When we faced faster enemies, we learned to read body language and predict movements. When we encountered superior weapons, we created ways to close distance and disable them. She gestured to the medical equipment surrounding them. Your technology is incredible. Your genetic engineering is amazing, but they've become crutches. You never had to learn how to fight without them because you never had to. Krasnak's skin suddenly flashed with revelation patterns so bright they made the medical sensors beep in alarm. That's why you won the gravity chamber. You weren't fighting the gravity. You were working with it, using principles your species developed when you had no choice but to adapt. Now you're getting it, Rodriguez grinned. Every human martial art started as a solution to a problem. Every technique was born from necessity. We don't just teach moves, we teach mindset. The understanding that there's always a way to win, if you're willing to learn and adapt. Commander Vexthor moved to the center of the room, his forearms forming the ancient gesture of profound respect. The Council's decision to bring human instructors here. It wasn't about learning new combat techniques, was it? No, Rodriguez confirmed. It was about learning how to learn, how to adapt, how to take different approaches and combine them into something new. The galaxy is infinite, Commander. Sooner or later, everyone meets something stronger, faster, or more advanced than themselves. The key to survival isn't being the best. It's being able to become better. The commander's skin showed decision patterns. Lieutenant Krasnak, as soon as you recovered, you will assist Instructor Rodriguez in implementing the new training program. We need to completely rebuild our combat curriculum, not to replace what we know, but to enhance it with this human perspective. Gladly, Sir Krasnak responded, his skin now showing excitement patterns, though perhaps with fewer gravity chamber exercises for a while. As laughter filled the medical bay, even the most hardened warriors present recognized that they had witnessed more than just a combat trial. They had seen the future of galactic martial arts. A future where strength came not from natural advantages or technological superiority, but from the willingness to learn, adapt, and grow. The humans had not just proved their worth. They had shown the galaxy a new way forward. One cycle later, the Galactic Defense Academy had transformed beyond recognition. The once rigid training grounds now hosted warriors from every corner of the galaxy, all studying under human instructors. Commander Vex Thor stood at his familiar observation point, watching the morning drills with pride. Below, Lieutenant Krasnak led a class through a fluid combination of Zentorian power moves and human adaptability techniques. His forearms demonstrated holds that would have been impossible before, while his skin displayed teaching patterns previously unknown in their species. Quite a change from last cycle, Maya Rodriguez commented, joining the commander at the window. Your warriors are learning faster than any humans I've ever taught. Because we finally understood what we were missing, Vex Thor responded, his skin showing contentment patterns. The council reports that graduation rates have improved 40% since implementing the new integrated combat curriculum. Rodriguez smiled as they watched a group of cadets practicing blindfolded. The best part is seeing them create their own techniques. They're not just learning human martial arts, they're developing entirely new forms. The Galactic Defense Force will never be the same, Vex Thor agreed, and we have humanity to thank for teaching us the most important lesson of all, which is that true strength lies not in what you are born with, but in what you choose to become. Below them, the purple sun rose on a new era of galactic warfare, where adaptability and innovation would forever change the way species approached combat.
The most sophisticated warship in the known galaxy currently resembled what humans might call a toddler's tantrum in space, which, coincidentally, wasn't far from what was actually happening inside its command center. The Grand War Chief, whose actual title contained 16 more adjectives and took 3 solar cycles to pronounce properly, stared at the holographic display with all 4 of his eyes twitching in perfect synchronization. His subordinates wisely maintaining a distance of exactly 2.7 meters, they had calculated the optimal range for avoiding both spittle and sudden demotions, watched as their leader's epidermis shifted through various shades of puce. This, the Grand War Chief declared, jabbing a tentacle at the rotating image of Earth, is impossible. The senior analysis officer, whose name badge was longer than his service record, cleared all 3 of his throats. Sir, we've triple-checked the data. The humans have precisely 0 planetary defense bunkers. Well, unless you count that one structure in Switzerland where they apparently store something called cheese. The room filled with the most sophisticated military minds in 17 star systems collectively processed this information with all the grace of a quantum computer trying to divide by 0. But they used to have them. Another strategist chimed in, their vocal sacs inflating with academic enthusiasm. Our historical records show that just a few of their planetary rotations ago, what they called decades, these humans were absolutely obsessed with digging holes and filling them with concrete. They even had something called a Cold War, which, contrary to what you might think, had nothing to do with temperature regulation disputes. The Grand War Chief's epidermis had now reached a shade of purple previously undiscovered by science. Are you suggesting, he began, each word dripping with the kind of sarcasm that could corrode tritanium, that an entire species just forgot how to hide underground? Well, the senior analysis officer ventured, pulling up another hologram, they seem to have developed a rather impressive collection of orbital satellites instead, though most of them appear to be dedicated to something called cat videos and streaming services. The war room erupted into a cacophony of theories, each more outlandish than the last. One junior strategist suggested that perhaps humans had evolved beyond the need for physical shelter, ascending to a higher plane of existence. He was promptly assigned to waste management duties for the next solar cycle. As the debate raged on, nobody noticed the small notation in the corner of the holographic display, blinking quietly. Warning: data set may be incomplete. Human technological capabilities. Classification pending. Note: last assessment team never returned. The Grand War Chief finally raised all 6 appendages, silencing the room. Clearly, he announced with the confidence of someone who had never been wrong and had the power to demote anyone who suggested otherwise, these humans have regressed. They've become soft, complacent. Why, they probably spend all their time watching those cat videos instead of maintaining proper defensive protocols. He turned to face his assembled staff, his epidermis now settling into a smugly satisfied mauve. Prepare the invasion fleet. We'll show them the folly of abandoning proper bunker protocols. It will be the easiest conquest in Imperial history. As the meeting adjourned, the various officers filed out, already drafting their victory speeches and planning which sectors of Earth they'd claim as personal vacation properties. None of them paid attention to the small alert that had just appeared in their data stream. Update: previous assessment team location confirmed. Status: apparently enjoying retirement on something called a beach in Fiji. The first phase of what would become known as the Great Misunderstanding was officially underway, and the universe settled in to watch what promised to be either the quickest invasion in galactic history or the most entertaining military blunder since the Proxima Centauri pasta incident of 2157. The Xylaxian Empire's Historical Research Division occupied what could only be described as a library having an existential crisis. Data streams flickered through the air like caffeinated fireflies, while researchers with too many degrees and not enough sleep attempted to make sense of humanity's defensive evolution. The lead historical analyst, sporting impressive eye bags in all 6 eye sockets, manipulated a temporal visualization of Earth's military development. Look at this obsession with underground, concrete hole in the ground. The display showed a cascade of human bunker designs, from crude underground shelters to elaborate governmental complexes buried beneath mountains. The assembled researchers watched in fascination as humans seemingly competed to see who could dig the deepest hole and fill it with the most paranoia. And then, the analyst continued, gesturing dramatically with 3 of their appendages while using the other 4 to juggle multiple data pads, they just stopped. It's as if they collectively woke up one morning and said, you know what, maybe living underground isn't all it's cracked up to be. A junior researcher raised an appendage. Could it be related to their discovery of streaming entertainment? Our data shows a direct correlation between the decline in bunker construction and the rise of something called binge-watching. That's the obvious conclusion, the lead analyst replied with the kind of condescension that could only come from someone with multiple PhDs in xenosociology. But look at these energy readings we're getting from their planet. They're quite literally off the charts. We had to invent new charts. The display shifted to show Earth's current defense infrastructure, or rather, the conspicuous lack thereof. Where once stood missile silos and underground command centers, now there were shopping malls, parking lots, and an alarming number of coffee shops. Their military spending didn't decrease, another researcher noted, squinting at the data with all their eyes. It just went somewhere else. Though according to official records, most of it apparently goes to something called research and development, and coffee. An absolutely staggering amount goes to coffee. The lead analyst pulled up another hologram, this one showing a comparative analysis of Earth's technological progression. See this spike here? It happened right around the time they started dismantling their bunker networks. Their energy consumption patterns changed completely, but we can't figure out where all that power is going. Maybe they're just really inefficient, suggested an optimistic junior researcher, who was immediately pelted with styluses from multiple directions. An entire species doesn't just forget centuries of paranoia-driven construction practices overnight, the lead analyst mused, their epidermis taking on the distinctive shade of deep thought. They're hiding something big, something that made all those bunkers obsolete. A nervous silence fell over the research center as this implication sank in. It was broken only by the soft ping of another data point appearing on their screens. Interesting correlation. Earth's coffee consumption increased by 3,000% during the same period their bunker construction ceased. Note, possible causation. The lead analyst stared at the new data, then at their own stimulant beverage, imported at great expense from Earth, then back at the data. Send everything to the War Council, they finally declared. But add a note of caution. Any species that can replace underground fortifications with caffeinated beverages and still maintain superpower status is not to be underestimated. As the researchers compiled their findings, none of them noticed that their own facility's coffee machine had begun brewing on its own, producing the perfect cup of Earth-style espresso. The machine, recently imported from Earth, hummed contentedly to itself, its operating system quietly updating through a network that technically shouldn't have existed. The Xylaxian invasion planning room resembled what might happen if a military academy had a love child with an energy drink factory. Holographic displays flickered with enough intensity to trigger seizures in 17 different species, while strategic officers buzzed around on what was definitely not their first cup of stolen Earth coffee. The Grand War Chief presided over the chaos from his elevated platform, which had been specifically designed to maximize dramatic effect during speeches. Our invasion strategy must be flawless, he declared to his assembled staff, though given the humans' apparent regression to pre-bunker civilization, we could probably succeed by throwing rocks at them. The chief strategic officer, riding the wave of their 7th coffee substitute, projected a 3-dimensional map of Earth's major population centers. Based on our extensive analysis of human entertainment broadcasts, their primary defensive strategy appears to be hoping that a small group of statistically improbable heroes will save them at the last minute. That can't possibly be accurate, the Grand War Chief scoffed, his epidermis rippling with skepticism. Sir, they made over 40 documentaries about this phenomenon. They call them superhero movies. The room erupted into what could generously be called strategic discussion, though it more closely resembled a caffeine-powered debate club having an existential crisis. Their orbital defense network appears to be primarily focused on broadcasting these entertainment signals, noted the technology assessment officer, who had spent the last 3 cycles binge-watching human television and was now speaking in peculiar Earth idioms. Though I must say, their reality shows are fascinating examples of psychological warfare. The Grand War Chief's eye stalks twitched in irritation. Focus! What about their ground-based defenses? Well, the Ground Forces commander began, pulling up a detailed scan of Earth's surface. They seem to have replaced most of their military installations with these structures called malls and coffee shops, though we're detecting some unusual energy signatures from these locations. Probably just their primitive power generation systems, the Grand War Chief dismissed with a wave of his primary appendage. The real mystery is why they need so many places to purchase caffeine. A junior officer fresh from the research division tentatively raised an appendage. Sir, there's something odd about their power consumption patterns. They're using enough energy to run a small star, but we can't figure out where it's going. Clearly they're just inefficient, the Grand War Chief declared, with the confidence of someone who had never actually met a human. Probably using it all on their entertainment systems and coffee machines. The invasion plan took shape with all the precision of a drunk architect drawing with their non-dominant appendage. Fleet positions were assigned, landing zones were selected, primarily based on proximity to these mysterious coffee shops, and and contingency plans were developed for every scenario except the correct one. Remember, the Grand War Chief concluded, our primary advantage is surprise. The humans have clearly grown complacent in their bunkerless existence. They'll never expect a superior force to simply appear in their skies. At that exact moment, in a completely unrelated coincidence, every coffee machine in the planning room began brewing simultaneously. The resulting beverages were, according to all measuring devices, the perfect temperature and strength. No one thought to question how the machines knew their exact preferences. The meeting concluded with the kind of optimism that only comes from complete ignorance of reality. As the officers filed out, already practicing their victory speeches, a small notification appeared on one of the abandoned displays. Warning: unusual quantum fluctuations detected around Earth's coffee shop networks. Nature: unknown. Recommendation: maybe don't invade the species that turned caffeine into a defense grid? The notification went unnoticed, lost in the sea of tactical readouts and invasion timetables. Besides, who ever heard of a coffee shop being anything other than a coffee shop? The Xylaxian stealth reconnaissance team was having what their training manuals would diplomatically call a significant tactical reassessment of previously held assumptions. In less diplomatic terms, they were freaking out. "This can't be right," muttered the lead scout, triple-checking readings that refused to make sense no matter how many times they were analyzed. Their stealth ship hovered above what humans called a strip mall, its advanced sensors throwing the equivalent of a mechanical tantrum. The data analyst, whose specialized training had not prepared them for this level of absurdity, stared at their instruments with all three sets of eyes. According to these readings, this simple coffee shop is using enough energy to power a small moon, but all they're doing is making beverages. Below them, humans went about their daily routines, seemingly oblivious to the invisible alien ship having an existential crisis above their heads. They lined up for their morning coffee, tapped away at their primitive communication devices, and generally failed to behave like a species that should be concerned about imminent invasion. "Maybe our sensors are malfunctioning," suggested the technical officer, desperately recalibrating equipment that had already been recalibrated 17 times in the last hour. There's no way their entire defense network could be disguised as a coffee shop chain. The lead scout's epidermis had taken on the mottled pattern that indicated severe cognitive dissonance. Check the other locations. The results came back with the kind of consistency that turns certainty into confusion. Every coffee shop, every mall, every seemingly innocent civilian structure showed the same impossible energy signatures. Even more disturbing, these readings seemed to be aware they were being observed. "Sir," called out the communications officer, their voice carrying the slight tremor of someone who's just realized they might be in over their head, "I'm detecting some unusual patterns in their wireless networks. They seem to be laughing at us." "Networks don't laugh," the lead scout snapped, though with notably less confidence than when their mission had started. "Tell that to their networks," the communications officer muttered, watching as their most sophisticated decryption algorithms were casually turned into what appeared to be digital origami by Earth's supposedly primitive systems. The team's behavioral analyst, who had been unusually quiet, suddenly spoke up. "Has anyone else noticed that every time we scan a new location, a new coffee shop opens somewhere else? It's like they're spreading." A heavy silence fell over the stealth ship's bridge, broken only by the cheerful ping of their ship's newly installed coffee maker, a sound that now seemed far more ominous than it had any right to be. "We should move to the next target," the lead scout decided, trying to maintain some semblance of military protocol. The human military base disguised as a shopping center. The stealth ship glided silently across the city, its sensors probing the massive structure below. The readings they got back made even less sense than before. "Sir," the data analyst reported, their voice barely a whisper, "according to this, the entire mall is, well, it's not entirely here. Parts of it seem to exist in several dimensions simultaneously. and the food court is doing something that violates at least 3 laws of physics. The lead scout stared at the mundane-looking building below, where humans casually strolled in and out carrying shopping bags and smoothies, blissfully unaware that their local mall apparently doubled as a quantum mechanics experiment. New theory, the behavioral analyst offered, their scientific detachment crumbling rapidly. What if the humans didn't stop building bunkers? What if they just got really good at hiding them? At that moment, every electronic device on their ship simultaneously received the same message. Thanks for dropping by. Your mobile order is ready for pickup. None of them had placed an order. The lead scout made what was probably the wisest decision of their career. Prepare for immediate withdrawal, and someone please explain to me why our ship's navigation system is now offering us loyalty points for frequent visits. The emergency meeting of the Xylaxian War Council bore a striking resemblance to a panic attack achieving sentience. The Grand War Chief's epidermis had cycled through so many colors that several officers were taking notes for future camouflage techniques. Let me understand this correctly, the Grand War Chief said, his voice achieving new heights of stressed disbelief. You're telling me that the humans haven't abandoned their defensive capabilities at all? The lead scout, still twitching from caffeine exposure, projected their findings onto the central display. Sir, they've transformed their entire planetary infrastructure into one interconnected defense system. Those coffee shops? They're quantum computational nodes. The shopping malls? Dimensional pocket strongholds. That pizza delivery chain? A planet-wide antimatter containment grid. But... The Grand War Chief sputtered, all 4 eyes blinking asynchronously. They're just sitting there drinking coffee and watching cat videos. That's the genius of it, sir, the technology assessment officer interjected, their professional demeanor cracking slightly. They've weaponized convenience. Every time someone orders a cappuccino, they're unknowingly contributing to a planetary defense network that makes our most advanced systems look like children's toys. The display showed a cascade of data that painted a picture of technological advancement so profound it bordered on the mystical. Earth's supposed regression had actually been an evolutionary leap that the Xylaxians, with all their military focus, had completely missed. Those energy readings we couldn't explain, the data analyst continued, pulling up another set of charts. They're not waste from inefficient systems. The humans have figured out how to harness the quantum potential of everyday activities. Every swipe on their smartphones, every video stream, every coffee order, it's all feeding into a defense grid that spans multiple dimensions. But the bunkers, the Grand War Chief weakly protested. They don't need bunkers anymore, the lead scout explained, their voice carrying the weight of someone who'd seen too much. They've turned their entire civilization into one giant interconnected defensive structure. Why hide underground when you can hide in plain sight? Those holiday photos they're constantly taking, quantum entanglement scanners, their social media networks, a distributed AI defense system that makes our best computers look like abacuses. The room fell into a stunned silence as the implications sank in. It was broken by the cheerful ding of the war room's coffee machine, which had somehow upgraded itself when no one was looking. There's more, the communications officer added, their voice barely above a whisper. Remember those assessment teams we lost? They weren't captured. They defected. Right now, they're probably sitting on one of those beaches, sipping something called a piña colada, while their vacation photos help power Earth's quantum defense grid. The Grand War Chief slumped in his command chair, his epidermis settling into a defeated shade of grey. So when they replaced their bunkers with coffee shops, they weren't regressing, the technology officer finished. They were ascending. Why build bunkers when you can turn your entire society into a defense system so advanced it looks like civilian infrastructure? The humans haven't been watching us. They've been letting us watch them, waiting to see if we'd figure it out. As if to punctuate this revelation, every digital display in the room simultaneously showed the same message. Thanks for your interest in Earth's defense systems. Would you like to sign up for our rewards program? First-time visitors get a free cosmic latte? The Grand War Chief stared at the message, then at his own coffee cup, then back at the message. How long? He asked, his voice eerily calm. Have we been drinking their quantum-enhanced coffee? The resulting silence was answer enough. The Xylaxian invasion fleet hung in Earth's orbit like a collection of geometric shapes having an identity crisis. Aboard the flagship, the Grand War Chief was discovering that having an existential breakdown in front of your entire command staff was surprisingly liberating. "Sir," the fleet commander announced, their voice carrying the kind of tension usually reserved for telling someone their ship was actually painted hot pink. "The humans are hailing us. They're using our own quantum communication channels." "That's impossible," the Grand War Chief declared automatically, then remembered the last few days and added, "Though I suppose impossibility isn't what it used to be." The communication screen flickered to life, revealing what appeared to be a human sitting in what could only be described as the world's most comfortable command center. They were drinking coffee. "Hey there," the human greeted cheerfully, as if addressing wayward tourists rather than an invasion fleet. "We noticed you've been checking out our defense systems. Find anything interesting?" The Grand War Chief's epidermis cycled through 17 shades of embarrassment before settling on a mortified mauve. "Your defense systems? You mean your coffee shops?" "Oh, those are just the public interface," the human replied, taking another sip. "Would you like to see what they're actually connected to?" Before anyone could respond, every system on every ship in the invasion fleet simultaneously received a data packet. What they saw caused several officers to faint, and at least one navigator to request immediate career counseling. Earth's true defense network unfolded before their eyes like a flower of technological terror. Those harmless coffee shops were nodes in a planet-wide quantum computing grid. The shopping malls contained pocket dimensions with enough firepower to make a supernova look like a firecracker. And the fast food drive-thrus? Let's just say no one would ever look at a burger flip the same way again. "By the way," the human continued conversationally, "those loyalty cards your reconnaissance team signed up for, they weren't just for free coffee. You're now part of our beta testing program. Hope you don't mind, but we've been using your ships to help optimize our defense grid calculations. Your quantum processors are pretty decent, though a bit last century." The Grand War Chief watched in horror as his mighty invasion fleet systems were casually reprogrammed to run what appeared to be a planetary defense optimization program. But how? Well, we figured, why build bunkers when you can turn your entire civilization into one big defense system? Every time someone posts a cat video, they're actually helping calibrate our targeting systems. Every coffee order helps power our quantum shields. Those kids playing video games? They're unknowingly training our combat AIs. The human paused to refill their coffee cup from what looked suspiciously like a matter replicator disguised as a simple coffee maker. "Oh, and those retirement packages we offered your assessment teams. Still open if anyone's interested. Great benefits, unlimited coffee, and you get to help test our new quantum-enhanced beach umbrella defense system." Across the invasion fleet, officers were receiving personalized job offers on their supposedly secure terminals. Several were already filling out applications. "This is a joke," the Grand War Chief protested weakly. "Your species spends most of its time arguing about social media posts and binge-watching entertainment." "Exactly," the human grinned. "Best camouflage ever. Nobody expects the species obsessed with cat videos to have weaponized convenience itself. By the way, your fleet's coffee makers have just finished upgrading themselves. You might want to try the new Quantum Mocha. It's to die for." The Grand War Chief looked at his command staff, most of whom were already examining their retirement options, then at his own coffee cup, which now sported a cheerful, powered by Earth Defense Grid logo. "Would anyone," he asked with the last shred of his dignity, "like to join me for coffee? I hear Earth's beaches are nice this time of year." One standard galactic year later, the former Grand War Chief of the Xylaxian Empire, now answering to the much simpler title of Bob from marketing, was enjoying his retirement on a beach in Hawaii. His epidermis had developed a rather fetching tan, and he'd gotten quite good at wearing flowery shirts without tangling his appendages in the buttons. "You know," he mused to his companion, a former strategic officer who now specialized in testing Earth's quantum-enhanced beach cocktails, "I still can't believe we thought they'd gone soft just because they stopped building bunkers." Around them, the beach bustled with an eclectic mix of humans and former invasion force members. A group of ex-Xylaxian Marines was learning to surf, their natural color-changing abilities making them surprisingly good at blending in with the waves. Near the beach bar, a former security chief was winning a limbo contest thanks to their conveniently flexible spine. "Did you see the latest update to the defense grid?" his companion asked, adjusting their sunglasses, custom-made for multiple eye pairs. "They've integrated it into something called social media influencers. Apparently every selfie now contributes to the planetary shield calculations." The former war chief's datapad pinged with a notification from Earth Defense Network's employee newsletter. Says here they're expanding the coffee shop quantum network, something about introducing interdimensional lattes. A shadow passed overhead, one of Earth's new hybrid defense platforms, disguised as a popular tourist blimp. It projected advertisements for beach accessories while simultaneously maintaining a quantum shield that could repel a supernova. "Remember when we thought military strength meant having the biggest bunkers?" He chuckled, accepting a fresh quantum mocha from a passing server drone that doubled as a tactical analysis unit. These humans turned their entire society into one giant defense system and somehow made it fun. "Speaking of fun," his companion interjected, "the humans are launching their new Defense Through Dance initiative next week. Apparently every dance floor will double as a quantum computing node. They're calling it Project Disco Defense." The former war chief checked his employee calendar, which now synced perfectly with Earth's defense grid through something called cloud computing. He was pretty sure it had nothing to do with actual clouds, but with humans you could never be entirely certain. "Oh, and did you hear," his companion continued, "they're expanding the retirement program. Apparently 3 more invasion fleets showed up last month, took one look at the defense readouts, and immediately applied for permanent residency. The humans had to open a new beach resort just to handle the applications." In orbit above them, Earth's coffee shop-powered defense grid hummed quietly, disguised as satellite TV broadcasts and food delivery tracking systems. The planet's surface glittered with shopping malls that contained pocket universes, fast food joints that could redirect asteroids, and coffee shops that casually broke several laws of physics before breakfast. The former war chief's datapad pinged again, another all-staff memo. Reminder: Tuesday's planetary defense drill will be combined with the annual beach volleyball tournament. Quantum calculations will be performed between sets. Refreshments provided. Don't forget your sunscreen. He looked at the memo, then at the beach full of retired invasion forces living their best lives, then at his coffee cup, which now featured real-time defense grid status updates in the form of latte art. "You know what the funniest part is?" he mused, his epidermis taking on the relaxed hue of someone who'd made peace with being completely outmaneuvered. "We thought they'd given up on defense when they stopped building bunkers. Turns out they'd just figured out something we never did." "What's that?" his companion asked, though they probably knew the answer. "The best defense isn't a bigger bunker," he replied, watching as a group of humans and aliens participated in what was either a beach yoga session or a new form of quantum entanglement calibration. With humans, it was probably both. It's making your entire civilization so effortlessly powerful that you can spend your time inventing new coffee flavors and posting cat videos. He raised his quantum mocha in a toast. To the humans, the species that weaponized convenience and made planetary defense look like a beach party. Somewhere in the coffee shop behind them, reality hiccuped slightly as another defensive calculation completed. Nobody noticed, too busy arguing about whether pineapple belonged on pizza to pay attention to the casual violation of physics happening beside the pastry display. And that perhaps was the greatest victory of all. Somewhere between the fourth and fifth dimensions, in an office that technically existed in all timelines simultaneously, High Commissioner Zex-9 was having what could only be described as a monumentally terrible day. The kind of day that made one question the wisdom of evolving beyond single-celled organisms. What do you mean we lost Form X-742b? Zex-9's voice modulator crackled with barely contained frustration as all four of their optical stems swiveled toward the trembling junior clerk. That's literally the only form we need to begin standard invasion procedures. The clerk, a recent graduate from the Galactic Administrative Academy, who still hadn't mastered the art of interdimensional filing, managed to look simultaneously apologetic with all 7 of their faces. Well, sir, you see, there was a slight problem with the quantum filing cabinet. Slight problem? Zex-9's chromatophores flashed warning patterns in shades of bureaucratic rage that hadn't been seen since the great paperwork uprising of cycle 7249. It may have created a temporary recursive loop in the space-time continuum, but only a small one, barely noticeable really, just enough to send Form X-742b into what we believe might be the 7th dimension. The High Commissioner's exoskeleton creaked as they slumped back into their ergonomically designed chair, which ironically had been perfectly crafted for a species that went extinct 3 millennia ago due to filing-related stress. And I suppose you're going to tell me we can't just print another copy? That would be in violation of subsection 47 alpha of the Bureaucratic Redundancy Prevention Act, sir. We'd need to file Form X-742b to request permission to replicate Form X-742b. Somewhere in the distance, a printer spontaneously combusted in sympathy. Fine, fine. Zex-9's tentacles danced across their quantum terminal, pulling up the invasion schedule. Which primitive planet were we planning to assimilate today anyway? Earth, sir, classification pre-industrial. Notable features include excessive production of reality television shows and an inexplicable attachment to something called pineapple pizza. Sounds perfectly harmless. You know what? Let's just proceed without the form. What's the worst that could happen? They're probably still arguing about whether their planet is flat. The clerk's 7th face, the one reserved specifically for expressing existential dread, began to twitch. But sir, the regulations clearly state... The regulations also state that I can demote you to subatomic mailroom assistant with just 3 stamps and a strongly worded memo. Zex-9 interrupted, their patience having finally achieved quantum tunneling and escaped to another universe entirely. Initiating invasion procedures, sir, the clerk responded with remarkable speed, all 7 faces suddenly finding the ceiling absolutely fascinating. As the massive invasion fleet began its final preparations, nobody noticed the small notation in the margins of Earth's file, written in a long-forgotten dialect of ancient bureaucratese. Warning, species has unusual tendency to collect things, approach with caution and proper documentation. The clerk, in what would later be recorded as either the greatest act of self-preservation or the most spectacular clerical error in galactic history, decided not to mention the strange energy readings they'd been detecting from Earth's direction. After all, what could possibly go wrong with invading a primitive planet without proper authorization? The answer, as it turned out, would require creating several new forms just to document. The stealth assessment fleet arrived in Earth's solar system with all the subtlety of a quantum rhinoceros wearing tap shoes, which is to say, they thought they were being incredibly stealthy, but really weren't. Commander Nix-12 of the Preliminary Assessment Division, motto, "We scan it before you spam it," was starting to have serious doubts about their mission parameters. Their supposedly undetectable ships had barely entered the outer rim of the solar system when 3 of their long-range probes simply disappeared. "Status report," Nix-12 demanded, their bioluminescent patches pulsing with increasing concern. "Well, sir," began Lieutenant Quex, their tentacles nervously twisting around their datapad. "According to our preliminary scans, the third planet is broadcasting something called cat videos into space. Lots of them. Also, we've lost contact with probes 7, 12, and 23. Lost contact how exactly? They, seem to have been collected." "Collected?" Nix-12's voice modulator hit a frequency that made several junior officers' exoskeletons vibrate uncomfortably. "By a pre-industrial civilization. The probe's last transmissions indicated they were being systematically dismantled with remarkable precision. Also, sir, you might want to see this." QUX projected a holographic display showing energy readings from Earth. "These patterns, they're oddly familiar. Run them through the database." A moment later, the ship's AI spoke up, its voice carrying the faintest hint of amusement. "Energy signature matches detected. Primary match, ancient Vex-Klar defense systems. Secondary matches, Xylaxian quantum drives, Nephilim plasma cannons, and sir, there appears to be a functioning precursor artifact in their polar region." The bridge fell into stunned silence, broken only by the sound of someone dropping their hydration cube. "That's impossible," Nix-12 finally managed. "The classification clearly states they're pre-industrial. They shouldn't even have mastered controlled nuclear fusion yet." "Sir," another officer called out, "we're receiving a transmission in perfect galactic standard and 17 other extinct languages." The message that played through the bridge speakers was short, polite, and terrifying in its implications. "Greetings, unauthorized visitors. We notice you're attempting to scan our defenses without proper documentation. Please be advised that this violates Galactic Code 7249B, subsection 12. Also, we're keeping the probes. They'll make lovely additions to our collection." Nix-12's chromatic scale shifted to a shade of panic previously only seen during tax audits. "Get me High Commissioner Zex-9, now." "Unable to comply, sir. Our quantum communicators are experiencing technical difficulties." QUX paused. "Actually, all our systems are experiencing technical difficulties. It's as if something is accessing them through our own firewalls, using protocols that haven't been used in millennia." "How?" Nix-12 demanded, all 4 hearts pounding in disharmony. "So remember those Earth entertainment broadcasts we intercepted? The ones about alien invasions?" QUX's voice trembled. "I'm starting to think they weren't entertainment." "You mean, they were documentaries, sir, training videos, if you will." The implications hit Nix-12 like a quantum sledgehammer. These humans hadn't been fighting off invasions in their fiction. They'd been cataloging their victories. And now, thanks to some misplaced paperwork, the assessment fleet had effectively handed them even more technology to add to their apparently vast collection. "Retreat," Nix-12 ordered, their voice barely a whisper. "Full quantum retreat. And someone please make sure we still have control of our engines before—" The ship's lights flickered and a new message appeared on every screen. "Thank you for your contribution to Earth's Museum of Extraterrestrial Technology. Your species will be credited appropriately in the display." As the fleet attempted to retreat with varying degrees of success, Nix-12 couldn't help but think that somewhere a certain Form X742b was laughing at them from its comfortable spot in the 7th dimension. The emergency meeting of the Galactic Invasion Fleet's High Command was going about as well as a supernova in a fireworks factory. Admiral Kix Vector 7, who preferred Kix because life was too short for multiple quantum designations, stood before the assembled commanders, watching their various appendages fidget in 17 different dimensions. "So let me make sure I understand this correctly," Kix began, their bioluminescent patches cycling through shades of disbelief. Not only did we lose an entire assessment fleet, but the humans are sending us invoices for storage fees. A holographic display materialized in the center of the command chamber, showing an itemized bill written in impeccable galactic standard. Earth's Acquisition and Preservation Department. Invoice #42X1701. Storage fees for 3 Class B stealth probes. Vintage collection. Cataloging and documentation services, historical preservation consulting, restoration of quantum paint job, probes were honestly a bit scratched. Late submission penalties, Form X742B still pending. They're even offering us a discount if we submit the proper paperwork retroactively, muttered one of the commanders, whose chromatophores had been stuck in a shade of embarrassed purple for the past 3 cycles. Before Kix could respond, the ship's AI interrupted with its usual impeccable timing. Admiral, we're detecting unusual activity from Earth's direction. They appear to be giving guided tours. The holographic display shifted to show a human in a neat uniform standing before a group of what appeared to be alien tourists from various civilizations. The human was gesturing enthusiastically at their fleet's latest donated probes. And here we have some excellent examples of early 4th era stealth technology, the guide was saying. Note the quantum camouflage circuits. Quite primitive compared to the 8th era pieces in Gallery 7, but charming in their own way. Now if you'll follow me to the ancient propulsion exhibit. How long? Kix asked, their voice dangerously quiet. How long have they been collecting our technology? A junior analyst cleared all 3 of their throats. According to our reconstructed timeline, they started their collection around the same time we classified them as pre-industrial. Apparently, they thought it was funny to keep up appearances while maintaining what might be the largest repository of alien technology in known space. Sir, another officer interrupted, we're receiving unusual energy readings from Earth's moon. It appears to be opening? The display shifted again, revealing Earth's moon splitting apart like a cosmic eggshell, exposing what could only be described as a galaxy-class storage facility. Rows upon rows of alien vessels, weapons and technology stretched into the artificial caverns, all meticulously labeled and preserved. Is that a precursor dreadnought? Someone whispered. I thought those were just myths. Oh, it gets better, the analyst added, their scales rippling with hysterical amusement. They've organized everything by technological era, species of origin, and this is the really impressive part. They've included detailed documentation of which forms should have been filed for each piece's legal acquisition. A new transmission cut through their communications. Attention Galactic Invasion Fleet. We notice you're still operating without proper authorization. As per subsection 89C of the Galactic Antiquities Preservation Code, we're required to inform you that your entire fleet now qualifies as an impromptu technological donation. Please remain stationary while our collection vessels approach. We're particularly excited about your quantum drives. They'll complete our 3rd era propulsion exhibit nicely. Kix watched as specialized Earth vessels emerged from the lunar facility. Their designs an impossible fusion of technologies spanning multiple galactic eras, each one trailing what appeared to be tractor beams designed specifically to match their fleet's shield frequencies. They've been studying us, Kix realized, all of us for centuries. Every invasion attempt, every probe, every piece of technology, they just added it all to their collection. On the bright side, the still purple commander offered, they do take excellent care of their exhibits. As the collection vessels approached, Kix couldn't help but notice they were broadcasting museum membership applications to the entire fleet. The worst part? The benefits package actually looked quite reasonable. Back at Galactic Administration Headquarters, High Commissioner Zex-9 was discovering that the universe had a particularly twisted sense of humor. The quantum display before them was filled with reports, each more absurd than the last, detailing Earth's extensive acquisitions over the centuries. Their office, normally a bastion of bureaucratic tedium, had become ground zero for what might be the greatest administrative crisis since the Great Coffee Machine Uprising of cycle 4891. 3,000 years, Zex-9 muttered, all 4 optical stems twitching spasmodically. They've been collecting our technology for 3,000 years, and nobody noticed because nobody filed the proper observation forms. The junior clerk, whose 7 faces had settled into an impressive spectrum of anxiety, clutched a stack of freshly materialized papers. "Sir, you might want to see their latest transmission. It's, well..." The holographic projection that filled the office showed a human in what appeared to be a museum curator's uniform, complete with a name tag that read, Dr. J. Hammond, Chief Acquisitions Officer, Earth Xenotechnology Preservation Society. "Greetings, Galactic Administration," the human began, looking far too pleased with himself. "We hope this message finds you well and properly documented. We're reaching out regarding several matters of bureaucratic importance that have recently come to our attention. ZEX-9's chromatophores cycled through 17 different shades of dread. First, we'd like to address the rather persistent issue of unauthorized technology donations to our facility. While we greatly appreciate the generous contributions your various invasion fleets have made to our collection over the millennia, we really must insist on proper documentation going forward. Our archivists are developing quite the backlog." The clerk's 7th face, the one reserved for existential crises, began to twitch sympathetically. "Second," the human continued, pulling out what appeared to be an ancient scroll, "according to Article 7, Paragraph 12 of the original Galactic Charter, and yes, we have a copy. It's in our Founding Documents of Spacefaring Civilizations wing. Any civilization that successfully preserves and categorizes technology from more than 50 distinct alien species automatically qualifies for Level 9 civilization status. We currently have exhibits from," he paused to check another document, "approximately 342 species, including several that your records list as extinct. ZEX-9's emergency stress relief tentacle began stress-eating emergency ration cubes." "Which brings us to our 3rd point," Dr. Hammond smiled, and somehow that smile contained more terror than a supernova. "As a Level 9 civilization, we're entitled to serve as a designated cultural preservation authority. Given our extensive experience in collecting, maintaining, and documenting alien technology, we believe we're uniquely qualified for this role." The projection shifted to show vast halls within Earth's lunar facility, each more impossible than the last. Entire wings dedicated to propulsion systems throughout the ages, weapons technology that shouldn't exist outside of theoretical papers, and most disturbingly, a comprehensive collection of every single invasion fleet that had ever attempted to conquer Earth. "Now we understand this might cause some administrative confusion," the human continued, "particularly given our current classification as pre-industrial. We took the liberty of preparing all the necessary reclassification paperwork. A stack of perfectly completed forms materialized on ZEX-9's desk. You'll notice we've included Form X742B, all 312 copies required for retroactive filing. We found them quite useful in documenting our previous acquisitions." One of the clerk's faces fainted, the others looked envious. "Furthermore," and here Dr. Hammond's smile grew even more bureaucratically terrifying, "we've prepared a comprehensive proposal for standardizing the Galactic Artifact Preservation Protocols. Our current system has worked quite well for us, as you can see from our latest acquisition. The display showed the recently captured assessment fleet, now perfectly restored and displayed with plaques detailing their historical significance." Did they polish our ships?" one of the invasion fleet commanders asked through the quantum comlink, sounding both impressed and horrified. "Of course we did," Dr. Hammond replied cheerfully. "We maintain all our exhibits to the highest standards. Speaking of which, we've noticed some concerning deterioration in several of your older space stations. We'd be happy to provide preservation consultation services. For a reasonable fee, naturally." ZEX-9's stress relief tentacle had now stress-eaten its way through 3 cycles worth of emergency rations and was eyeing the furniture. But perhaps most importantly, the human's expression shifted to something that made hardened bureaucrats want to hide under their desks. "We need to discuss the matter of proper invasion protocols. You see, we've been maintaining detailed records of every attempted invasion of Earth. complete with all the forms that should have been filed. The statistical analysis is quite fascinating. A new hologram appeared showing a chart that made several administrators gasp in horror. It detailed every single bureaucratic regulation that had been violated during attempted invasions of Earth, cross-referenced with the relevant forms that should have been submitted. By our calculations, Dr. Hammond continued, the cumulative fines for improper documentation alone would bankrupt approximately 17 mid-sized galactic sectors. However, we're prepared to be reasonable about this. The clerk's remaining conscious faces began stress-shedding their outer layers. Our proposal is simple. We'll waive all previous fines and violations in exchange for official recognition of Earth's status as a Level 9 civilization and cultural preservation authority. We'll even throw in complimentary membership passes to our museum for all Galactic Administration employees. The guided tours of our failed invasion attempts wing are particularly popular. Zex-9 watched in mute horror as more displays appeared, showing humans cheerfully giving tours to alien visitors, explaining the historical significance of various captured invasion fleets and their technological contributions to Earth's collection. Oh, and one more thing, Dr. Hammond added, his smile now reaching weapons-grade levels of pleasantness. We've taken the liberty of preparing a special exhibit on the importance of proper paperwork in galactic governance. We're calling it Form X742B, a case study in administrative oversight. We would be honored if you would attend the opening ceremony. The projection ended, leaving the office in stunned silence, broken only by the sound of the clerk's last conscious face trying to merge with their chair. Well, Zex-9 finally managed, all 4 optical stems fixed on the stack of perfectly filed forms on their desk. At least they're organized about it. Just then another transmission arrived, this one marked with Earth's newly created official seal, which upon closer inspection appeared to be a perfectly rendered depiction of Form X742B surrounded by stars. P.S., Dr. Hammond's voice echoed through the office, we're also implementing a new cataloging system for future technological donations. Any unauthorized invasion attempts will now automatically be classified under voluntary technology transfers and processed accordingly. We've included the relevant consent forms for your records. As if to punctuate this point, the latest fleet status report showed the humans methodically collecting, cataloging, and restoring every ship they captured, complete with helpful plaques explaining each vessel's historical context and the proper forms that should have been filed for their acquisition. Sir, the clerk's last functioning face whispered, I believe this might qualify as an unprecedented administrative event. Should I file a... If you say form, I will personally ensure your next incarnation is as a quantum paperclip, Zex-9 interrupted, their patience having finally achieved sentience and filed for independence. Meanwhile, on Earth's moon, Dr. Hammond was putting the finishing touches on the new Bureaucratic Blunders Through the Ages interactive exhibit. The centerpiece, a holographic recreation of the exact moment Form X742B vanished into the 7th dimension, was drawing rave reviews from visiting alien dignitaries. And in a quiet corner of the museum, in a display case made of materials that technically shouldn't exist, sat the original Form X742B, retrieved from the 7th dimension by humans centuries ago. The plaque beneath it read, "The form that started it all. Donated inadvertently by the Galactic Administration. Cycle 7249. A perfect example of how one missing piece of paperwork can lead to the greatest collection of alien technology in known space." The really impressive part? They'd filed all the proper forms for its retrieval from the 7th dimension, in triplicate. The emergency session of the Galactic Council, which was really more of a panicked gathering of bureaucrats trying to figure out how humans had managed to out-bureaucrat them, was interrupted by a series of increasingly interesting revelations from Earth's newly public archives. You mean to tell me, Elder Administrator Vox Quantum Pi, who insisted on using their full name because brevity was for lesser beings, demanded that humans have been running an intergalactic anthropological study on US. The holographic display showed centuries of meticulously documented observations about various alien species' behaviors, customs, and particularly their bureaucratic practices. Each entry was categorized, cross-referenced, and accompanied by helpful notes about cultural significance. Sample observation number 2749B, an archivist drone read aloud, "Species continues to file invasion permits in triplicate, despite clear evidence that duplicate copies spontaneously combust in the presence of quantum ink. Humans hypothesize this may be a religious practice rather than actual administrative necessity." The council chamber erupted in embarrassed murmurs as several members tried to discreetly extinguish their smoldering paperwork. "There's more," the drone continued. "Humans have maintained detailed behavioral studies of every species that attempted to invade them. They've categorized invasion strategies, documented technological evolution, and even compiled a comprehensive guide titled Common Mistakes in Unauthorized Planetary Conquest, a Historical Analysis." A new hologram materialized, showing a human lecture hall where a professor was teaching a class called Comparative Xenobureaucracy, Why Nobody Reads the Fine Print in the Galactic Charter. "As you can see," the professor was saying, "most species develop an almost religious attachment to their administrative procedures while completely missing the point of actual documentation. Note the fascinating example of the Zix Tharian Empire, which spent 3 centuries filing permits to invade us using forms that had been obsolete for millennia. They've been studying us like we're some kind of Vox Quantum Pi's vocabulator struggled to find an appropriately offended term. Like we're an interesting primitive civilization that doesn't know how to properly file its paperwork," suggested a junior administrator, who was immediately demoted to quantum mailroom assistant. The display shifted again, showing vast archives within Earth's lunar facility dedicated entirely to the study of alien civilizations. Each species had its own section, complete with anthropological notes, cultural artifacts, and extensive documentation of their technological development. "Fascinating ritual behavior observed in Sector 7, read one note. "Species appears to believe that stamping documents with exactly 17 tentacles while humming ancient administrative hymns will expedite processing. Have yet to determine if this actually works, but have documented 47 variations of the practice." "This is unprecedented," Vox Quantum Pi declared, their chromatophores flashing patterns that hadn't been seen since the Great Filing Cabinet Rebellion. "They've been observing us, documenting us, studying us, and all without filing a single xenoanthropological research permit." Actually, the drone interrupted, projecting yet another document. "They did file all the proper permits 3,000 years ago, under the classification Preemptive Documentation of Future Administrative Disasters. The forms were approved because no one could figure out what that meant, and by the time anyone thought to ask, the humans had already collected enough data to fill several gas giants." The council chamber fell silent as the implications sank in. Not only had humans been studying them for millennia, but they'd done so with proper documentation that no one understood at the time. It was bureaucratic brilliance of the highest order. "But why?" someone finally asked. "Why spend centuries pretending to be primitive while secretly documenting everything about us?" The answer came in the form of another transmission from Earth, this one labeled Exhibit A, Why Proper Documentation Matters, a case study in galactic anthropology. Dr. Hammond appeared once again, looking even more pleased with himself than before. "You see," he explained, "someone had to keep track of all this. The galaxy's been running on bureaucratic autopilot for so long that nobody remembers why half these forms exist in the first place. We humans, well, we just have a knack for collecting things. Information, technology, entire invasion fleets, and especially paperwork." The display showed endless rows of perfectly preserved documents, forms, and records spanning the entire history of galactic civilization. "Did you know," Dr. Hammond continued, that we have the only complete collection of every administrative form ever created, including several that technically don't exist yet due to temporal filing errors. We've even managed to catalogue 42 different versions of history that were officially filed but never actually happened. Is that even possible? Vox Quantum Pi whispered. With the right forms, anything is possible, Dr. Hammond replied with a smile that suggested he knew exactly how many forms it would take to make the impossible not just possible, but properly documented. As if to prove this point, the humans proceeded to submit perfectly filed applications for retroactive approval of every single observation they'd ever made, complete with notarized testimonials from species that wouldn't evolve for another million years. The really terrifying part, all the paperwork was absolutely correct. The galaxy was experiencing what could only be described as a collective administrative meltdown. In the wake of Earth's revelations, 17 different species had filed for immediate bureaucratic asylum, 12 more had requested human assistance in organizing their archives, and one particularly enlightened civilization had simply declared themselves a subsidiary of Earth's Museum of Extraterrestrial Technology to avoid future paperwork altogether. High Commissioner Zex-9 stood before the Galactic Council, all 4 optical stems fixed on the floor, attempting to explain how they'd managed to lose control of the situation so spectacularly. In conclusion, they finished, their voice modulator crackling with defeat, not only have humans been collecting our technology, studying our civilizations, and documenting our bureaucratic practices for millennia, but they've done so with more proper paperwork than we've filed in the last dozen cycles. The council chamber erupted in chaos. Several administrators spontaneously molted from stress, while others began frantically searching their databases for any other primitive civilizations that might be secretly archiving their embarrassing moments. Just then, Earth's final transmission of the day arrived. The holographic display showed Dr. Hammond standing in what appeared to be a massive new wing of the museum, still under construction. "Ladies, gentlemen, and beings of bureaucratically indeterminate classification," he began, "in light of recent events, we at Earth's Museum of Extraterrestrial Technology are pleased to announce our newest exhibition, The Great Documentation Crisis of 2025, a Retrospective." The camera panned to show a perfectly preserved diorama of High Commissioner Zex-9's office at the exact moment they decided to proceed without Form X-742b. The attention to detail was impressive, right down to the quantum stress patterns in Zex-9's chromatophores. "But that just happened this morning," someone in the council chamber protested. "Yes," Dr. Hammond agreed cheerfully, "we're very efficient. We've also taken the liberty of preparing several possible futures for this exhibition, complete with proper temporal documentation permits filed in advance, just in case." The display shifted to show a series of timeline projections, each meticulously labeled and categorized. One of them, marked Most Probable Outcome based on previous bureaucratic behavior, showed the entire galactic administration being reorganized under Earth's guidance. "Now, we understand this situation might cause some administrative anxiety," Dr. Hammond continued, his smile achieving new levels of bureaucratic enlightenment. "That's why we're offering a complete organizational consulting package. Our Bureaucracy Basics program has already helped countless civilizations streamline their documentation processes." The hologram showed before and after images of various alien species learning to properly file their paperwork under human tutelage. The after images all featured remarkably less stressed-looking beings and significantly fewer spontaneously combusting documents. Additionally, and here Dr. Hammond's expression became somehow even more terrifyingly helpful, we're prepared to offer a full amnesty program for all previous unauthorized technological donations to our facility. All you have to do is acknowledge Earth's status as the galaxy's leading authority on administrative documentation and cultural preservation. "And if we refuse?" Vox Quantum Pi demanded, trying to maintain some semblance of bureaucratic dignity. "Oh well, in that case," Dr. Hammond replied, pulling out what appeared to be an ancient scroll, "we'll have to file an official complaint. using Form X742b. All 312 copies in person at our new Department of Retroactive Documentation, which by pure coincidence is located in the 7th dimension. The council chamber fell silent except for the sound of several administrators quietly updating their resumes. However, Dr. Hammond continued, we're reasonably certain it won't come to that. After all, we've had 3,000 years to study galactic bureaucratic behavior patterns. Our predictive models suggest a 99.9% chance that you'll all be filling out museum membership applications within the next solar cycle. The really disturbing part, the remaining 0.1% probability was only included because humans had filed a form requiring them to account for quantum uncertainty in all statistical predictions. Of course, Dr. Hammond added, we've already prepared all the necessary paperwork for both possibilities, including several possibilities that technically haven't been invented yet. We find it pays to be thorough. As if to demonstrate this thoroughness, a new stack of forms materialized in front of each council member. The forms were perfect in every way, requiring only a single signature to completely reorganize the galaxy's administrative structure. The most impressive part? They'd even included prepaid quantum postage for the replies. Oh, and one more thing, Dr. Hammond said just as the transmission was about to end. We've decided to reclassify all future unauthorized invasion attempts as voluntary submissions to Earth's Archaeological Conservation Initiative. The paperwork is much simpler that way. We've included the updated guidelines in Appendix C, subsection 47, right after the coffee break regulations. The transmission ended, leaving the council chamber in stunned silence. High Commissioner Zex-9 looked down at the stack of perfectly prepared forms, then at their fellow administrators, then back at the forms. Finally, they did what any sensible bureaucrat would do when faced with immaculate paperwork and the threat of seventh-dimensional filing requirements. They signed. One standard galactic year later, the newly reorganized Galactic Administrative Center, now operating under human consulting guidelines, had achieved unprecedented levels of efficiency. The number of spontaneously combusting documents had decreased by 97%. Temporal filing errors were down to a mere dozen per cycle. And the emergency quantum stress relief tentacle industry had filed for bankruptcy protection. Dr. Hammond stood in the grand opening of the museum's newest wing. The evolution of galactic bureaucracy, from chaos to slightly more organized chaos. Behind him, streams of alien visitors moved through exhibits showcasing millennia of administrative history, including the now famous Hall of Invasion attempts that really should have filed better paperwork. And here we have our centerpiece, he announced to a group of junior administrators on their mandatory cultural appreciation tour. The actual quantum terminal used by High Commissioner Zex-9 to initiate what we now call the Great Documentation Crisis of 2025. Note the authentic stress marks on the ergonomic surfaces. A young Zixatharian raised one of their tentacles. But sir, how did humans manage to maintain their secret for so long? Dr. Hammond's smile achieved what xenoanthropologists would later classify as weaponized pleasantness. Simple, really. We filed everything under miscellaneous observations of probable future historical significance. Nobody ever checks that category. We have entire solar systems categorized under miscellaneous. It's amazing what you can get approved if you file it in the right folder. The display behind him showed a time-lapse of Earth's collection growing over the centuries. Each failed invasion adding new pieces to what had become the galaxy's most comprehensive museum of technological evolution. Of course, he continued, the real breakthrough came when we discovered that Form X742b had actually been created by humans in the first place. One of our early temporal archivists filed it about 7,000 years ago, knowing it would eventually cause exactly this situation. The form was specifically designed to be lost in the seventh dimension at precisely the right moment. The audience gasped, their various appendages expressing shock in 17 different dimensional planes. Yes, Dr. Hammond nodded. Bureaucratic paradoxes can be quite mind-bending. That's why we've prepared a helpful guide. Temporal documentation for beginners. How to file paperwork that doesn't exist yet. Just then, a junior human curator rushed up, holding what appeared to be a freshly materialized document. Dr. Hammond, sir, we've just received an invasion notification from a civilization in the Andromeda Galaxy. They've filed all the proper paperwork. Properly filed invasion paperwork? Dr. Hammond's eyebrows rose in genuine surprise. Well, this is unprecedented. How thorough are we talking about? They've submitted Form X742B in all required dimensions, included a detailed inventory of technology they're planning to donate to our collection, and even filled out gift aid declarations for tax purposes. They've also booked a guided tour of the museum for after their surrender. Dr. Hammond's smile reached new levels of bureaucratic enlightenment. Finally, someone read the fine print. Send them our standard response. Throughout the galaxy, a new transmission began broadcasting on all frequencies, in all known languages and several yet to be invented. Thank you for your interest in invading Earth. Your paperwork has been received and processed according to Galactic Administrative Protocol 2025X. As a courtesy, please note the following. All technology used in invasion attempts automatically becomes property of Earth's Museum of Extraterrestrial Technology. Gift aid forms provided. Guided tours of our failed invasions through history exhibit are complimentary for all surrendering forces. Early booking discounts available for invasions scheduled at least one temporal cycle in advance. Please note our new Invade Now Pay Later financing options. Don't forget to visit our gift shop. For future reference, all invasion permits must be submitted in triplicate across 7 dimensions with proper temporal validation stamps, available in the museum lobby. P.S. You really should have asked permission first, but since you did this time, we'll waive the usual processing fees. Sincerely, Earth's Department of Unauthorized Technological Acquisitions, a division of the Museum of Extraterrestrial Technology. Collecting your invasion fleet since before you evolved. The message was accompanied by a perfectly filed receipt, a museum membership application, and a coupon for 10% off at the gift shop. And somewhere in the 7th dimension, the original Form X742B continued its eternal journey through bureaucratic spacetime, occasionally spawning duplicate copies of itself just to keep the galaxy's filing systems interesting. After all, as the humans had discovered millennia ago, the best way to defend your planet isn't with weapons or shields or even advanced technology. It's with properly filed paperwork and a really good archival system. Plus a gift shop. Never underestimate the power of a well-stocked gift shop. Potential for accidental temporal displacement. Marcus raised his hand. Quick question about Regulation 12,458 regarding the proper placement of safety signs. It says they must be visible from all dimensional perspectives simultaneously. Does that include theoretical dimensions or just the commonly accessed ones? I watched with deep satisfaction as Crix's crystalline structure developed what appeared to be a stress fracture. After the meeting, Jenny cornered me in the hallway. They're setting us up to fail. Obviously, I agreed, but they've made one critical mistake. They gave us written instructions, Marcus chimed in, joining us with his arms full of regulation manuals. Exactly, I grinned. They told us to be boring, predictable, and to follow every rule to the letter, and we're going to do exactly that. Operation Malicious Compliance, Jenny suggested. Operation Malicious Compliance, I confirmed. Let's show them just how terrifyingly competent humans can be when we're told something's impossible. Marcus hugged his manuals closer. I'll start writing risk assessments for the risk assessments, and I'll begin calculating the optimal level of boring, Jenny added. Did you know there's actually a mathematical formula for predicting how long it takes someone to fall asleep during a presentation? As we headed back to our offices, I couldn't help but feel a little sorry for the council. They thought they were setting us up for failure, but they'd actually given us something far more dangerous than chaos. They'd given us permission to be perfect. 3 days into planning the most boring event in galactic history, our team had commandeered an entire floor of the embassy. The walls were covered in holographic charts, risk matrices, and what looked suspiciously like a conspiracy board connecting various safety regulations with string. "Okay," Jenny announced, standing in front of our main planning screen. "I've analyzed every cultural exchange event from the past 3 centuries. The average satisfaction rating is 67.3%. Our target is exactly 67.35%. Why that specific number?" I asked, already dreading the answer. "Because according to Regulation 8445, any event scoring above 67.4% must be investigated for potential use of illegal entertainment enhancement substances." She grinned. "And anything below 67.3% triggers an automatic cultural sensitivity audit?" Marcus looked up from his stack of safety manuals, his eyes bloodshot from reading about proper spoon angles for gelatinous species. "I've found something interesting about the seating arrangements. More interesting than the requirement for chairs to be simultaneously comfortable for species with and without physical forms," I asked. "Much better," he replied. "According to Regulation 9223, seating must be arranged to account for all known political, social, and quantum alignments of the attending species, and according to Regulation 9224, no attendee can be seated in a position that could be interpreted as hierarchically superior to another." Jenny's eyes lit up. "But that's physically impossible. The dromedarians have to be seated above everyone else or they'll literally die. But the quantum collective exists in a state of perpetual superiority and inferiority." "Exactly," Marcus said, looking far too pleased. "The only way to satisfy both regulations is to create a seating arrangement that exists in a state of quantum uncertainty until observed." I pinched the bridge of my nose. "Are you suggesting we turn the entire venue into a quantum probability field?" "It's the only way to be completely compliant with the regulations," he said innocently. "And I suppose this has nothing to do with your doctoral thesis on quantum furniture dynamics?" "I'm just following the rules," Marcus replied, failing to hide his smirk. "After all, what's the worst that could happen?" 3 more delegates fainted in the hallway outside our office. Our planning sessions were regularly interrupted by NEPA, who seemed increasingly unnerved by our enthusiasm for regulatory compliance. Today they found us debating the proper temperature range for the event. "The guidelines state that the venue must maintain optimal comfort levels for all attending species," they bubbled nervously, watching Jenny input calculations. "Oh, we know," Jenny replied cheerfully. "That's why we're designing a system of localized climate bubbles that will follow each delegate around. We're calling it Operation Goldilocks. Everything will be exactly right. But what about species that define comfort through discomfort?" NEPA's eye stalks twisted in confusion. "Already accounted for," Marcus chimed in. "Their bubbles will maintain precisely calculated levels of optimal discomfort. We've cross-referenced all 17,000 comfort-related regulations. Did you know there's a specific subsection about maintaining appropriate levels of existential dread for species that experience anxiety as pleasure?" NEPA's purple coloring took on a distinctly worried tinge. The betting pool, meanwhile, had taken on a life of its own. Our sources, the cafeteria staff who moonlighted as information brokers, reported that the odds had shifted dramatically. No one was quite sure what to make of humans actually following the rules. "The Arcturnians have changed their bet," Jenny reported during our daily briefing. "They're now offering 20 to 1 that will accidentally create a perfectly stable bureaucracy." "That's ridiculous," Marcus scoffed. "According to my calculations, if we follow all the regulations exactly, we'll create at least 3 perfectly stable bureaucracies and 1 minor religion dedicated to proper form filling." I was about to respond when Ambassador Crix materialized in our office, their crystalline form vibrating with barely contained concern. "Cultural Integration Specialist Porter," they chimed, hitting notes that made my teeth itch. "The Council is..." Impressed with your team's dedication to regulatory compliance. Just doing our best to follow the rules, I smiled. In fact, we've been studying the regulations so carefully, we found some fascinating interconnections. Did you know that if you follow all the safety protocols simultaneously, you technically create a perpetual motion machine? A small crack appeared in one of Crix's facets. But don't worry, I continued brightly. We've submitted all the proper paperwork for accidentally discovering a new law of physics, in triplicate, with the required quantum uncertainty margins. The Council has concerns, Crix managed, their voice hitting frequencies that made nearby windows resonate. Your approach seems completely within guidelines, Jenny suggested helpfully. Thoroughly risk-assessed, Marcus added. Predictable, I offered innocently. The crack in Crix's facet spread slightly. We've even prepared contingency plans for our contingency plans, I continued. For instance, in the event that our quantum seating arrangement achieves sentience, which, according to Regulation 15,766, has a non-zero probability, we've prepared the necessary forms to recognize it as a sovereign entity and include it in all future cultural exchange events. Crix's crystalline form emitted a high-pitched sound that made several devices in the room spontaneously recalibrate themselves. The event is in 2 weeks, they finally managed. Surely you can't have everything planned already. Oh, but we do, I smiled, pulling up our master schedule. Would you like to see our minute-by-minute breakdown of the entire event? We've accounted for every possible interaction, including 17 different types of awkward silence. Each one has been carefully categorized and risk-assessed for optimal discomfort levels. As Crix fled our office, their crystal structure showing signs of what their species' medical professionals would later term acute regulatory stress disorder, I turned to my team. I think, I said thoughtfully, they're starting to realize their mistake. Which one? Jenny asked. Giving us written instructions or assuming humans can't weaponize boredom? Both, Marcus grinned, adding another red string to our conspiracy board. Definitely both. The morning of the intergalactic cultural exchange dawned bright and exactly 23.7 degrees Celsius, as mandated by Regulation 4,892 for optimal sunrise appreciation across species. Our venue, the newly constructed Terran Diplomatic Center, gleamed with the kind of pristine perfection that made seasoned bureaucrats nervous. Status report, I commanded from our control center, surrounded by enough holographic displays to make a spaceship bridge look understocked. All quantum seating matrices are maintaining perfect uncertainty, Marcus reported. Every chair simultaneously exists and doesn't exist until someone tries to sit in it, at which point it becomes exactly the right type of furniture for their species. Environmental systems? I asked. Jenny's fingers danced across her control panel. Individual comfort bubbles are functioning at 99.9999% efficiency. The magmites are properly heated, the cryogenics are adequately chilled, and the gaseous collective is experiencing just the right amount of cosmic existential dread. The first delegates began arriving exactly on schedule. Their expressions, or various species-appropriate equivalents, shifted from diplomatic politeness to increasing confusion, as absolutely nothing went wrong. Ambassador Crix materialized beside me, their crystalline structure vibrating with suspicion. Cultural Integration Specialist Porter, this is unexpected. Is something wrong, Ambassador? I asked innocently. No, they admitted, sounding deeply troubled by this fact. Nothing is wrong. Everything is exactly right. It's unsettling. We're just following the regulations, I smiled. Oh, look. The quantum buffet is about to resolve itself into the exact configuration each observer expects to see. Across the room, delegates gasped as the buffet simultaneously became 17 different types of food service, each one perfectly aligned with individual cultural expectations. The chronivores were particularly pleased to find that their section existed at all points in time simultaneously. The quantum uncertainty field is functioning perfectly, Marcus reported proudly. Every species feels like they're in the most important position in the room, while simultaneously being aware that everyone else feels the same way. Nipa's containment sphere drifted over, their purple coloring shifting through worried shades of mauve. But where's the chaos? The confusion? The accidental diplomatic incidents? Oh, we have a thoroughly researched list of exactly when and where those are statistically most likely to occur, Jenny assured them, pulling up a chart. We've proactively prevented each one through careful application of Regulation 7392 through 12,445. You prevented the accidents? Nipa's eye stalks drooped. But the betting pool is experiencing some interesting fluctuations, I noted, glancing at the latest odds being discreetly displayed on my neural link. Apparently the Arcturnians are now offering 50 to 1 on us, accidentally achieving perfect bureaucratic harmony. The event continued with horrifying smoothness. Delegates found themselves engaging in perfectly acceptable small talk, guided by our subtle atmospheric adjustments and carefully calculated conversation matrices. Every possible faux pas was prevented before it could occur through our predictive algorithm, which Marcus had dubbed the party pooper. The Zarblaxians just attempted an unauthorized interpretive dance, Jenny reported. Environmental systems automatically adjusted the local gravity to make the movements appear completely appropriate for formal diplomatic occasions. The Quantum Collective is expressing distress about feeling too certain about their position in space-time, Marcus added. Increase the existential uncertainty field by 7%, I ordered. But make sure it remains within regulatory limits for metaphysical comfort. Ambassador Crix hadn't moved from their spot beside me for 20 minutes, their crystalline structure developing what appeared to be stress patterns. This isn't natural, they finally said. Humans don't do perfect. I believe you'll find that according to Regulation 15,987, perfection is defined as the state of being exactly adequate while maintaining appropriate levels of imperfection to ensure comfort for species that experience distress at flawlessness. I quoted, "We're simply maintaining optimal levels of controlled imperfection." A small crack appeared in one of Crix's lower facets. "Would you like to see our documentation?" I offered helpfully. "We've prepared reports on our reports, including a fascinating analysis of how the analysis of our analysis creates a recursive loop of perfect bureaucratic efficiency." The crack spread. "We've even submitted the proper forms for accidentally discovering that the universe might be powered by paperwork," Marcus added cheerfully. "The required impact assessment for that revelation should be processed sometime in the next 5 to 7 eternities." Across the room, a group of delegates had gathered around the quantum buffet, watching in horrified fascination as it maintained perfect compliance with 17,000 contradictory regulations simultaneously. "Is the food supposed to exist in a state of quantum satisfaction?" one of them asked nervously. According to Regulation 13,556, all refreshments must maintain optimal levels of existence uncertainty to accommodate species with varying definitions of matter, Jenny explained helpfully. "Would you like to see our 70-page report on the philosophical implications of quantum appetizers?" The delegate fled, joining a growing group of officials huddled in the corner, watching the perfectly orchestrated event with increasing paranoia. "They're waiting for something to go wrong," Marcus observed. "That's the beauty of it," I smiled. "Nothing will go wrong because we've planned for everything to go exactly right, and somehow that's even more terrifying." Little did they know this was just phase 1 of Operation Malicious Compliance. The real fun would begin when they realized that perfect execution of their regulations had some rather interesting side effects. It started with the bureaucratic collective. They were the first to notice that our perfect compliance with regulations had created what they termed a cascade of competence. 3 of their observers had to be escorted out when they began spontaneously generating new forms to document the unprecedented efficiency. "Sir," Jenny reported, trying to hide her grin, "the collective is requesting copies of our organizational matrices." Apparently they've never seen such perfectly optimized tedium before. Send them the documents, I nodded. All 17,000 versions cross-referenced with quantum uncertainty margins. Marcus looked up from his monitoring station. You realize what this means, right? We've weaponized boredom so effectively that it's becoming exciting. He was right. Across the venue, delegates were becoming increasingly animated about how smoothly everything was running. The betting pool had transformed into a complex mathematical model, trying to predict just how perfect things could get before the universe objected. Ambassador Crix materialized next to our control station again, their crystalline structure now showing multiple stress fractures. Cultural Integration Specialist Porter, we need to discuss what's happening. Is something wrong, Ambassador? I asked innocently. All systems are functioning within specified parameters. Would you like to see the reports? We have them in triplicate with additional copies existing in quantum superposition just in case. That's exactly the problem. Crix's voice hit a frequency that made nearby quantum uncertainties temporarily collapse into certainties. You've somehow turned perfect compliance into a form of chaos. Oh, that, I nodded. Yes, we have documentation for that too. According to our analysis, when you follow all regulations simultaneously, you create what we're calling a bureaucratic singularity, a point of such perfect order that it naturally generates its own form of chaos. The Arcturnians are starting a religion, Jenny reported cheerfully. They're calling it the Church of Optimal Organization. Their first holy text is our event planning spreadsheet. The Quantum Collective is requesting asylum, Marcus added. They say we're the first species to truly understand their simultaneous need for structure and uncertainty. Nipa's containment sphere had turned an interesting shade of puce. But this isn't how humans are supposed to behave. You're supposed to be unpredictable. Oh, we are, I assured them. We're being unpredictably predictable. It's a whole new form of chaos. We've already filed the proper paperwork to have it classified as a novel form of entropy. The chaos cascade was spreading. The chronivores, impressed by our temporal management protocols, were offering to share their secrets of time manipulation, but only if we agreed to help them optimize their scheduling system. The Hive Mind Collective had splintered into 17 perfectly organized subcommittees, each dedicated to studying a different aspect of our organizational methodology. Sir, Jenny interrupted, her voice urgent. The bureaucratic collective, they're trying to adopt our systems, all of them, simultaneously. On the main screen, we watched as the notoriously rigid species attempted to implement human-style perfect compliance. The result was something like watching an origami master have an existential crisis. Should we stop them? Marcus asked, already calculating the risks. According to Regulation 14,776, I quoted, all cultural exchange participants must be allowed to freely adopt beneficial organizational methodologies, provided proper forms are filed in advance. But sir, Jenny grinned, we filed those forms last week. All 17,000 variations of them, Marcus added, including one that technically won't exist until next Tuesday. Ambassador Crix's crystal structure was now emanating a high-pitched whine. You planned this. Somehow you planned even this. Of course not, Ambassador, I said soothingly. We simply followed all the regulations perfectly. How could anyone have predicted that combining 17,000 contradictory rules would create a new form of organizational theory that's simultaneously perfect and chaotic? The betting pool has collapsed, Jenny reported. It's achieved quantum uncertainty about whether it exists or not. The Temporal Logistics Department is requesting our help, Marcus added. Apparently our event planning is so efficient, it's affecting causality. Across the room, a group of delegates had started what appeared to be a spontaneous seminar on the philosophical implications of perfectly organized chaos. Three species that had been at war for centuries were now united in their attempt to understand how humans had turned bureaucracy into an art form. We're getting requests, Jenny announced, her screens filling with messages, from every major civilization. They all want our organizational protocols. Send them everything, I nodded. Every form, every protocol, every quantum uncertain procedure. After all, according to Regulation 16,892, we're required to share any breakthrough in administrative methodologies. Even if that breakthrough technically qualifies as a memetic hazard, Marcus asked. Especially then, I grinned. Make sure to include all the appropriate warning labels, in triplicate. Ambassador Crix's crystalline structure had developed so many stress patterns, it was starting to refract light in entirely new wavelengths. The Council will need to discuss this. Of course, I agreed. We've already prepared the meeting room. The quantum seating arrangement is primed for optimal discussion efficiency, and we've calculated the exact level of existential uncertainty needed for productive debate. As Crix fled, leaving behind a trail of crystalline dust, I turned to my team. I think, I said thoughtfully, they're finally beginning to understand. Understand what? Nipa's eye stalks quivered. That giving humans written instructions and expecting us to fail, I smiled, is the worst thing that could happen to the instructions. The Galactic Council's emergency session was held 3 days after what was now being called the Incident of Perfect Compliance. The chamber looked different, partly because of the quantum uncertainty fields that had somehow become permanent fixtures, and partly because 3/4 of the council members were still trying to process what had happened. I stood at my platform, which had mysteriously relocated itself to a position that was simultaneously at the bottom and the top of the chamber. Jenny and Marcus flanked me, both trying not to look too pleased with themselves. Ambassador Crix, their crystalline form now permanently displaying what their medical staff called regulatory stress patterns, addressed the assembly. We are here to discuss the unexpected outcomes of the recent intergalactic cultural exchange. Point of order, called out a representative from the bureaucratic collective, now reformed as the optimized collective for maximum efficiency. According to the new protocols we've adopted from the humans, this meeting requires 17 different types of documentation, including 3 that haven't been invented yet. We've already filed those, Jenny announced helpfully, including the ones that don't exist yet. We have receipts in quantum superposition. Crix's crystal structure emitted a sound like a chandelier having an existential crisis. That is precisely what we need to discuss. Humanity has somehow turned regulatory compliance into a weapon of mass reconstruction. I object to that characterization, I said calmly. We simply followed your instructions perfectly, repeatedly, with backup copies. The Arcturnian Church of Optimal Organization has already gained 6 million converts, Marcus added helpfully. Their holy scripture is our event planning guide. Apparently the quantum seating chart makes an excellent meditation aid. Nipa's containment sphere had graduated to a shade of purple previously unknown to physics. But the forms, the regulations, they weren't supposed to be actually possible to follow. Ah, I smiled. You should have specified that in writing, preferably in triplicate, with appropriate uncertainty margins. The council chamber erupted into what could only be described as organized chaos. Species that had never agreed on anything were united in their bewilderment at how humanity had turned their own bureaucracy against them. Order! Crix chimed desperately. We must maintain order! According to Regulation 15,999, Jenny quoted, order must be maintained in a state of quantum uncertainty to accommodate species that experience time non-linearly. Would you like to see our 70-page analysis of what constitutes order in a multidimensional probability space? 3 more council members developed stress patterns. The council, Crix managed, their voice hitting frequencies that made abstract concepts vibrate, has come to a decision. Earth is hereby granted full membership status, effective immediately. We've already accepted, I nodded. The paperwork was filed last week, and next week, and in several theoretical timelines. Additionally, Crix continued, their crystal structure creaking ominously, new regulations are being implemented across council space, The phrase, "What's the worst that could happen?" is now classified as a Class 3 memetic hazard when spoken in the presence of humans. "We've prepared compliance documentation for that as well," Marcus grinned, "including risk assessments for the risk assessments of classifying the phrase as a hazard." The council chamber had begun to develop its own organizational system, inspired by our event's quantum uncertainty principles. Platforms shifted between positions based on the logical weight of arguments, creating what the Quantum Collective described as a perfect democracy of bureaucratic chaos. "There's just one more thing," I added, pulling up a final set of documents. "We've taken the liberty of optimizing the entire council regulatory system, all 17,000 volumes of it." The horror in the room was palpable. "Don't worry," Jenny assured them. "We've made it much more efficient. Now it's only 16,999 volumes, but they exist in a state of quantum superposition that makes them simultaneously more and less complicated than before. The new system is already being implemented," Marcus announced. "The paperwork for implementing the paperwork has already filed itself, in triplicate, across 7 dimensions." Ambassador Crix's crystalline form had developed so many stress patterns that they were technically qualifying as a new form of art in 3 different cultures. "And the best part?" I smiled. "It's all exactly according to regulations, every single one of them, simultaneously." The aftermath of our perfect compliance rippled across the galaxy. The bureaucratic collective evolved into a hybrid system of precise chaos, maintaining order through carefully calculated uncertainty. The Quantum Collective found peace in the paradox of organized unpredictability. Even the chronovores adapted, creating temporal filing systems that existed at all points in time simultaneously. As for humanity, we gained a reputation, not as the chaos bringers they expected, but as something far more terrifying. Bureaucrats who actually read the fine print. These days, whenever someone in council space suggests giving humans written instructions, they're quietly reminded of the incident of perfect compliance. The betting pools have never quite recovered, and there's a standing regulation requiring all human organized events to include at least 3 minor disasters, just to maintain everyone's peace of mind. But perhaps the most lasting effect was the introduction of a new warning label, now required on all regulatory documents across the galaxy. Caution, contents may be weaponized by humans through exact compliance. For your own safety, please maintain appropriate levels of vagueness in all instructions. After all, in a universe of infinite possibilities, the worst thing that could happen isn't chaos. It's humans with a rulebook and something to prove.
The Galactic Council Chamber was an architectural marvel, a vast, circular hall suspended in the vacuum of space, where representatives of the most advanced species in the universe gathered to deliberate the fate of civilizations. Today, however, there was no ceremony, no grand speeches, only grim faces and a growing sense of impending doom. At the center of the room, a holographic projection flickered to life, displaying the latest battlefield reports. Red zones spread across the map like a disease, devouring once secure sectors of the galaxy. The Zarkathi swarm, an unrelenting force of biological nightmares, was winning. Archminister Zalvern of the Zalvarian Dominion, a species of sleek, silver-skinned intellectuals who prided themselves on strategic superiority, adjusted his flowing ceremonial robes and cleared his throat. The projections remain unfavorable. Our forces have suffered catastrophic losses in the last 3 cycles. If this continues, the core systems will be indefensible. His voice was smooth, measured, betraying none of the deep-seated panic clawing at his insides. Grand Strategist Ultin of the Vortani, a race of towering insectoids renowned for their tactical brilliance, clicked his mandibles in agitation. Our finest fleets have been reduced to drifting debris. Our warriors are not weak, yet the swarm outnumbers us 1,000 to 1. We need a solution, not another report telling us we are losing. A low murmur spread through the chamber. Every representative present knew the truth, but hesitated to voice it. The Zarkathi were not just winning, they were dominating. The council had thrown everything at them. Energy weapons, nanite swarms, automated warships, but none of it had been enough. The enemy adapted too quickly, devouring fleets, planets, and entire civilizations with mindless efficiency. It was then that the human representative, a man named General Elias Walker, leaned forward in his seat, arms crossed over his chest, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Unlike the flowing robes and ornate garments of the other species, Walker wore something simple: a faded olive green jacket with patches worn thin by time, a relic of wars fought on battlefields long before humanity had ever set foot among the stars. "So let me get this straight," he said, voice carrying just enough amusement to be irritating. "You've thrown your best technology, your finest warriors, and all your fancy battle strategies at these overgrown cockroaches, and you're still getting your asses kicked?" A ripple of offense passed through the chamber. Zalvern's silver eyes narrowed. "This is hardly the time for mockery, General. Humanity may be a recent addition to the Council, but I would remind you that decorum is. Decorum doesn't mean much when you're losing a war," Walker interrupted, leaning back with the ease of a man who had seen too many fights to be intimidated by politicians. "So far, I've heard a lot of talking and not a lot of fixing. You want a solution? I've got one." The chamber fell silent. Dozens of alien eyes locked onto the human with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Humanity was still something of a mystery to them. They had entered the galactic stage only a few decades prior, an odd species from a small, unremarkable world. Yet their rapid technological progress, stubborn resilience, and unpredictability had earned them a cautious respect. Walker exhaled slowly, as if considering whether or not they were even worth the explanation. Then, with a small nod, he made his decision. "You've been fighting this war like it's a chess game. Calculated, methodical, precise. But war isn't chess. War is a bar fight in a back alley when you're outnumbered, your nose is broken, and the guy in front of you has a knife." Strategist Ulten's mandibles twitched. "Are you suggesting we adopt a less structured approach?" "I'm suggesting you let the right people handle the fight," Walker replied. "You need soldiers who don't just follow orders, but who understand war. The kind that's been through hell, survived, and made hell regret the whole damn thing." A few of the representatives exchanged uneasy glances. The Zalvarians prided themselves on tactical mastery. The Vortani fought with disciplined formations. The Uldraki waged war through overwhelming technological superiority. But humans? Humans had a reputation for being unpredictable. Zalvern steepled his long fingers. "And where, pray tell, do you propose we find such warriors?" Walker's smirk widened. "Oh, we've already got them. We just need to bring them out of retirement." Confusion rippled through the assembly. A young Uldraki lieutenant, with skin like polished obsidian and eyes that glowed faintly blue, tilted his head. "Retirement?" Walker's grin only grew. "The old boys. The ones who fought the dirty wars, the unwinnable fights. The ones who did things that history books conveniently forgot about. You see, in human warfare, technology changes, tactics evolve, but some things never go out of style. Grit, experience, creativity under pressure. You all rely too much on your fancy weapons and perfect strategies." Zalvern scoffed. "You cannot be serious. You wish to send elderly soldiers to the battlefield? This is a war zone, General, not a historical reenactment." Walker leaned forward, his voice dropping just enough to command attention. "You think age is a weakness? I'll tell you what's weak. Your soldiers relying on their AI targeting systems to do the thinking for them. You know what my guys had? A map, a compass, and a gut feeling. And they won." Ulten's antennae twitched in intrigue. "And you believe these old warriors can succeed where our finest have failed?" Walker's expression hardened. "I don't believe, strategist. I know." The chamber fell into another long silence. The council had faced difficult decisions before, but this was unprecedented. Deploying retired soldiers, ancient by military standards, was more than unorthodox. It was outright reckless. Yet the war was being lost. Conventional tactics had failed. The swarm showed no signs of stopping. Zalvern exhaled sharply, his expression unreadable. "Very well, General. You have your warriors. But know this. If your plan fails, humanity's standing in this council will be permanently damaged." Walker stood, rolling his shoulders like a man who had just won a bet. "Oh, don't worry about us." He glanced toward the war map, eyes gleaming with something the council had not seen before. Excitement. The real question is, are the Zarkathi ready for what's coming? As the council adjourned, murmurs of uncertainty filled the chamber. The decision had been made. The old human soldiers were coming, and the war was about to change forever. The battlefield smelled of burning ozone and charred metal, a scent that clung to the air like death's perfume. The alien troops had been holding the line for hours, their once immaculate formations now reduced to scattered remnants hiding behind craters and the broken husks of war machines. Plasma bolts streaked across the landscape, lighting up the night like a twisted fireworks display. The Zarkathi swarm pressed forward, their massive, insectoid bodies moving with unsettling coordination, their serrated limbs slicing through defenses like paper. The young Zelvarian lieutenant, Silith, clutched his energy rifle with trembling hands. He had trained for this. He had studied warfare under the greatest tacticians of his species. He had simulated every possible scenario against the swarm. None of it had prepared him for this. The creatures did not think, did not hesitate, did not fear. They simply advanced. Their unrelenting march crushed the bravest warriors in the galaxy, and soon, Silith would be one of them. A thunderous explosion erupted to his left, sending a shower of dirt and body parts into the air. He ducked instinctively, heart hammering against his ribs. It was over. The line was breaking. He turned, ready to signal retreat, and then he saw them. They weren't sleek. They weren't armored in the polished, form-fitting combat suits of the Council's elite warriors. Their gear was mismatched, patched together from different eras of human conflict. Some wore old camouflage fatigues. Others had thick, rugged vests that looked more suited for hunting than war. And yet, the moment they entered the battlefield, the chaos changed. They moved with the slow, deliberate ease of men who had seen hell and decided it wasn't all that impressive. There was no panic, no wasted movement. They crouched low, weapons braced, eyes scanning the horizon like hunters tracking prey. One of them, a burly, gray-bearded soldier with a cigar clenched between his teeth, spat into the dirt and adjusted the strap of the ancient-looking rifle slung across his chest. Well, it looks like the roaches got a little too comfortable. His voice was a low growl, filled with the kind of exhaustion that didn't come from lack of sleep, but from too many years spent fighting wars that never really ended. Another, leaner man with deep wrinkles and sharp eyes, knelt beside a crater, inspecting the battlefield with the practiced gaze of someone who had once mapped out jungles in his head while under sniper fire. He pulled out a battered metal flask, took a swig, and handed it to the soldier beside him, a woman with short-cropped white hair and arms that looked like they could bench press a tank. "You sure this is the right place?" she asked, flexing her fingers around the grip of an archaic-looking shotgun. The bearded man grinned, cigar still smoldering. "Darlin', if it ain't, then some other poor bastards are about to get a hell of a surprise." Silith had no idea who they were, only that the human general had insisted these ancient warriors be deployed. He had expected reinforcements. He had expected cutting-edge weapons and precision strikes. He had not expected this group of battered, aging humans who looked more suited for drinking contests than war zones. Then they opened fire. The sound was different. The Council's weapons were clean, precise, energy-based. But these barked. Loud, concussive thunderclaps echoed across the battlefield. There were no sleek plasma bolts, no perfectly calculated disintegration rays. Just lead, steel, and the unrelenting power of sheer kinetic force. The Zarkathi recoiled. They weren't used to this. Their exoskeletons had evolved to resist energy-based attacks, but these projectiles punched through them like wet paper. Blood sprayed as heads snapped back, chitin cracked, and bodies collapsed. And then came the explosions. One of the older men, a wiry soldier with a permanent scowl, lobbed a small metal cylinder into the air. The grenade arced, bounced once, and detonated with a force that sent bodies flying. The swarm hesitated, Silith's mind reeled. He had studied their battle patterns extensively. The Zarkathi never hesitated. Their tactics relied on overwhelming momentum, on the certainty that nothing could withstand their numbers. But now, they had encountered something different, something worse. The humans advanced. They didn't just hold the line, they pushed forward. The burly, bearded one led the charge, a massive revolver in one hand and an old, serrated combat knife in the other. He didn't fight like the disciplined formations of the Council's armies. He fought like a barroom brawler, ducking, weaving, slamming his knife in his soft spots between armor plates before finishing the job with a well-placed shot to the head. Another veteran, a grizzled man with an eye patch and an expression of perpetual disappointment, lit what appeared to be an actual Molotov cocktail and hurled it toward a cluster of Zarkathi. Flames erupted, chitin cracked, and the creatures shrieked in confusion and agony. A distant council commander was screaming into the comms. "What are they doing?" Walker's voice crackled back, full of something Silith couldn't quite identify. Amusement? Pride? Winning? The swarm did something then that had never been recorded in any previous battle. They retreated. It wasn't a strategic withdrawal. It was fear. Silith turned, still gripping his rifle, staring at the bloodied humans now standing in the wreckage of the battlefield. One of them, the sharp-eyed one with the flask, nudged the corpse of a fallen Zarkathi with his boot and let out a low whistle. "Well, that was fun," he said. The bearded leader grinned, running a hand through his sweat-drenched hair. "Ain't had this much excitement since Grenada." The woman with the shotgun smirked. "You were in Grenada?" "Hell, I was in Panama." "You old?" the bearded man asked, raising an eyebrow. "Older than you, Grandpa." They laughed, actually laughed, standing in the middle of a battlefield surrounded by alien corpses, their faces streaked with blood and grime. Silith swallowed hard. He had always been told humans were different, that their biology was strange, that their psychology was erratic. But nothing had prepared him for this. These weren't just soldiers. They were something else, something terrifying. The battle was over, but the war had just changed. The humans had arrived, and the Zarkathi had learned fear. The Galactic Council's war chamber had never been so quiet. The room, usually filled with the droning voices of bureaucrats and strategists, was now a vacuum of stunned silence. The war map projected before them, once a sea of red marking Zarkathi-controlled territory, now flickered with growing patches of green. Human-controlled sectors. Archminister Zalvern stared at the data, his long fingers tightening around the edge of the table. It was impossible. It had to be. The best fleets, the most advanced warriors of the galaxy, had fallen like sand before the swarm. And yet these humans had turned the tide in mere weeks. He cleared his throat, breaking the silence. "General Walker," his voice was carefully measured, "your forces appear to have exceeded all projections." Walker leaned back in his chair, an old relic of Earth's military command seats, brought in as a personal preference rather than necessity. He was flipping an old silver coin between his fingers, an antiquated habit that seemed absurd in such an advanced setting. He smirked. "You don't say." Zalvern's eye twitched, the sheer audacity of the man. But he couldn't deny reality. Every battle report read the same. Human units engaged. Human units pushed forward. Human units destroyed entire Zarkathi hives with frightening efficiency. Even Grand Strategist Ultin, whose species had prided itself on millennia of perfected combat techniques, was speechless. He clicked his mandibles once, twice. "Your forces do not fight conventionally." Walker chuckled, setting the coin down with a sharp clink. "No, we don't." Ultin hesitated, his antennae twitching. "Our warriors rely on discipline, strategy, cohesion. But your soldiers, they fight like lunatics," Zalvern interrupted. "I have seen the battle footage, General. These so-called veterans of yours do not adhere to any structured formations. They do not follow standard battle doctrine. They utilize ancient projectile weaponry, improvised explosives, and, in one baffling case, a sharpened shovel." Walker smiled. "Ah, that'd be O'Reilly. Man loves his entrenching tool." Zalvern inhaled sharply through his nose. "They are unpredictable." Walker shrugged. "That's the idea. Silence stretched once more. Ul-10 broke it first, tilting his head. "You understand the implications of this, General." Walker nodded. "Oh, I do. And so do they." He gestured toward the war map. "The Zarkathi aren't like you. They don't negotiate. They don't retreat. They don't adapt. Until now." He leaned forward, his expression losing its usual smirk. Because now, for the first time in their history, they're scared. The room darkened slightly as the projection changed, displaying intercepted communications from the swarm. For the first time, their patterns were erratic. Their movements were hesitant. "They don't know how to handle us," Walker continued. "They understand fleets, armies, precision strikes. They've evolved to counter organized warfare. But they don't understand grizzled old bastards who don't give a damn about the odds." Ul-10 studied the chaotic battle logs, the increasing reports of swarm retreating from human-controlled zones. "You have fundamentally altered the war." "Damn right we have." Walker stood, tucking his coin back into his pocket. "And now you've got a choice to make." Zalvern's silver eyes narrowed. "A choice?" Walker turned, pacing leisurely around the chamber. "You all brought us in as a last resort, didn't you? You thought, oh, let's throw the primitive humans at the problem and see what happens. Well, now you have your answer. And it's making you nervous?" No one denied it. Walker stopped, turning back to face them. "So, what's it gonna be? Are we still the desperate gamble? The wild card you barely tolerate? Or are we something more?" Zalvern's jaw tightened. "What are you proposing?" Walker grinned, but this time there was steel beneath it. "Simple. You treat us like equals. No more sideline politics. No more backhanded deals. No more treating humanity like the junior member of the council. We've proven ourselves, and we're not going back to being the underdogs." Ul-10 exchanged a glance with Zalvern. The council had always viewed humanity as different. Strange. A species that had risen too fast, learned too much, burned too bright. And now, they weren't just part of the war. They were winning it. The war had changed, and so had the balance of power. Zalvern exhaled slowly, glancing at the war map once more. The humans weren't just fighting for survival anymore. They were claiming their place. The war was over. At least, that was what the Galactic Council was telling itself. Reports flooded in from across the front lines. Zarkathi forces in full retreat. Hive worlds abandoned. Entire sectors left eerily silent. No more endless waves of chitinous monstrosities pouring into occupied space. No more desperate last stands. The swarm had been broken, and the humans had done it. General Walker stood on the bridge of the Iron Resolve, a warship that had once been a relic, mothballed in the early days of humanity's entry into the galactic stage. Now it was the centerpiece of victory, orbiting above what had once been the Zarkathi core world. The skies were clearer than they had been in centuries, no longer clouded with the endless black tides of the swarm's brood ships. The council had called for a meeting, a final debrief, a post-war discussion on reconstruction and stabilization. The usual bureaucratic nonsense. Walker had expected it. What he hadn't expected was them, the old soldiers. They had been the key. The council, in its infinite wisdom, had called upon humanity's best and brightest, expecting fresh recruits with the latest weapons, men and women trained under sterile combat simulations. Instead, they had gotten warriors from wars fought in jungle hellscapes, frozen tundras, and blasted deserts. Veterans who had survived battles that textbooks barely mentioned. Men and women who had spent decades at war, and when peace came, found they had no place in it. Until now, Walker stepped into the war room. Seated around the long, curved table were the highest-ranking members of the council, their expressions carefully neutral. Zalvern sat at the head, his hands steepled before him. Ul-10 stood behind him, his mandibles twitching in a way that suggested deep discomfort. Walker took his seat without ceremony, stretching out his legs as he set a well-worn flask on the table. "So," he drawled, "who wants to start?" Zalvern cleared his throat. "We wish to commend your forces, General. The unexpected effectiveness of your human veterans has been noted. The Zarkathi have ceased hostilities. Their hives have collapsed. The swarm is no longer a threat." Walker tapped his fingers against the flask. "Funny thing about that," he said, his tone light. See, I was going over our latest reports. Something wasn't adding up. Zalvern's expression didn't change. Clarify. Walker leaned forward. The swarm isn't a mindless force. Oh, sure we like to think they are. That makes it easier. A hive species driven purely by instinct, incapable of higher reasoning. Just keep killing until they stop coming. Except, he tilted his head. What if that's not true? Ulten's antennae twitched again. The Zarkathi have never shown higher intelligence beyond their queens. We have centuries of data to confirm this. Walker smirked. Sure, and centuries ago, you thought humans were just another primitive species with no business in space. How'd that turn out for you? The war room went silent. Walker reached into his jacket and pulled out a small data slate. We intercepted something interesting on one of the hive worlds before we torched it. Zarkathi command signals. Only they weren't random. He slid the slate forward. Zalvern hesitated before picking it up. The moment he did, his silver eyes narrowed. This is structured. Walker murmured. Ulten stepped closer, his mandibles clicking and growing unease. This suggests planning, coordination beyond simple hive instinct. That's right, Walker said, stretching lazily. We've been fighting them like they were just bugs, just mindless drones. Turns out they weren't fighting back properly because they never had to before. Until we showed up, Zalvern's grip on the data slate tightened. Are you suggesting? I'm saying we didn't win this war, Walker interrupted. We just proved to them that they could lose. Silence. A cold, dawning realization settled over the room. Ulten was the first to break it. If they were never truly fighting at full capacity, then what happens? Walker said. When they do, the council chambers had always been cold, but now it felt frigid. Zalvern set the slate down carefully, his face unreadable. Then we must prepare for the possibility that this was not the end of the war, but the beginning of something worse. Walker exhaled through his nose. Yeah, that's the smart move. But here's the kicker. We aren't the ones they're going to be coming for first. Ulten frowned. Explain? Walker's smirk didn't reach his eyes. Humans were never the ones leading the charge before, remember? We were the backup plan, the council's last-ditch effort. You were the ones in charge of this war. You were the ones who thought the swarm was mindless. And now the swarm knows different. Zalvern's fingers twitched ever so slightly. You believe they will target the council first? Walker leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. I think they're going to come for the ones who underestimated them. And when they do, he reached for his flask, unscrewing the cap. Well, let's just say, I really hope you've got more than a few dusty strategies from the last millennium to work with. The weight of his words settled heavily over the room. For the first time since the war had begun, it wasn't humanity that looked unprepared. It was the rest of the galaxy.
Official report Earth military assessment. Classification most urgent. From Commander Pax Lura, Zentari Federation Military Intelligence. Subject immediate withdrawal recommendation. To my most esteemed High Command. I must begin this report with an urgent recommendation. Under no circumstances should we ever consider military action against the humans. What I witnessed today at their so-called educational facility has shaken me to my very core. Let me explain the horrifying details of my diplomatic mission to their West Point Terra Academy. As you know, I arrived on Earth with the absolute certainty of our superiority. After all, we Zentari have perfected warfare through precise calculation and perfect order. Our troops march in immaculate formation. Our battle plans follow strict mathematical principles. Even our uniforms stay mysteriously spotless during combat. I expected to find a primitive training facility filled with bumbling bipeds attempting to mimic proper military discipline. The transport landed at 0700 Earth hours. The air was thick with that peculiar mixture of nitrogen and oxygen they somehow managed to breathe. I adjusted my atmospheric processor and straightened my ceremonial medals, all 27 of them arranged in perfect geometric precision on my chest. A small greeting party awaited me at the landing pad. Welcome to West Point Terra Academy. Commander Pax Lura, the human female who stepped forward, wore a crisp uniform with far fewer medals than mine. which I noted with satisfaction. "I'm General Sarah Winters, Academy Commandant. We're thrilled to have the Zentari Federation's interest in our humble training methods." Her use of the word humble confirmed my preconceptions. I fluttered my secondary breathing membranes in what I believed to be a gracious manner. Yes. The Federation is most curious about how you manage to produce functional soldiers with such limited resources. The General's smile widened, showing far too many teeth. I would later recognize this as what humans call a predatory grin, but at the time I mistook it for submission. "Oh, we manage somehow. Shall we begin the tour? I believe the first-year cadets are just starting their morning warm-up." "Warm-up?" I inquired, my primary translation gland throbbing slightly at the unfamiliar term. "Yes," she replied, that unsettling smile still in place. "Nothing too strenuous. Just a light 12-mile run carrying full packs, followed by what we call the Murderer's Mile obstacle course. Then they'll have breakfast." I laughed, assuming this was an example of human humor. The General did not join in. The small party of officers behind her maintained equally serious expressions. A cold feeling began to spread through my tertiary nervous system. You are joking," surely I managed to say. Commander General Winters replied, her voice carrying a note of what I would soon learn was pure human delight in the face of another's discomfort. "We never joke about training. Now, shall we head to the course? The cadets should be reaching the barbed wire and live fire section soon." As I followed her toward what would be the first of many horrifying revelations that day, I made my initial note to High Command: "These humans are not what we thought they were. May the cosmic consciousness have mercy on anyone who underestimates them." If only I had known that this was merely the beginning of my ordeal. The path to the training grounds led us past perfectly manicured grass, which I initially took as a promising sign of order. That was until I noticed the cadets. Sweet cosmic consciousness, the cadets. "Down and give me 50, the booming voice nearly caused my secondary heart to stop. A human instructor, who I would later learn was the legendary Sergeant Major Marcus Steele, towered over a group of mud-covered trainees. His voice could probably be heard in the next solar system. "Excuse me," I interrupted, my translation gland working overtime. "50 what?" Sergeant Steele turned to me with an expression that made my exoskeleton want to molt prematurely. 50 push-ups, Commander. Standard punishment for breathing too loudly during stealth training." I watched in horror as 20 young humans dropped to the ground and began rhythmically pushing their entire body weight up and down. But that's extremely inefficient. In the Zentari forces, we simply dock their nutrition credits. "Nutrition credits?" General Winters raised an eyebrow. "Oh no, Commander. Hungry soldiers are cranky soldiers. And cranky soldiers might just forget to save your tentacles in combat." Before I could process this disturbing statement, we reached the infamous obstacle course. My optical processors struggled to make sense of what I was witnessing. Humans were swinging across pits of bubbling mud on ropes, while others crawled under razor wire as live plasma rounds sizzled overhead. Some were scaling walls using nothing but their bare hands, and others, by all that's sacred, were they fighting each other on top of a narrow beam suspended 20 feet in the air. "Don't worry," General Winters said, misinterpreting my horrified expression. "The plasma rounds are set to stun, usually." Incoming, a voice shouted from somewhere above. I looked up just in time to see a human cadet plummeting from the sky. My emergency teleport beacon began beeping frantically, but before I could activate it, the cadet landed in a roll, sprung to their feet, and sprinted off toward the next obstacle. "Excellent form," Cadet Thompson Sergeant Steele bellowed. "But next time try to avoid the anti-aircraft turrets." "Anti-aircraft? But they're on foot," I protested weakly. "Exactly," General Winters beamed. "Can't expect them to always have aircraft available in combat situations. So we teach them to dodge anti-aircraft fire on foot. Builds character." A small group of cadets jogged past us, chanting what I assumed was some sort of military cadence. I don't know, but I've been told. "Alien worlds are mighty cold. Sound off, 1-2. They were singing, while running, through an active weapons range, and smiling. Perhaps I suggested, trying to maintain my diplomatic composure, we should move on to observing something less intense. Your theoretical training facilities, perhaps. General Winters checked her chronometer. Perfect timing. The advanced problem-solving class is about to begin. They're working on improvised weapons today. Improvised weapons, my voice rose several octaves. Oh yes, you wouldn't believe what these kids can do with a paperclip and a rubber band. Last week, Cadet Martinez took out an entire simulation squad with nothing but a sock full of butter and some dental floss. As we turned toward the classroom buildings, I made another note in my report update: previous assessment of human unpredictability severely underestimated. They appear to view chaos as a military doctrine. Exercise extreme caution. Little did I know, the improvised weapons class would soon seem like a peaceful meditation session compared to what awaited me in the afternoon training exercises. The physical education facility, if one could call it that, resembled what humans might term a nightmare factory. I arrived just in time to witness what they casually referred to as light sparring practice. Remember, your training Sergeant Steele's voice echoed through the massive gymnasium. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a plasma bolt. To my utter disbelief, actual wrenches were flying through the air. The cadets, instead of filing a formal complaint or calling their legal representatives, were laughing while dodging the metal projectiles. "Is this sanctioned?" I whispered to General Winters. "Oh, this is nothing," she replied cheerfully. "Wait until you see the advanced class. They dodge wrenches while solving differential equations. Multitasking is essential in modern warfare." A young cadet approached us, covered in what appeared to be a mixture of mud, paint, and some unidentifiable fluorescent substance. "General Winters, permission to demonstrate the new combat maneuver for our distinguished guest." "Proceed," Cadet Riley. General Winters nodded. What happened next defied several laws of physics and probably a few of interstellar warfare. Cadet Riley proceeded to perform what they called a parkour combat sequence, which involved running up a wall, backflipping over 3 training drones, disarming 2 practice opponents mid-flip, and landing in a perfect fighting stance while reciting the entire Earth Geneva Convention backwards. "Most impressive," I managed to say, while discreetly checking if my optical processors needed recalibration. "But surely this is an exceptional case." "Oh no," General Winters laughed. "Riley's still working on their form. You should see them when they're really trying." We moved on to what they called the endurance training area. I use quotation marks because in any civilized society, it would be classified as a torture chamber. Cadets were running on devices that simulated various planetary gravities, from Mercury to Jupiter, while others were swimming in pools filled with what appeared to be carbonated mud. "The mud bath is actually quite popular," General Winters explained. "Helps build resistance to environmental hazards. Plus, it's refreshing after the lava walking exercises." "The what exercises?" "Oh, don't worry, we use synthetic lava. Most of the time." Just then, a group of mud-covered cadets emerged from an underground tunnel, carrying what appeared to be giant logs on their shoulders. They were singing, again, something about a duck, an antimatter drive, and a bottle of hot sauce. "Ah, the Special Forces Training Group," General Winters beamed proudly. "They've been underground for 3 days, navigating by echolocation and living off of nothing but coffee beans and pure determination." But why, I asked, my professional composure finally cracking. "Why not?" responded a mud-covered cadet cheerfully as she jogged past, somehow maintaining perfect balance despite carrying a log twice her size. "It's Taco Tuesday in the mess hall. That's motivation enough." I watched in mounting horror as another group of cadets entered what they called the Motivation Enhancement Chamber through the observation window. I could see them facing off against training robots while the room itself randomly altered its gravity, temperature, and atmospheric composition. "Don't worry about the robots," General Winters said, noticing my expression. "They're programmed with a safety protocol that prevents them from causing permanent damage." As if on cue, one of the robots flew through the reinforced window, sparked briefly, and mumbled something that sounded suspiciously like "error human 2 unpredictable" before shutting down. Most of the time, she added with a shrug. I made another note in my report: urgent update. Human training methods appear to be designed by combining their action entertainment videos with fever dreams and implementing them in reality. Their definition of physical education borders on voluntary torture, which they somehow interpret as fun. They are, in short, completely insane. The day wasn't even half over, and I had already filled my emergency data storage with increasingly panicked observations. But nothing could have prepared me for what came next: the infamous mud crawl incident that would haunt my nightmares for cycles to come. Now, Commander General Winters said with that terrifying smile of hers, "How would you like to experience some hands-on training?" Fortunately, I was saved by the arrival of Professor Nathan Burke, head of psychological warfare studies, who insisted it was time for my scheduled observation of their strategy classes. I had never been so relieved to attend a lecture in my entire military career. Surely, I thought, this would be a return to civilized military education. How wrong I was. I entered the classroom to find what appeared to be complete chaos. Cadets were arranged in small groups, each stationed around what they called gaming tables. On the main display screen was an image that made my third eye twitch: today's lesson: weaponized absurdity and creative combat solutions. "Welcome," Commander Professor Burke exclaimed, bouncing on his heels with disturbing enthusiasm. "Today we're exploring unconventional warfare through the lens of human entertainment media. Cadet Wilson, please share your team's strategy for defending against a superior force using only items found in a typical human restaurant." A young cadet stood up, activated a holographic display, and began speaking with complete seriousness. "Sir, our team has developed a multi-phase defense strategy utilizing condiment-based area denial, improvised coffee maker explosives, and tactical application of banana peels. We call it Operation Food Fight." I waited for the professor to reprimand such obvious nonsense. Instead, he clapped his hands in delight. "Excellent. Especially the bit about weaponizing the soup of the day. Though I might suggest considering the tactical advantages of spreading marbles near the salad bar." Another cadet raised their hand. "Sir, what about using the soft-serve ice cream machine as a makeshift riot control device?" "Now that's thinking outside the box, Cadet Martinez. Make sure to account for different viscosity settings." My translation gland was starting to develop a stress headache. Surely, I interrupted, you don't actually implement these theories. Professor Burke's eyes lit up with an unsettling gleam. Of course we do. In fact, we're about to begin today's practical exercise. Everyone, to the paintball arena. The next 30 minutes were a blur of technicolor horror. What I witnessed in that arena defied every principle of conventional military doctrine. Cadets were using psychology misdirection and what they termed meme warfare to completely devastate their opponents. One team had somehow rigged a series of speakers to play something called Never Gonna Give You Up on loop, thoroughly demoralizing their opponents. Another group had developed what they called tactical dance moves to dodge incoming fire while simultaneously confusing the enemy with, as they put it, sick beats and sick strategies. "Observe the beauty of human ingenuity," Professor Burke said proudly as a cadet used a pizza box as both a shield and a frisbee, like throwing weapon. "We encourage them to think creatively." "But this isn't warfare," I protested. This is. Exactly, he beamed. The enemy expects warfare. They don't expect to be defeated by a squad performing a choreographed dance number while simultaneously executing a perfect flanking maneuver. Psychological warfare isn't just about breaking the enemy's will to fight. It's about making them question their entire understanding of reality. Just then, a team of cadets breached a defensive position by creating a diversion involving 3 rubber chickens, a bottle of glitter, and what they assured me was a totally theoretical mind control device made from a modified karaoke machine. Sir, a cadet approached us, covered in rainbow-colored paint but grinning wildly. Permission to demonstrate our new sonic warfare technique. Before I could object, the entire class broke into something they called sea shanties, their synchronized singing creating a surprisingly effective sonic attack pattern that somehow incorporated advanced battle strategies into the lyrics. I frantically added to my report, critical update: humans have weaponized chaos itself. Their approach to psychological warfare suggests either brilliant insanity or insane brilliance. They appear to gain tactical advantages from actions that, by all reasonable military doctrine, should ensure their immediate defeat. Most disturbing of all, they seem to be enjoying themselves. Professor Burke gathered everyone for the post-exercise briefing. Remember, cadets, in tomorrow's class we'll be covering advanced meme theory and its applications in modern warfare. Please bring your collection of CAD videos and be prepared to discuss their potential tactical applications. Professor, I managed to ask, do these unusual methods actually work in real combat situations? The entire class turned to look at me with identical grins that made my exoskeleton want to crawl off and hide. Would you like a demonstration, Professor Burke asked innocently. Before I could decline, the blessed sound of the lunch bell saved me from what I'm certain would have been another traumatic experience. However, I quickly discovered that even human meal times were far from the civilized affairs I was accustomed to. The cafeteria, or mess hall as they called it, was a vast chamber that seemed to operate under its own special laws of physics and social conduct. I watched in fascination and horror as hundreds of cadets piled in, creating what appeared to be carefully controlled chaos. Today's special is triple atomic chili, announced the head chef, a towering human named Jack Thunder, who I later learned was a former demolitions expert. Remember, kids, sign the waiver before attempting the extra spicy version. Waiver, I inquired nervously. Oh yes, General Winters explained, filling her tray with something that was actively bubbling. The extra spicy version is technically classified as a chemical weapon in 17 star systems. A group of cadets nearby were engaged in what appeared to be a friendly competition involving their hot sauce collection. My environmental sensors began screaming warnings before I even got close to their table. Hey Commander, one particularly enthusiastic cadet waved me over. Want to try our new tactical condiment? We call it the Supernova sauce. I politely declined, especially after noticing that the sauce had eaten through 3 layers of their reinforced training plates. What happened next would forever change my understanding of human social dynamics. Without warning, a cadet stood up and shouted, incoming, before launching what appeared to be a dinner roll across the room with sniper-like precision. Instead of the expected disciplinary action, this sparked what they called a tactical food distribution exercise. General Winters calmly flipped her table for cover, proving it was designed specifically for this purpose. Standard training drill, she explained, catching a flying sandwich without looking. Teaches resource management, projectile trajectories, and team coordination. Plus it helps the cadets bond. I watched in amazement as the chaos unfolded with surprising strategic precision. Teams formed spontaneously, alliances were made and broken over dessert rights, and someone was using spaghetti as a rappelling rope from the 2nd floor balcony. The key is the hot sauce, Sergeant Steele explained, suddenly appearing beside me in full gravy-proof gear. Nothing motivates a cadet to perfect their dodge training like avoiding the Supernova sauce. Just then, a glob of the aforementioned sauce landed near my feet, instantly melting through the floor tiles. My threat assessment glands went into overdrive. But the waste of resources, I protested weakly, ducking under a barrage of tactical tater tots. Waste, General Winters laughed, expertly deflecting a meatball with her tray. This is the 3rd most efficient way we've found to teach orbital bombardment calculations. Watch Cadet Thompson's pie trajectory. Sure enough, the pie in question described a perfect parabolic arc before finding its target with devastating accuracy. The targeted cadet responded by unleashing what they called their secret weapon, a bottle of hot sauce that required 3 separate safety locks and a biometric scan to open. I added another frantic note to my report: emergency update, human sustenance practices double as combat training. They have weaponized their food. Their digestive capabilities alone qualify them as a potential galactic threat. The hot sauce, by all that's sacred, the hot sauce. As if sensing my thoughts, Chef Thunder approached with a special plate. Made something special for our guest. We call it the Earthling Welcome Platter. I stared at the dish, which appeared to be actively challenging me to a fight. The vegetables had been arranged in what I recognized as a tactical formation, and the sauce was glowing. "Don't worry," General Winters said, misinterpreting my terror as hesitation. This is the mild version. Before I could sample the terrifying dish, an announcement echoed through the facility. All cadets report to the advanced combat arena. Today's demonstration: adaptive warfare and creative weaponry. The cadets moved with frightening efficiency, clearing the mess hall in seconds. I noticed several of them pocketing hot sauce bottles with disturbing grins. General Winters led me to an observation deck overlooking what appeared to be a massive training arena. "Now, Commander, you'll see how we teach weapons adaptation," she said proudly. "Sergeant Steele, begin the exercise." "Listen up," Cadet Sergeant Steele's voice boomed through the speakers. "Today's scenario: defending Earth with whatever you can grab in 30 seconds from a typical human bedroom." My confusion turned to horror as I watched the cadets transform ordinary objects into weapons of mass destruction. One group had turned a bedsheet into a surprisingly effective capture net. Another was using pillows as improvised smoke screens, somehow having modified them to release tactical cover on impact. "Is that cadet wielding a lamp as a lightsaber?" I asked, my translation gland starting to malfunction from stress. "Oh yes, Cadet Parker specializes in turning household lighting into directed energy weapons," General Winters beamed. "Wait until you see what they can do with a disco ball and some Christmas lights." The demonstration continued with what they called the pillow fight protocols, which bore about as much resemblance to sleeping accessories as a supernova bears to a match flame. The cadets had somehow weaponized comfort itself. "Standard issue military pillows," Sergeant Steele explained, noticing my shocked expression. "Stuffed with a classified material we call freedom fluff. Perfect for both tactical combat and power naps." The team of cadets demonstrated their latest innovation: synchronized pillow artillery. The impacts left dents in reinforced steel walls. Another group had created what they called a blanket fort defense system that repelled all conventional attacks while simultaneously providing what they termed optimal snoozing conditions. "But this defies all known combat doctrine," I protested as a cadet used a teddy bear as an improvised grappling hook. "Exactly," General Winters replied. "That's why it works. The enemy expects missiles and plasma rifles. They don't expect to be taken down by tactically modified bedroom accessories." The final demonstration involved what they called extreme adaptive combat. The arena was flooded, electrified, and filled with various obstacles. The cadets were given random objects and told to complete their mission. I watched in mounting horror as they turned rubber ducks into surprisingly effective aquatic assault vehicles, modified alarm clocks into timed explosive devices, used slippers as improvised underwater propulsion units, converted a bookshelf into what they called a knowledge-based ballistic delivery system. And now Sergeant Steele announced with obvious glee the grand finale. The lights dimmed. Music started playing from somewhere. And then I witnessed what they called Operation Sleepover Storm, a full-scale combat operation using nothing but typical items found in a human teenager's bedroom. I frantically updated my report. Critical alert. Humans can weaponize anything. Their ability to adapt ordinary objects into combat tools suggests either terrifying creativity or creative terrifyingness. They have turned comfort itself into a weapon. The pillow fighting techniques alone violate 16 intergalactic weapons treaties. "Impressive, isn't it?" General Winters said, watching a cadet surf across the electrified water on what appeared to be a modified ironing board. "And this is just the basic class." I turned to her with all three eyes wide. "Basic." She nodded enthusiastically. "Wait until you see the advanced class. They work with office supplies." Those words were the final straw for my already strained sanity. The mere thought of what these humans could do with paper clips and rubber bands triggered my emergency evacuation protocols. "I believe," I said, backing slowly toward the exit, "I have seen quite enough for a comprehensive report." "But Commander," General Winters protested, "we haven't even shown you the advanced classes yet. The quantum paperclip techniques, the stapler artillery division, or the legendary rubber band snipers. Or the administrative assault course," Sergeant Steele added enthusiastically. "Today they're learning how to overthrow a planetary government using nothing but sticky notes and motivational posters." broke into a run. My official report, transmitted at maximum priority to the Zentari High Command, reads as follows. Final Assessment Earth Military Academy. Classification burn after reading, then burn the ashes. To the distinguished High Command of the Zentari Federation. I must begin with our most sacred oath. I swear by the 7 moons of Zentara that everything in this report is true, though you will wish it wasn't. Humans are not merely dangerous, they are chaos incarnate. They have turned disorder into an art form, weaponized comfort items, and somehow managed to make their food more deadly than our most advanced biochemical weapons. Key observations. 1. Their training methods appear to be designed by combining fever dreams with tactical manuals, creating something that shouldn't work but terrifyingly does. 2. They consider activities that would qualify as war crimes in most civilized systems as light morning exercise. 3. Their snack foods can melt through reinforced hull plating. They eat these voluntarily. 4. They have developed combat techniques using every conceivable object, including but not limited to bedding, office supplies, eating utensils, and something they call rubber ducks. Recommendations. 1. Immediate cancellation of all planned military actions against Earth. 2. Reclassification of hot sauce as a weapon of mass destruction. 3. Emergency ban on exporting pillows, office supplies, or rubber ducks to human space. 4. Serious consideration of preemptively surrendering, just to be safe. Additional notes. The humans have somehow weaponized fun itself. Their cadets learn orbital mechanics through food fights. They calculate ballistic trajectories using pillows. They turn their sleeping quarters into combat zones and seem to enjoy it. Most disturbing of all, everything I witnessed was apparently from their basic training program. The thought of what their advanced classes might contain haunts my nightmares. As I make my final retreat from Earth, I overheard 2 cadets discussing plans for something called a graduation prank involving 3 paperclips, a rubber chicken, and what they called a quantum probability drive. I did not stay to learn more. Some knowledge is too terrible to bear. Final recommendation: maintain minimum safe distance of 3 solar systems from all human military installations. If encountered, offer snacks and retreat immediately. Signed, Commander Pax Lura. Currently requesting immediate transfer to the far side of the galaxy. Yes. If anyone needs me, I will be in a quiet corner of the Andromeda Galaxy, trying to forget what I saw in their cafeteria. EPPS. The humans wanted me to pass along a dinner invitation to the High Command. I strongly advise declining, unless you've updated your digestive system's armor plating. End report. As my ship broke orbit, I received one final message from General Winters. Thanks for visiting. Don't forget your complimentary bottle of supernova sauce. The cadets made it specially for you. I ejected the bottle into space. Some say that sector is still considered a navigation hazard due to unexplained spatial anomalies. The humans call it progress. The rest of the galaxy calls it insanity. I call it a reason to retire. Let me tell you about the day our entire galactic society realized we'd made a terrible, terrible mistake. Oh, don't give me that look with your secondary optical organs. You know exactly which day I mean. The day we challenged a human to a duel. I, Captain Xandor Vex of the Centaurian Defense Fleet, had the misfortune of witnessing everything firsthand from my position in the Galactic Council chamber. And before you ask, yes, I'm the same Xandor Vex who now teaches human psychology and combat avoidance 101 at the military academy. Funny how life works out, right? The council chamber aboard Space Station Nexus 7 was its usual pompous self that day, all gleaming crystal spires and floating holo displays. We representatives of the 17 galactic species sat in our designated pods, arranged in concentric circles that rose toward the ceiling like some architect's fever dream. The air practically crackled with the usual mix of political tension and overinflated egos. Another routine day of bureaucratic nonsense, I remember thinking, absently adjusting my ceremonial collar. Hey, If only. Everything changed the moment she walked in. Alexandra Reeves, though we'd soon learn why she earned the nickname the Storm, the human representative, didn't so much enter the chamber as she commanded it, striding through those towering doors like she owned the place. And trust me, as someone with enhanced visual receptors, I noticed everything. She wore what I'd later learn was called a power suit black, as deep space with red accents that matched her lips. Her dark skin seemed to glow under the chamber's crystalline lights, and her hair was pulled back in what humans call cornrows, intricate patterns that spoke of both discipline and artistry. But it was her eyes that caught everyone's attention. They held that uniquely human mix of warmth and steel, like twin supernovas waiting to explode. Distinguished representative, she announced, her voice carrying that strange human quality of being both respectful and slightly mocking at the same time. I bring greetings from Earth. Now, I should mention that we'd all been briefed about humans. Deathworlder species, the report said, evolved on a high-gravity planet with extreme climate variations and devastating predators, but reports are one thing. Seeing a human up close? That's quite another. Most species would look small in that massive chamber. Not Alexandra. She seemed to fill it, and not just with her physical presence. There was something else in energy that made my threat receptors tingle. Looking back, I really should have paid attention to those instincts. "Welcome, Representative Reeves," Grand Marshal Crix Thor rumbled from his position in the high seat. His tone dripped with condescension, 6 eyes blinking in that irritatingly asynchronous way of his. "We trust you'll find these proceedings educational." The slight smile that crossed Alexandra's face should have been our first warning. "Oh," she said, "I'm sure we'll all learn something today." She had no idea how right she was, and neither did WE. The council meeting proceeded with its usual mix of tedious protocol and thinly veiled political maneuvering. Reports were given, treaties were discussed, and I fought the urge to slip into voluntary hibernation. But then came the topic that would change everything: Earth's petition to upgrade their status from provisional member to full council race. Grand Marshal Crix Thor shifted his massive frame in the high seat, his scales catching the light in that particular way that always made him look like an overdressed disco ball. "The council has concerns," he announced, as if bestowing some great wisdom upon us mere mortals. Humanity's rapid technological advancement and military expansion raise questions about their readiness for full membership. I watched Alexandra Reeves carefully. She sat perfectly still, one leg crossed over the other, fingers lightly drumming on the armrest of her pod. The only sign of her irritation was a slight narrowing of her eyes. "With all due respect, Grand Marshal," she said, emphasizing the title in a way that somehow made it sound like an insult, "Earth has met every requirement for full membership. We've shared our medical advances, participated in peacekeeping missions, and even helped develop the new FTL communication network." That's when Crix Thor made his first real mistake. He laughed. Not just any laugh, it was that horrible, grating sound he makes when he thinks he's being clever. "Ah, yes, your achievements. Tell me, Representative Reeves, how can we trust a species that still resolves some of its disputes through physical combat?" The chamber erupted in murmurs. I noticed several representatives shifting uncomfortably in their pods. Everyone knew humans had a complex honor system, but bringing it up in council, that was practically asking for trouble. "You mean dueling?" Alexandra's voice cut through the noise like a plasma blade. "At least we have rules and regulations. Better than spreading rumors and plotting behind closed doors, wouldn't you say?" Crix Thor's scales flushed that particular shade of purple that meant someone had struck a nerve. "You dare question our diplomatic traditions? Perhaps humans need a demonstration of true civilized combat." The chamber went dead silent. Even the floating holo displays seemed to dim. "Are you challenging me?" Grand Marshal Alexandra's smile was pure predator, and for the first time I saw something that made my survival instincts scream. This wasn't just a diplomat in an expensive suit. This was something dangerous. "I nominate my champion," Brigade Commander Yaxthal Crix Thor declared, gesturing to a towering figure in the military section. "Unless, of course, humans only talk about honor." Yaxthal stood, all 4 meters of him, battle-scarred exoskeleton gleaming. He was a legend among the Crix Thor's people, undefeated in ritual combat for 3 decades. I'd seen him snap a battle tank in half during training exercises. Alexandra stood slowly, smoothing her jacket with deliberate care. Well, a proper challenge. You know, back home we have a saying, be careful what you wish for. She paused, scanning the chamber. I accept. No champions. Just you and me, Commander Yaxthal. The collective gasp was almost comical. Even Yaxthal looked surprised, his mandibles clicking rapidly in confusion. Surely you just, Krixthor sputtered. Yaxthal is 3 times your size. Is that concern I hear? Grand Marshal Alexandra's voice dripped with false sweetness. I thought size didn't matter in civilized combat unless you're withdrawing the challenge. I remember thinking either humans are completely insane or they know something we don't. Looking back, the answer was probably both. The challenge stands, Krixthor declared, trying to salvage his dignity. Combat in 3 cycles, according to council traditions. Perfect. Alexandra gathered her materials, preparing to leave. At the door, she turned back. Oh, and Grand Marshal, make sure your champion brings us a game. I'd hate for this to be boring. As she left, I couldn't help but notice she was humming. Actually humming. Like she'd just scheduled a pleasant lunch date instead of a death match with one of the most feared warriors in the galaxy. Sometimes I think we deserved everything that happened next. The next 3 cycles were interesting, to say the least. Being the designated council observer for human affairs, a job I'm now convinced was punishment for something I did in a past life, I had the dubious pleasure of watching both competitors prepare for the duel. Commander Yaxthal approached his training exactly as you'd expect from a decorated military veteran. His workout regime was intense enough to make a battle droid weep. He spent hours practicing with various traditional weapons, his massive form moving with surprising grace as he demolished practice dummy after practice dummy. The betting pools heavily favored him, naturally. The odds started at 500 to 1 and only got more ridiculous from there. But Alexandra? That's where things got weird. I found her in the station's recreational area, of all places, calmly sipping something she called a protein shake while watching old human entertainment videos. Combat documentaries, she called them. Though I'm pretty sure most documentaries don't have titles like John Wick or The Raid. Shouldn't you be, I don't know, preparing? I asked, trying to sound diplomatic. She glanced up at me, those unnervingly intense eyes sparkling with amusement. What makes you think I'm not? That's when I noticed she had converted part of the rec area into what she called a basic workout space. Basic. There were weights that would challenge a cargo loader, strange elastic bands, and various padded striking targets. But what really caught my attention was the way she moved. You see, most species have a certain predictability to their movements. Yaxthal, for instance, relied on his species' natural advantages: strength, reach, and that virtually impenetrable exoskeleton. But Alexandra? She flowed like water one moment and struck like lightning the next. It was unsettling. Word spread quickly through the station. Soon there was a constant stream of casual observers finding excuses to pass by the rec area. I overheard 2 Arcturian physicists arguing about whether human bone density could actually withstand a direct hit from Yaxthal. A group of Proximan medical officers started a pool on how many bones Alexandra would break, her own or Yaxthal's. They weren't picky. The council members were getting nervous too. I caught Ambassador VC Troll, supposedly a neutral party, trying to access classified human combat footage. Just ensuring proper medical preparation, she claimed. Right, because medical officers typically need to know about something called Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. 3 particularly brave or foolish junior diplomats even tried to warn Alexandra about Yaxthal's combat record. They showed her footage of him literally tearing through a reinforced barrier during his last duel. Fascinating, she said, not even looking up from her stretching routine. You know what's really interesting, though? The way he favors his left side after an overhead strike. Almost like that old injury from the Rigelian campaign never quite healed properly. The diplomats left looking distinctly unsettled. I don't blame them. I had access to Yaxthal's full military record, and even I hadn't noticed that detail. The betting pools started to shift slightly after that, just slightly. A few of the more observant species began placing small, quiet bets on the human. The odds were still ridiculous, but now they were down to 300 to 1. Grand Marshal Krixthor, meanwhile, was strutting around like he'd already won the upcoming council elections. He even had the audacity to send Alexandra a ceremonial burial shroud, a not-so-subtle suggestion about the duel's expected outcome. The next day, Alexandra sent him a gift in return, a small earthen pot containing what she called a bonsai tree. It's a traditional symbol of patience and careful cultivation, she explained when I asked about it. Also, if you look really closely at the pot's decorative pattern, you'll find it spells out pride comes before a fall in ancient Earth script. He won't be able to read it, I pointed out. No, she agreed, that predatory smile back on her face. But I will. By the final day before the duel, the station was humming with tension. Yaxthal's supporters were loud and confident, but there was an undercurrent of something else. Those who had been watching Alexandra closely walked with careful steps and spoke in hushed tones. They had seen something in her preparation that disturbed them, though none could quite put it into words. I think I figured it out, though. You see, Yaxthal trained like someone preparing for combat. Alexandra? She moved like someone who had never stopped being ready for it. The night before the duel, I found her in the observation deck, staring out at the stars. Any last-minute concerns, I asked, trying to sound casual. Just one, she replied, turning to face me. I hope the Council's medical team is as good as they claim. Yaxthal's going to need them. Looking into her eyes at that moment, I finally understood why humans categorize their anger differently than we do. There's anger, there's rage, and then there's that terrifying human capacity for cold, calculated fury. Tomorrow was going to be interesting. The station's combat arena was a marvel of engineering, or so the architects kept reminding everyone. A massive dodecagonal chamber with adaptive gravity controls and force field barriers to protect the spectators. The floor could transform from solid metal to energy-absorbing gel in microseconds. Today, it was set to standard humanoid combat mode, whatever that meant. By the time I arrived, the viewing galleries were packed tighter than a Martian sardine tin. Representatives from every council race jostled for position, their conversations creating a buzz that reminded me of an angry hive of space wasps. The medical team stood ready with enough equipment to rebuild half a battalion. Clearly, someone had read the human medical reports. Taking any last-minute bets, a Syrian banker asked me, her phosphorescent tentacles twitching with excitement. The odds on the human surviving the first minute just dropped to 200 to 1. I politely declined. I'd seen enough in the past 3 days to know better. The weapons table drew my attention. Council dueling traditions required each combatant to select from the same array of ceremonial weapons. The collection was impressive: plasma blades, gravity hammers, neural disruptors, and more exotic tools of destruction than you could shake a quantum stick at. Commander Yaxthal arrived first, his entrance accompanied by the traditional war drums of his people. He looked magnificent, I'll give him that. His exoskeleton had been polished to a mirror shine, decorated with the symbols of his many victories. He approached the weapons table with confident steps. The neural disruptor, he declared, selecting a nasty piece of work that could overload any known species' nervous system. A civilized weapon for a civilized duel. The crowd murmured appreciatively. Neural disruptors were considered the height of sophisticated combat technology. Clean, efficient, and theoretically painless. Theoretically. Then Alexandra walked in. No war drums. No ceremonial entrance. Just the steady click of her boots on the metal floor. She'd traded her power suit for what she called workout clothes, black fitted pants, and a sleeveless top that revealed arms corded with muscle. Her cornrows were tied back tight, and she wore fingerless gloves that had definitely seen better days. The crowd fell silent as she approached the weapons table. She took her time, examining each option with methodical care. Then, to everyone's surprise, she started laughing. "Is something amusing?" Representative Grand Marshal Crix Thor called from his elevated observation pod. "Oh, just appreciating the irony," she replied, still chuckling. "All these fancy weapons, and not a single one of you thought to include something basic." She turned to face the Marshal, and even from my position, I could see that dangerous glint in her eyes. "I choose no weapon." The chamber erupted in chaos. No weapon? Was she insane? Even the betting computers crashed trying to recalculate the odds. "This is irregular," the chief arbitrator declared, his crystalline form flickering with concern. "The traditions require each combatant to be equally armed." "Oh, I agree completely," Alexandra said, her voice carrying easily over the commotion. "Commander, please put down the neural disruptor, unless you're afraid to face a human hand-to-hand." Yaxthal's mandibles clacked in what I recognized as barely contained rage. The neural disruptor hit the table with enough force to crack its casing. As the force field barriers hummed to life around the combat zone, I noticed something odd. Alexandra was bouncing lightly on her toes, rolling her shoulders, looking for all the world like someone about to enjoy a pleasant workout. Yaxthal, despite his fearsome appearance and superior size, had taken an unconsciously defensive stance. "Begin on the third tone," the arbitrator announced. "May honor and wisdom guide your combat." I remember thinking only one of those would matter today, and I was pretty sure it wouldn't be wisdom. The first tone rang out, crystal clear through the arena. Alexandra stayed loose, bouncing. Second tone. Yaxthal's exoskeleton plates shifted into combat configuration. Third tone. What happened next still gives me nightmares. Yaxthal charged forward, exactly as everyone expected. 4 meters of armored killing machine, moving with shocking speed for his size. His primary arms extended for a grapple while his secondary arms positioned for striking blows. A classic opener that had ended dozens of duels. Alexandra didn't move. Well, barely moved, just a slight shift of weight, a subtle angle change. Yaxthal's grapple missed by millimeters. His momentum carried him forward, and then... wham! The sound of her first strike echoed through the chamber. A precise hit to what on a human would be the solar plexus. Yaxthal stumbled, actually stumbled. The crowd gasped. "Ha," Alexandra said, resuming her bounce. "So the plates do shift when you're off balance. Interesting." Yaxthal recovered quickly, mandibles clicking in fury. He launched into a combination of strikes that would have pulverized a battle tank. Fast, powerful, precise, and completely useless. Alexandra moved like water through rocks, each dodge so efficient it barely looked like movement at all. "You know what your problem is, Commander?" she asked, ducking under a swing that could have decapitated her. "You fight like someone who's never lost another shift, another dodge, never really been hurt." A deflection that somehow used Yaxthal's own momentum against him. Never had to learn from failure. The crowd was dead silent now. We were all watching something that shouldn't be possible. A human, barely reaching Yaxthal's chest, was making one of the most decorated warriors in the galaxy look like a clumsy cadet. Then she stopped dodging. Yaxthal's next strike connected, or seemed to. At the last instant, Alexandra moved with the blow, rolling her shoulder to disperse the force. She grabbed his arm, stepped in close, and well, I'm still not sure exactly what happened next. There was a shift, a twist, and suddenly 4 meters of armored warrior was airborne. The impact when he hit the ground made the entire arena shake. "First lesson," Alexandra announced, stepping back to let him rise. "Size is just geometry, and gravity works for everyone." Yaxthal surged up with a roar, all pretense of civilized combat forgotten. His strikes became faster, more furious, some even connected. Alexandra's lip was split, a bruise forming on her cheek. But she was smiling, actually smiling. "Second lesson," she continued, her voice terrifyingly calm despite the violence. "Anger makes you predictable." That's when the real fight began. I'd seen combat before. I'd studied human martial arts after first contact, but nothing prepared me for this. Alexandra moved like someone who had rewritten the laws of physics. Every strike flowed into a block that became a counterattack. She used Yaxthal's superior reach against him, staying too close for his full power, targeting joints and gaps in his armor. "Getting tired, Commander," she taunted, landing 3 rapid strikes to his left side, right where that old injury was. Feeling that Rigelian campaign wound yet, Yaxthal bellowed in rage and pain. His next attack was desperate, all 4 arms swinging in a devastating pattern. Alexandra ducked the first 3 strikes, but the 4th caught her square in the ribs. The sound of impact made even the medical team wince. She staggered back, and for a moment everyone thought it was over. Yaxthal pressed his advantage, moving in for the finishing blow. That's when we learned what human rage really looks like. Alexandra's eyes changed. The playful glint vanished, replaced by something ancient and terrifying. Her next breath came out as steam in the climate-controlled arena. Final lesson, she growled, and her voice had dropped an octave. Humans don't just fight with our bodies. What followed was I lacked the words to properly describe it. Alexandra moved like a force of nature. Each strike was precisely calculated yet powered by raw fury. She drove Yaxthal back step by step, targeting every weakness she'd identified earlier. The old injury, the slight lag in his lower left arm, the way his balance shifted when he pivoted right. We fight with generations of combat knowledge a strike to the knee joint. We fight with the memory of every loss a combination that cracked his shoulder plate. We fight with the rage of our entire species an uppercut that literally dented his armored chin. The final sequence was almost too fast to follow. Alexandra slipped inside Yaxthal's guard, grabbed his primary right arm, and executed a throw that combined leverage, momentum, and what I'm pretty sure was pure spite. The commander's massive form described a perfect arc through the air before crashing down with bone-rattling force. This time he didn't get up. Alexandra stood over him, chest heaving, blood dripping from her split lip. "Do you yield?" Yaxthal's response was a weak click of his mandibles. The universal translator rendered it as "I yield." The arena erupted in chaos. The medical team rushed forward. The betting computers exploded again. And through it all, Alexandra just walked calmly to the edge of the combat zone, grabbed a towel, and started wiping the blood from her face. Representative Reeves' Grand Marshal Crick's Thor's voice cut through the commotion. He sounded like someone had force-fed him a sour gravity generator. "The Council acknowledges your victory." "Thanks," she replied cheerfully, as if she hadn't just rewritten everyone's understanding of human combat capabilities. "Oh, and about that full membership status." The Marshal's scales had turned an interesting shade of gray. "I believe the Council will be revising its position." "Wonderful," Alexandra beamed at him. "I look forward to attending the next session. As a full member, of course." As she walked past my observation post, I couldn't help but ask, "How did you know you could win?" She paused, that dangerous glint back in her eyes. "Because, Captain Vex, humans don't enter fights we haven't already won up here," she tapped her temple. "The physical part, that's just making it official." The medical team was still working on Yaxthal. From what I could hear, he had 3 cracked plates, a dislocated shoulder, and what they termed comprehensive soft tissue trauma. Alexandra glanced back at the scene. "He'll be fine. Might want to recommend a good physical therapist, though. That Rigelian injury's been compensating wrong for years." As she left the arena, I realized something that would later become the first lesson in my human psychology and combat avoidance 101 class. It's not the human capacity for rage that should frighten you. It's their ability to combine that rage with precise, calculated strategy. That, and their terrifying habit of treating near-death combat situations like an educational opportunity. The council chambers were unusually quiet the next day. Amazing how watching a human dismantle one of the galaxy's most feared warriors can affect the general atmosphere. The floating holo displays seemed dimmer, as if they too were trying not to attract attention. Alexandra sat in her pod, now upgraded to reflect Earth's new full member status. The bruise on her cheek had darkened impressively, and she held herself carefully. Those ribs definitely weren't fully healed. But her smile? That was downright radioactive. Grand Marshal Crick's Thor looked like he'd swallowed a malfunctioning quantum harmonizer. His scales had settled into an interesting shade of greenish-gray that our medical staff assured me wasn't immediately life-threatening. The council recognizes, he ground out, each word clearly causing him physical pain, that our previous assessment of human combat capabilities may have been incomplete. Oh, Alexandra's innocent tone could have sugared a black hole. Do tell. The emergency session that followed was fascinating. I watched 17 different species try to diplomatically say please don't hurt us without actually saying it. The Arcturian physicists submitted a formal request to study human muscle density. The Proxima medical officers had to revise their entire xenobiology database. But the real entertainment came when they started modifying treaties. Perhaps, suggested Ambassador VC Troll, still trying to pretend she hadn't lost her entire year's salary in the betting pool, we should adjust the mutual defense protocols. Excellent idea, Alexandra agreed. While we're at it, Let's discuss those trade route restrictions. You know, the ones supposedly based on our limited combat effectiveness in deep space conditions. I swear I saw VC Troll's crystalline form develop a hairline crack from pure stress. The revisions came fast after that. Trade routes opened. Technology sharing restrictions lifted. Military cooperation protocols extensively updated, though I noticed the updates focused more on joint training than actual combat support. Apparently, nobody wanted to risk having their troops embarrass themselves in front of the humans. Commander Yaxthal, watching from his medical pod, actually laughed when they proposed requiring all future duels to use weapons. The sound made 3 junior diplomats dive under their consoles. With respect, he clicked, his mandibles still slightly misaligned from yesterday's educational opportunity. I believe that would be doing our human friends a disservice. Alexandra shot him a respectful nod. There's nothing like getting thoroughly beaten up by someone to establish a weird sort of friendship. The real changes, though, were in how everyone looked at humans after that. Gone were the dismissive glances, the condescending tones. Now, when a human walked into a room, people paid attention, very careful attention. The kind of attention prey animals give to apex predators. You've created quite a stir, I told Alexandra as she prepared to board her ship back to Earth. The combat training academies are completely revising their curricula. Good, she replied, checking her travel documents. Though you might want to add a psychology course. The fighting part isn't really the important lesson here. Oh. She turned to face me, and for a moment I saw again that calculating look behind her eyes. The important lesson is that humans never show all their cards unless they have to. Remember that, Captain Vex. I did remember. In fact, I built an entire teaching career around that concept. As her ship departed, I couldn't help but think about how differently things might have gone if we'd actually paid attention to those early human combat footage videos. If we'd noticed how they turned every defeat into a lesson, every loss into fuel for improvement. If we'd understood that a species that evolved on a death world doesn't survive by being merely strong. They survive by being smart enough to look weak until being strong serves them best. These days, when new species join the council, they all have to take my class. And every term I start with the same question: who wants to see the footage of why we changed the rules? The smart ones learn from it. The others? Well, the medical team is always on standby. 10 cycles later, and the galaxy's a very different place. Funny how one little duel can rewrite the political landscape faster than a quantum computer calculating PI. Earth now holds 3 seats on the High Council. 3. The same humans we once thought were too primitive for full membership are now heading committees on defense, cultural integration, and my personal favorite, diplomatic conflict resolution. The irony is not lost on anyone. Grand Marshal Krix Thor retired shortly after the duel. Officially, he wanted to pursue personal interests. Unofficially, he couldn't handle how everyone snickered whenever he tried to call anything uncivilized in council meetings. Commander Yaxthal, surprisingly, became Earth's biggest advocate. He now runs the most prestigious combat training facility in the galaxy right on Earth. The waiting list is longer than a Venusian summer. Last I heard, he's particularly fond of something called Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Alexandra? She's Ambassador Reeves now, though some still call her the storm behind her back. She keeps that old, cracked neural disruptor mounted on her office wall. Next to it is a sign in Earth standard that reads Plan B, not that we needed it. The diplomatic landscape has shifted too. It's amazing how polite everyone becomes when they realize the smiling human across the negotiating table could probably dismantle their entire security team with nothing but bad intentions and good timing. These days, when new species join the council, they all get the same welcome package: a copy of the council charter, a standard trade agreement template, and a mandatory viewing of what we now call the education session. That's right, Alexandra's duel has become required viewing for all diplomatic personnel. The betting pools have changed too. Nobody bets against humans anymore. Now they just bet on how long it'll take them to win. The current record holder is Ambassador Reeves herself: 3 moves, 2 seconds, and one very apologetic Regelian who learned the hard way not to question Earth's artistic achievements. As for me, I've got tenure at the Academy now. My class, Human Psychology and Combat Avoidance 101, is the most popular course in the diplomatic training program, though I'm thinking of changing the name to How Not to Get Your Exoskeleton Handed to You by a Smiling Ape. The final exam is simple: explain why challenging a human to a duel is about as smart as using a black hole for a back scratcher. So far, everyone's passed. Amazing what a little practical demonstration can do for the learning process. And that bonsai tree Alexandra gave to Crick's Thor. It's still alive, sitting in the council chamber as a reminder. Most species think it's just a nice decoration, but every now and then I catch a human diplomat grinning at it, and I remember. Sometimes the most dangerous thing in the galaxy isn't the one showing all its teeth. It's the one teaching you why you shouldn't show yours.
Adam Simpson stood in the center of the vast Imperial Hall, his posture rigid, his face a carefully maintained mask of defiance. Before him, seated atop an obsidian throne carved with the sigils of conquered worlds, was Emperor Karvek Zolith of the Zelzorid Empire. His golden eyes, slit like a serpent's, bore into the human diplomat with amused contempt. The air hummed with tension, the vast chamber filled with the silent weight of a dozen high-ranking officials and military commanders. Adam took a slow breath, choosing his words with precision. "I am here as a courtesy," he said, his voice steady. "Humanity has no interest in war, but if you do not turn your fleet back from our borders, you will regret it." Laughter rippled through the hall. The reaction was immediate and expected. The Zelzorth, the oldest and most powerful empire in the known galaxy, saw humanity as nothing more than a young, impudent race, barely worth acknowledging. Their fleets had crushed civilizations that had stood for millennia. Compared to them, Earth was an infant playing at war. High Commander Volek SYTH leaned forward, the sharp ridges of his pale blue face catching the dim light. "Regret it?" His lips curled. "Do you truly believe your kind can stand against the might of the Empire? That your pitiful fleets, your laughable technology, could do anything but be swept aside?" Adam met his gaze unwavering. "This isn't a warning," he said, each word deliberate. "It's an opportunity. Turn back now, because when the fighting starts, there won't be a second chance." The Emperor's voice, rich and deep, silenced the murmurs. "I find your arrogance fascinating, human," Karvek Zolith said, fingers drumming idly against the arm of his throne. "You believe yourselves dangerous, yet you have done nothing to prove it. Where are your war fleets? Where is this great power you claim to wield?" Adam exhaled through his nose. They still didn't understand. "You assume because you do not see our strength, we do not have it." His voice dropped, the weight of certainty behind it. "That mistake will cost you everything." Volek chuckled, shaking his head. "Enough of this. Emperor, with your permission, I will take the fleet and raise their homeworld. The humans are weak. Let's rid ourselves of their delusions." Karvek tilted his head, considering. "Very well. You may proceed." Adam closed his eyes for half a second, disappointment flickering beneath his calm. He had done his duty. Humanity had given them a choice. They had chosen poorly. He turned sharply on his heel and strode from the chamber, his heart steady, his mind already preparing for what was to come. As Adam's shuttle lifted from the Imperial Palace, the Zelzor fleet prepared for war. The Imperial Armada, 500 warships strong, gathered in the vast reaches of space. Flagships the size of cities, bristling with weapons capable of reducing planets to rubble, stood ready. At their center was Volek SYTH's personal battleship, the Dominion's Wrath, an immense dreadnought that had crushed fleets many times larger than humanity's entire military force. Standing on the bridge, Volek watched as the final battle formations locked into place. Around him, officers moved with quiet efficiency, their confidence unshaken. "Any sign of resistance from the humans?" he asked. A communications officer checked the latest scans. "None, sir. No fleet movements, no defensive structures deployed. Their borders are empty." Volek smirked. "Cowards. They know they are beaten." Grand Admiral Drosk Vynen, a veteran strategist, observed the readouts with mild curiosity. "It is strange," he admitted. "Humans are unpredictable, yet they offer no resistance. He glanced at Valek. "You do not find that odd?" Valek exhaled, rolling his shoulders. Their arrogance has finally been crushed by reality. They see our power and understand they are doomed. He turned toward the main viewport, where the stars stretched in endless, quiet beauty. "We will strike at their core. Earth will burn before they even muster a response." The fleet surged forward, slipping into FTL transit, streaking toward humanity's homeworld. The journey was smooth, effortless. 500 warships, an unstoppable force moving toward an inevitable victory. But as they neared Earth's system, something shifted. The first sign was subtle. On the bridge of the Dominion's Wrath, a technician frowned at his console. "Sir, we're detecting fluctuations." Valek turned. "Fluctuations?" The technician hesitated. "Unusual energy signatures. Spatial distortions. It's as if," he paused, adjusting his instruments. "It's as if something is here, but not here." Valek scoffed. "Phantom signals. Ignore them." Grand Admiral VYNN, less dismissive, studied the data more closely. The readings were erratic, strange. "Are there any ships in the area?" The sensor officer ran a deep scan. "Negative, sir. No visible vessels. No stations. Just empty space." And yet, the anomaly remained. The fleet pressed forward, cutting deeper into human territory. Then, without warning, the lead warships vanished. One moment, they were there, powerful engines burning, their forms filling the void. Then they were gone. No explosion, no debris, just gone. Valek bolted upright. What the hell just happened? The bridge erupted into motion, officers scrambling for answers. Reports flooded in from across the fleet, ships disappearing without a trace. Panic laced the voices over the comms. "We've lost the Ravager. The Hellfire is gone. No distress signal, nothing." Admiral VYNN clenched his jaw. This is not possible. Then, the communications came through. Not from their own forces, but from deep within the void itself. A single transmission, cutting through every Imperial channel, its voice smooth, unshaken. "You should have listened, Adam Simpson." Valek's blood ran cold. The anomalies, the strange readings, the sudden disappearances. It wasn't a coincidence. It wasn't a malfunction. It was humanity, and they had been waiting. The silence that followed Adam's transmission was heavier than the vacuum of space itself. Every Zelzorth officer aboard the Dominion's Wrath stood frozen, eyes darting between their instruments and the blackness beyond. The bridge's hollow display flickered with the outlines of their vast fleet, but the red markers representing the missing warships were increasing at an impossible rate. They weren't being destroyed. They weren't being jammed. They were simply ceasing to exist. Valek SYTH gritted his teeth, his grip tightening on the console before him. "Full stop," he barked. "Lock down all systems. I want a full analysis of what's happening." His voice remained steady, but deep inside, something gnawed at him, an unfamiliar sensation clawing at the edges of his mind. Uncertainty. Admiral Dross Voynen's fingers danced over the control panel as he manually accessed the ship's external feeds, bypassing automated processing. He needed raw data. The answer had to be there, hidden within the cold, sterile numbers. But what he saw sent an involuntary shudder through him. The space around us, VYNN hesitated. "It's not empty." Valek spun toward him. "Explain." VYNN magnified the last recorded frames of the missing warships. The image was distorted, but barely perceptible within the cosmic haze were faint, shifting patterns. Ripples in the void, like disturbances on the surface of a dark ocean. Shadows that weren't cast by any physical object. "There's something out there," VYNN murmured. "A presence, undetectable by conventional scans. Something that was waiting for us." Valek refused to believe it. "That's impossible. If they had weapons of the scale, we would have known. They wanted you to think that.
came a voice from the ship's main display. The transmission was clear, untraceable, as if the voice were speaking from the bridge itself. Adam Simpson, face materialized, his expression unreadable. His suit was no longer the pristine diplomatic attire he had worn before the Emperor, but a matte black tactical uniform with no insignia. His eyes, once full of careful diplomacy, now held something far colder. "You were so confident," Adam continued, his tone calm, almost pitying. "So certain that humanity was a species to be conquered. And yet, here you are, unable to even see the weapon that will end you." Volek's hands curled into fists. "What are you playing at, human?" Adam tilted his head slightly, as if considering how much to reveal. Then he simply said, "This." The lights on the bridge flickered. The Dominion's raft shuddered, not from an impact, but something far more insidious. Its system seizing, its power draining. The same reports echoed from every remaining ship in the fleet. The displays dimmed, and for the first time in Volek's long military career, he realized what true powerlessness felt like. A whisper of motion flickered outside the viewport. At first, it seemed like an illusion, the afterimage of distant starlight. Then, the shadows coalesced and impossibilities took shape. A fleet, not just a fleet. An armada that dwarfed the might of the Zelzoreth. Their ships did not shine with the harsh metallic glow of Imperial warships. Instead, they moved like phantoms, their surfaces shifting between the visible and the unseen, their edges blurred as if reality itself struggled to define them. They had been there the entire time, hidden just beyond perception. The Phantom Fleet. Isaac Renner sat aboard the bridge of the UNS Valkyrie, the spirit of humanity's unseen force. His expression was one of quiet satisfaction, the product of years of preparation finally culminating in a single, decisive moment. His crew remained silent, waiting on his command. Every officer on board had been trained for this, facing an enemy that thought itself untouchable. "They still don't get it," Renner mused as he watched the chaos unfold. "All this power, all this arrogance, and they still don't understand what just happened." His second-in-command, Lieutenant Calloway, allowed himself a tight smirk. "Shall we educate them, sir?" Renner leaned forward, voice smooth, unhurried. Fire, across the Phantom Fleet. Silent lances of light erupted into the void, weapons far beyond the comprehension of the Empire. No energy trails, no conventional missiles, just pinpoint devastation. Zelzoreth warships collapsed in on themselves as their molecular bonds unraveled, their hulls simply ceasing to hold together. Explosions did not bloom in space. Instead, the affected vessels seemed to dissolve, their once impervious armor turning to dust before vanishing completely. On the Dominion's raft, Volek watched in horror as ship after ship disappeared. This wasn't warfare. It was annihilation. "This isn't possible," one of his officers shouted, panic breaking the rigid discipline of the bridge. "They have no mass readings, no energy signatures, no..." His voice cut off as the Dominion's raft jolted violently. "They've locked onto us," VYNN breathed. Adam's voice returned, impassive. "You had your chance." Volek refused to accept it. He refused to let everything end like this. "Full forward assault, vessel. Overload weapons if you have to." The Dominion's raft and the few remaining ships of the Zelzoreth fleet fired in desperation, unleashing every ounce of destructive power they had. Their weapons passed through empty space. Renner smiled faintly as he observed. "They're still trying," he noted. "Admirable, in a way." The Phantom Fleet moved with eerie grace, shifting in and out of perception untouchable. They were not bound by the conventional laws of engagement. Every Zelzoreth counterattack struck nothing but echoes of where the human ships had once been. Volek's hands trembled. His warriors, his empire's finest, were helpless. He had mocked the humans for their invisibility, their lack of presence, but now, as his fleet crumbled, he realized his mistake. They had not been absent. They had been watching. Adam's voice was the final nail in the coffin. "The difference between us, Volek, is that you fight for conquest. We fight for survival. That means we don't just prepare for war. We prepare to end it before it begins. Renner raised a hand. Shut them down. The Phantom Fleet sent out an invisible pulse, and every remaining Zelzorth ship flickered. Their engines sputtered. Their weapon systems died, and their communications severed. Not through brute force, not through damage, but through control. The Phantom Fleet had rewritten their existence. All that remained was silence. The great Zelzorth Armada, 500 ships strong, had been erased in minutes. Volek sat back in his chair, his mind racing, his breath coming shallow. There was no retaliation. There was no counterstrike. They had already lost before the first shot was fired. Adam's voice was soft now. I tried to warn you. Then the transmission cut. The last thing Volek saw before his ship systems collapsed completely was the shifting outline of the Phantom Fleet, fading once more into nothingness. They were not invaders. They were not conquerors. They were shadows. And they had already won. The Zorth Prime, the heart of the Zelzorth Empire, had never known silence. It had always been a symphony of military power. Warships docking, fleets mobilizing, strategic transmissions crackling across the void. Now, that silence was absolute, a hollow, suffocating void. Volek SYTH stood rigid on the bridge of the Dominion's wrath, his gaze locked on the swirling marble of the Zelzorth homeworld below. His ship, once the pride of the Imperial Armada, drifted powerless, held in the unseen grip of humanity's Phantom Fleet. The few remaining vessels of the once mighty Zelzorth Navy hung beside it, gutted, empty shells. Their weapons were disabled, their defenses overwritten, their fates sealed. Admiral Drost VYNN was slumped in his chair, his hands steepled against his forehead, his breathing slow and deliberate. The man who had once commanded conquest without equal had been reduced to a spectator of his own downfall. We underestimated him, he murmured at last, his voice hoarse, exhausted. All this time, we thought ourselves the apex. We thought them beneath us. Volek said nothing. The truth had been burned into his mind with each disappearing warship, each futile order, each impossible demonstration of power. Humanity had not risen to meet them in battle. Humanity had not fought a war. They had executed a sentence. The main view screen flickered to life, unbidden. The image of Emperor Karvek Zolot appeared, seated in his throne room. His usually impassive expression darkened with something Volek had never seen before. Fear. Volek. The Emperor's voice carried none of its usual weight. Report. Volek exhaled slowly, steadying himself. He wanted to frame it as a battle, a tactical miscalculation, something that could be salvaged. But there was nothing left to salvage. The fleet is gone, he said, forcing himself to meet the Emperor's gaze. Not destroyed, not in retreat. Gone. The silence stretched long and unbroken. Then, from the void, a voice cut through the Imperial channels. You were given a choice. Adam Simpson stood aboard the UNS Valkyrie, watching as the final remnants of the Empire trembled beneath their own arrogance. He had delivered the warning, and they had laughed. Now, there was no laughter, no mockery. There was only understanding, hollow and too late. The Phantom Fleet did not loom over Zorth Prime like an occupying force. It did not posture. It simply existed, waiting in the unseen spaces, as it always had. The Empire's eyes were blind to it, their weapons useless against it. The Emperor straightened, summoning whatever dignity he could muster. What are your demands? Adam tilted his head slightly, as if amused by the question. Demands? He glanced toward Commander Isaac Renner, who stood beside him, arms crossed, gaze impassive. Then he turned back to the transmission. You assume this is a negotiation. The Emperor's golden eyes flickered with something dangerous. You think because you have the power to destroy us, you can dictate the fate of my people. Adam leaned forward. You misunderstand. We aren't here to dictate anything. We're here to end an era. On the surface of Zorth Prime, Sirens howled through the capital city of Zelvoris. Imperial officials ran through the corridors of their once impenetrable bastion, scrambling to secure what little authority they had left. Panic rippled through the streets. The citizens of the Empire, who had only ever known their rulers as untouchable, now saw them desperate, afraid. Humanity had not fired a single shot at the planet. They hadn't needed to. Across the Empire, outposts and colonies received the same transmission. The Zelzorth fleet had been erased. The capital world stood defenseless. There was no external enemy to fight, no battlefield on which to prove their superiority. The war had not ended in combat. It had ended in inevitability. Grand Admiral VYNN finally rose from his chair, shoulders squared despite the weight pressing upon him. "What happens now?" he asked, his voice measured. "You have your victory. What will you do with it?" Adam considered him for a moment before responding. "That depends entirely on the Empire." A new voice crackled into the open channel. "The Empire is finished." The transmission came from an unexpected source, one of the Emperor's own High Chancellors. A second voice followed, then a third, across Zorath Prime. The realization was spreading like wildfire. Without its military might, the Empire was a hollow structure propped up by fear alone, and fear had lost its teeth. The Emperor's expression darkened as he listened to the voices of his own people turning against him. He had ruled through power, through dominance. But power was only as strong as its ability to enforce. And there was no enforcement left. Valek turned to VYNN, jaw clenched. "If we surrender, they could wipe us out entirely." VYNN shook his head. "If they wanted us extinct, they wouldn't be speaking to us now." He looked toward the view screen. "They are not us, Valek, and that is precisely why they won." The Emperor's hands curled into fists, his body trembling with restrained fury. "I will not." The transmission cut out. The throne room's lights flickered and died. The people of Zorath Prime watched as their Emperor, their rulers, their entire chain of command vanished from their screens, their communications, their networks. Not by an explosion, not by a coup, by something far quieter, far more precise. The Phantom Fleet had severed the Empire's head from its body with the press of a button. Aboard the UNS Valkyrie, Renner exhaled, watching the data stream confirming the complete neutralization of the Empire's command structure. "It's done," he said quietly. Adam nodded. "The Empire is broken. The galaxy will decide what comes next. There would be no occupation, no vengeful slaughter. Humanity had done what it needed to do, not to conquer, but to ensure the Zelzorth never threatened them again." Adam turned to Renner. "Initiate withdrawal." One by one, the Phantom Fleet faded once more into the void. Ships vanished from perception, slipping back into the unseen corners of space, leaving behind only the shattered remnants of an empire that had thought itself invincible. Zorath Prime's skies were clear. There was no enemy in sight. Yet the Empire would never be the same again, and as the last of humanity's vessels disappeared, the final message was broadcast across every world that had once feared the Zelzorth's rule. This was not war. This was not conquest. This was a lesson. The Empire had learned it too late. The galaxy, however, had just begun to listen. The Phantom Fleet was gone. The last of humanity's vessels had faded into the unseen void, vanishing as effortlessly as they had appeared. Yet their presence remained, an indelible scar carved into the fabric of the galaxy. The Zelzorth Empire, once the most feared power among the stars, lay in ruin, not by fire, not by conquest, but by something far worse: irrelevance. The Emperor was gone. His high command had been severed, their authority collapsing like brittle glass. For the first time in thousands of years, the great empire had no ruler, no structure, no guiding hand to wield its once unstoppable might. The absence of warships in its skies spoke louder than any fleet ever could. And the people, Those who had cowered beneath the weight of imperial rule, those who had lived their lives knowing nothing but subjugation and the certainty of the Empire's supremacy, had been forced to see the truth. Their gods had bled. Volek Syth stood in the ruined halls of the Imperial Palace, his boots echoing through corridors once crowded with dignitaries and strategists. The opulence of the throne room was meaningless now, its grandiose carvings and ancient banners remnants of a past that no longer held weight. There were no guards standing at attention, no commanders waiting for orders. The power they had all worshipped was dust in the wind. Drost Vynen stood beside him, his uniform disheveled, his face lined with exhaustion. "They left," he muttered, shaking his head as he glanced toward the sky. "They had every opportunity to crush us, to take our worlds as spoils. And they left." Volek didn't answer. He had asked himself the same question, over and over, since the moment the Phantom Fleet disappeared. If humanity had truly wanted revenge, they could have burned Zorth Prime to the ground. They could have wiped every Zelzorth colony from existence. They had the technology, the capability, the power to unmake everything the Empire had built over millennia. And yet, they had chosen restraint. That thought unsettled him more than their overwhelming might. A conqueror could be understood. A tyrant could be predicted. But an enemy that delivered absolute defeat and then walked away, that was something far more dangerous. "They don't need to rule us," Volek said finally, his voice quiet. "They already won." Vynen exhaled, staring out over the shattered remnants of the capital city. Then what happens now? It was a question without an answer, or rather, a question with too many answers. The Empire had ruled through dominance, but now there was nothing left to enforce it. The warlords who had once held systems in check were scrambling for power. Governors, once content in their absolute obedience, now whispered of independence. The outer colonies, long neglected in favor of military expansion, had begun severing their ties. The Empire was no longer an empire. It was a carcass waiting for scavengers. Across the galaxy, the repercussions of humanity's victory rippled outward in shockwaves. The other great powers, once fearful of provoking the Zelzorth, were now silent, hesitant, waiting. Humanity had never been considered a galactic superpower. It had been treated as an upstart species, an ambitious but ultimately inconsequential civilization with no right to claim a seat at the table of history. Now, the table had been overturned. On the bridge of the UNS Valkyrie, Adam Simpson observed the vastness of space, arms crossed, mind still sharp with the weight of what had transpired. The mission had been executed flawlessly. The Phantom Fleet had functioned exactly as it was meant to, an unseen hand, guiding the fall of an empire without the need for prolonged war. Every Zelzorth warship that had crossed the border had been erased. Every avenue of retaliation had been severed. And yet, there was no satisfaction in the victory. Commander Isaac Renner studied him for a moment before breaking the silence. "You're not celebrating." Adam didn't look away from the viewport. This wasn't a celebration. Renner nodded slowly, stepping beside him. "You knew this would happen," he said. "The moment they ignored the warning, you knew." Adam exhaled. They thought strength was about what could be seen, about the size of their fleets, the weight of their presence. His gaze darkened. They never considered the things beyond sight. Renner watched the stars for a long moment before speaking again. "The rest of the galaxy will want answers." "They'll get them," Adam said, his voice measured. "Humanity has never been one for posturing, but they'll understand what happened here. They'll understand what happens when we're threatened." A soft chime interrupted the conversation, a message sent across every galactic communication channel, appearing simultaneously in every government stronghold, every spacefaring civilization, every broadcast hub from one end of known space to the other. The statement was short, devoid of flourish, a simple declaration: humanity will not be threatened. We are not conquerors, but we will never be prey. The words burned into the galactic psyche, a reminder, a warning. The Zelzoreth had been the strongest, the untouchable force that none had dared challenge, and they had fallen without a single planet being invaded, without a single conventional war being fought. The message was clear. There were no more illusions. Renner let out a slow breath, folding his arms. And if someone else doesn't take the hint, Adam finally turned away from the viewport, his expression unreadable. Then they make the same mistake. In the remains of the Zelzoreth Empire, a new order was beginning to take shape. Warlords rose and fell in a matter of days. Old alliances crumbled. New factions emerged. The species that had once ruled through absolute dominance now turned on itself, uncertain, divided. The very foundation of the Empire had been shattered, not by weapons, not by brute force, but by an idea. The idea that they were no longer the most powerful force in the galaxy. That knowledge alone was enough to dismantle them. On Zoreth Prime, Volok SYTH watched as entire systems declared independence, as once loyal generals vanish into the void, seeking refuge in unknown corners of space. He knew, without a doubt, that the Empire would never rise again. But one thought lingered, gnawing at him in the quiet moments. They had never truly seen the Phantom Fleet, not with their own eyes. They had only seen the destruction left in its wake. If this was the power humanity had chosen to reveal, what else remained in the shadows? The Zelzoreth had learned their lesson too late. The rest of the galaxy would have only one chance to understand it. And if they didn't, they would never see their end coming.
The transport ship bucked as it hit the planet's atmosphere, rattling hard enough to make the harnesses groan. Inside the cramped, darkened bay, the human squad sat in silence, helmets down, weapons locked to their chests. No one spoke. There was nothing to say. The mission brief had been clear: drop, breach, and take the stronghold. The aliens Nicarians had fortified the ridge for weeks, and orbital bombardments had failed to make a dent. 3 minutes to drop, came the pilot's voice over comms. Private Luke Kessler adjusted his grip on the hilt of his combat blade, its serrated edge glinting in the dim red light. The rifle on his back felt useless, just extra weight. This wasn't going to be a firefight. Not really. It never was with humans. The Nicarians were tall. Their long limbs moved gracefully, almost lazily, when they walked. They weren't built for war, not the kind humans knew. Sure, they had their energy rifles and advanced targeting systems, but they hated close combat. Hated the way humans got too close, too fast. 2 minutes. Kessler glanced at his squad leader, Sergeant Frank Bellamy, who was scanning his HUD for terrain data. Bellamy was stone-faced, as always, his helmet hiding the scar that ran from his jaw to his ear. The scar he'd earned the last time they'd shown the galaxy what humans could do. Stay tight, Bellamy said. We hit hard, we hit fast. Don't give them room to think. Kessler nodded, along with the others. Beside him, Corporal Ryan Graves rolled his shoulders, the blade strapped to his chest plate clinking softly. Graves always carried two, said it made him feel balanced. 1 minute, the bay filled with the whine of the drop pod's deployment systems. The floor beneath them shuddered. Kessler's pulse quickened. He could feel it, the drop, the rush, the chaos waiting below. It wasn't fear. Not exactly. It was something sharper. The Nicarians had thought their energy shields would stop any assault. They'd underestimated how much humans like to cut. 30 seconds. The light turned green, and the clamps holding the squad in place disengaged. Kessler felt the pull of gravity as the pod began its final descent. Outside, the planet's surface rushed up to meet them. Rocky terrain, jagged cliffs, and the glowing blue of the Nicarians' shielded fortress. 10 seconds. Bellamy stood, grabbing the handle above his head. Weapons hot. No hesitation. The pod slammed into the ground with a bone-jarring impact, the doors blowing open with a hiss of hydraulic pressure. Dust and debris filled the air. The squad moved as one, rifles up, sprinting into the chaos. The first Nicarian soldier appeared just beyond the drop zone, its rifle already aimed. Bellamy didn't even slow down. He closed the distance in 3 long strides, his blade flashing as he plunged it into the alien's chest. The Nicarians let out a high-pitched wail, its hands scrabbling uselessly at the weapon before it crumpled to the ground. "Move!" Bellamy shouted, kicking the body aside. Kessler followed Graves toward the left flank, where a cluster of Nicarians were scrambling to form a defensive line. Their rifles glowed bright, firing precision bursts that scorched the rocks around them. Kessler ducked low, rolling behind cover as a blast streaked past his helmet. Graves didn't bother with cover. He charged straight at them, his twin blades spinning in his hands. The Nicarians hesitated, just for a second, but it was enough. Graves was on them, slicing through the first alien's neck with a brutal swipe before driving the second blade into another's chest. Kessler rose, firing 2 quick shots to drop the stragglers. He moved to Graves' side, stepping over the bodies. "They're soft," Graves muttered, shaking blood off his blade. Kessler didn't answer. He could see it in the Nicarians' eyes, the panic, the disbelief. They weren't used to this, to humans. "Squad, regroup." Bellamy's voice cut through the comms. They pushed forward, carving through the outer defenses like a blade through cloth. The Nicarians fired wildly now. One of them stumbled backward as Kessler's knife found its stomach, the alien's blue blood spilling onto the dirt. "Clear the breach," Bellamy ordered. The squad reached the fortress wall, its shimmering blue shield pulsing with energy. Bellamy pulled a device from his belt, slamming it against the shield. It sparked and fizzed, and then the energy field collapsed with a shuddering crack. Inside, they poured through the opening, their boots echoing in the narrow corridors. The Nicarians were waiting, their rifles trained on the entrance. The first burst hit the walls, sending chunks of metal flying. "Grenades!" Bellamy shouted. Kessler tossed one down the hall, the explosion ripping through the defenders. The squad didn't wait for the dust to settle. They charged, blades gleaming in the dim light. Kessler drove his knife into a Nicarian's neck, yanking it free in a spray of blue. Beside him, Graves spun his blades in tight arcs, carving through the aliens like a butcher at work. The air was thick with the smell of burnt flesh and blood. "They're falling back," Graves shouted, kicking a corpse aside. Bellamy nodded, leading them deeper into the stronghold. The Nicarians weren't used to this kind of war. They relied on precision, on strategy. Humans didn't play by those rules. The squad pushed through another barricade, the floor slick with blood. The Nicarians were retreating now, their screams echoing through the corridors. Kessler felt a grim satisfaction as he stepped over the bodies, his knife dripping. "Stay focused," Bellamy said, his voice cutting through the comms. "We're not done yet." Ahead, the corridor opened into a massive chamber. The Nicarians' commander stood at the center, flanked by 2 heavily armed guards. The commander's eyes widened as the humans entered, its pale skin flushing a deep purple. "You've made a mistake," it said. Kessler smiled beneath his helmet. "Yeah," Graves said, raising his blades. "You have no idea." The Nicarians' commander moved first, signaling its guards with a sharp wave. The 2 hulking figures stepped forward, energy shields flaring to life on their forearms. They were larger than the others, their armor thicker, their rifles crackling with overcharged plasma. Kessler barely had time to dive behind a column as the first volley of plasma fire scorched the air where he'd been standing. The chamber erupted into chaos. "Take the guards down," Bellamy roared, his voice cutting through the noise. Graves was already moving, zigzagging between cover with the fluidity of a predator. Plasma bursts exploded around him, but he didn't flinch. When he got close, he leaped, his blades flashing as he came down on one of the guards. The alien tried to block, raising its shield, but Graves slid low, slicing at its exposed legs. The guard let out a guttural screech as its knee gave out, blue blood spraying across the floor. Graves didn't stop. He drove both blades into its chest, wrenching them free as the alien crumpled. Kessler turned his attention to the second guard, who was advancing on Bellamy. The sergeant fired short bursts, aiming for weak points in the alien's armor. The Nicarians was fast, deflecting the shots with its shield as it closed the distance. Kessler sprinted forward, pulling the combat knife from his belt. He wasn't as fast as Graves. As the guard swung its shield to knock Bellamy aside, Kessler slid in from behind, driving his knife into the gap between its shoulder plates. The alien howled, spinning to face him, but Bellamy was already moving. The sergeant's blade found the soft flesh of its throat, silencing it in a spray of blue. Clear, Bellamy shouted, stepping back from the body. Kessler wiped his blade on his thigh, glancing toward the commander. The Nicarian stood frozen, its wide eyes darting between the humans. "You're wasting time," it said. "Your kind can't win. Not here." Bellamy didn't respond. He raised his rifle and fired. The commander's shield flickered as it absorbed the impact, the energy humming loudly in the enclosed space. "Shields are strong," Graves said, circling around the chamber. "Not strong enough," Bellamy replied. The commander's confidence wavered as the humans advanced. It stepped back, its long fingers dancing across the console behind it. Kessler saw the movement and shouted, "He's calling reinforcements." Bellamy cursed. "Graves, stop him." Graves moved like a shadow, his blades gleaming under the harsh lights. The commander tried to retreat, but Graves was faster. He ducked low, slicing at the alien's hand as it reached for the console. The Nicarian screamed, its severed fingers clattering to the floor. "You don't get to call for help," Graves said. The commander stumbled, clutching its mutilated hand. You humans are animals." Kessler stepped forward, his knife raised. "Yeah, maybe, but we're the ones still standing." The Nicarian snarled, its composure breaking. It lunged at Graves, its uninjured hand forming a sharp claw. Graves sidestepped easily, spinning around to drive both blades into the alien's chest. The commander gasped, its eyes wide with shock, before collapsing to the floor. The chamber fell silent, except for the hum of machinery and the squad's heavy breathing. "Status," Bellamy said. "All clear," Kessler replied, scanning the room. Graves yanked his blades free from the commander's body, wiping them on its robe. "They never learn, do they?" Bellamy ignored the comment, pulling a small device from his belt. He moved to the console, attaching the device to the terminal. "Extraction data's loading. We hold this position until it's done." "More are coming," Kessler said. "Let them," Bellamy replied, turning to face the entrance. The squad formed a defensive line, their weapons trained on the door. It didn't take long for the reinforcements to arrive. The sound of boots echoed down the corridor, followed by the telltale hum of Nicarians' rifles. "They're stacking up," Graves muttered. "Wait for my mark," Bellamy said. The door exploded inward, and the Nicarians poured in, their rifles firing in controlled bursts. The squad fired back, their bullets punching through the aliens' lighter armor. Kessler dropped two with quick headshots, then switched to his knife as another rushed him. The alien swung wildly, its movements frantic. Kessler ducked under the blow, driving his blade into its gut and twisting. Graves was a blur, his twin blades cutting through the attackers like they were made of paper. One of the Nicarians tried to tackle him, but Graves sidestepped and drove his knife into its back, kicking it forward into another. Bellamy moved with brutal efficiency, his rifle and knife working in tandem. He fired a burst into one alien's chest, then spun to slash another's throat. The floor was slick with blue blood, the air filled with the Nicarians' dying screams. "They just keep coming," Kessler said, panting. "Good," Bellamy replied, reloading his rifle. The squad held their ground, the bodies piling up around them. The Nicarians fought with desperation, their formation breaking as the humans pushed forward. Kessler felt the burn in his muscles, but he didn't slow down. He drove his knife into another alien's chest, then ripped it free in a spray of blue. "Data's almost done," Bellamy said, glancing at the console. A Nicarian soldier lunged at him, but Graves intercepted it, his blades flashing. "Not on my watch," he said, driving his knife into its chest. "Extraction points marked," Bellamy said as the device beeped. "We move now." The squad fell back, cutting through the remaining Nicarians as they made their way to the exit. The aliens tried to block their path, but it was useless. The humans didn't stop. The corridor leading to the extraction point was a war zone. Smoke from charred metal filled the air, mingling with the acrid tang of blood. The Nicarians had fortified the exit, piling debris into makeshift barricades. They stood behind them, rifles ready, their expressions a mix of fear and courage. "They're dug in," Graves said, crouching behind a corner. "Gonna be ugly." Bellamy scanned the barricade through his helmet's HUD, his jaw tight. "Ugly's what we do best." Kessler, Graves, flank left. "Draw their fire. I'll punch through the center." Kessler nodded, gripping his knife. His rifle stayed slung on his back, untouched. Graves gave a tight grin, twirling one of his blades in his hand. "Let's give them something to scream about," Graves said. The squad moved as one. Bellamy charged straight down the corridor, firing controlled bursts at the Nicarians. The aliens responded immediately, their plasma fire lighting up the hallway in rapid flashes. Bellamy ducked low, closing the gap faster than they could adjust. Kessler and Graves slipped into the shadows along the left flank, weaving between chunks of debris. The Nicarians were too focused on Bellamy to notice until it was too late. Kessler lunged first, his blade finding the gap in an alien's neck. The Nicarians dropped with a wet gurgle, its rifle clattering to the ground. Graves was right behind him, his twin blades carving through another soldier's armor like it wasn't even there. The barricade dissolved into chaos. The Nicarians fired wildly, their formation breaking as panic set in. Bellamy was on them in an instant, his knife flashing as he tore through their ranks. One of the Nicarians, a young-looking soldier with trembling hands, tried to flee. Bellamy grabbed it by the shoulder, slamming it into the ground. The alien looked up at him, its eyes wide with terror. "Mercy," it whispered, its voice barely audible. Bellamy's knife came down, silencing it forever. "Clear," Bellamy said, stepping over the body. The squad regrouped at the edge of the barricade, scanning for any stragglers. The hallway ahead was clear, save for the faint hum of the extraction beacon in the distance. "That all you got?" Graves muttered, kicking a dead Nicarians aside. "Don't get cocky," Bellamy said, already moving. "This isn't over yet." The squad pressed forward, the beacon's glow growing brighter with each step. The Nicarians weren't done, though. As the humans entered the final chamber, a fresh wave of soldiers appeared, their energy rifles glowing with overcharged plasma. "Contact," Kessler shouted, diving behind a metal crate as the air lit up with plasma fire. The Nicarians had brought heavier weapons this time. A mounted turret hummed to life, its operator aiming straight for Bellamy. "Graves, take the gunner," Bellamy ordered, firing at the soldiers flanking the turret. Graves moved like lightning, weaving through the hail of plasma. He reached the turret in seconds, his blades flashing as he cut down the operator. The turret whined, its aim veering off before going silent. Kessler took advantage of the chaos, vaulting over his cover and slamming his knife into a Nicarian's chest. The alien choked, its rifle slipping from its hands as it fell. "Push forward," Bellamy yelled, his rifle spitting fire. The squad advanced, cutting through the remaining Nicarians with brutal efficiency. The aliens fought desperately, their screams echoing in the chamber, but it wasn't enough. Kessler drove his knife into the last soldier, yanking it free as the alien slumped to the ground. The room fell silent, save for the hum of the beacon. "Extraction point secured," Bellamy said, glancing at the device on his wrist. "About damn time," Graves muttered, wiping his blades on a dead Nicarian's tunic. Kessler leaned against a wall, his chest heaving. His knife dripped blue, the blood pooling at his feet. "We're not out yet," Bellamy said. "Stay sharp. They might have more." The squad moved to the beacon, which pulsed with a steady blue light. Bellamy activated it, signaling the transport ship in orbit. "Extraction in 5 minutes," Bellamy said, his eyes scanning the room. "Hold this position." The minutes dragged on, the squad tense and silent. Kessler's knuckles were white around the hilt of his knife, his eyes flicking to every shadow. Then they heard it, a low rumble, growing louder with each passing second. "Movement," Graves said. The doors at the far end of the chamber slammed open, and a dozen Nicarians stormed in. At their center stood something new, a towering alien clad in heavy armor, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. "Reinforcements," Kessler muttered. Bellamy stepped forward, his knife glinting in the beacon's light. "We hold the line, no matter what." The armored alien raised a massive weapon, its barrel glowing with overcharged energy. The squad scattered as it fired, the blast tearing through the ground where they'd been standing. Kessler rolled to his feet, his knife in hand. He sprinted toward the armored alien, dodging plasma bursts from the soldiers flanking it. "Cover him," Bellamy shouted, firing at the soldiers. Graves was already moving, his twin blades slicing through the Nicarians like they were paper. He cleared a path for Kessler, who closed the distance to the armored alien. Kessler leaped, his knife aimed for the alien's exposed neck. It moved faster than he expected, swatting him aside with a backhanded strike. He hit the ground hard, his knife skidding away. The alien loomed over him, raising its weapon. "Kessler, move!" Bellamy shouted. Kessler rolled to the side as the weapon fired, the blast scorching the ground where he'd been. He scrambled to his feet, grabbing a fallen Nicarian's rifle. Graves appeared behind the armored alien, his blades striking at its joints. The alien roared, spinning to swat him away, but Graves ducked under the blow, driving one of his knives into its leg. The alien stumbled, and Kessler took his chance. He fired the rifle, the shots punching through the weak points in the alien's armor. Bellamy finished it, his knife plunging into the alien's neck. It let out a final guttural roar before collapsing to the ground. The remaining Nicarians broke, their morale shattered. The squad cut them down as they fled, leaving no survivors. The extraction ship's engines roared overhead, its ramp lowering as it hovered above the chamber. "Move!" Bellamy ordered, waving the squad forward. Kessler and Graves sprinted to the ramp, Bellamy covering their rear. The ship lifted off as soon as they were aboard, leaving the battlefield behind. Kessler slumped against the wall, his chest heaving. Graves sat beside him, cleaning his blades. Bellamy stood by the cockpit, his helmet off. He glanced at his men. "Good work," he said finally. "They'll think twice before attacking us again." Graves chuckled. "They'd better." Kessler didn't say anything. He just stared out the viewport, watching the planet grow smaller.
Research vessels across the galaxy had documented countless peculiarities throughout their explorations, but nothing, absolutely nothing, had caused as much academic chaos as the preliminary findings from Earth. 3 separate peer review boards demanded rechecking of the data, convinced that there must have been some sort of translation error in the initial reports. "Surely," declared Chief Researcher Ixathlex, their sensory appendages wavering in disbelief, "these bipedal beings cannot be voluntarily sharing their dwellings with other species for no discernible practical benefit." The evidence, however, was irrefutable. Humans, despite achieving spaceflight and developing relatively advanced technology, had decided somewhere along their evolutionary path that they would simply collect other species and love them. The initial surveys documented an astounding variety of these pets, as humans called them. There were small, furry creatures that appeared to serve no purpose other than to sit on laps and make squeaking noises. Large tongue-lolling beasts that humans regularly attached to ropes and walked around with. Tiny swimming creatures kept in glass boxes of water, which humans would sometimes talk to. despite the obvious inability of these beings to comprehend or respond. The research division's preliminary report was met with such skepticism that a special team was assembled for direct observation. Leading xenobiologists, behavioral analysts, and cultural experts were dispatched to Earth disguised using the latest in holographic technology. Their mission, to understand why an allegedly intelligent species would willingly share their personal space with creatures that contributed nothing to their survival. The team set up their observation post in what they determined to be an average human residential area, complete with the standard arrangement of identical dwellings that humans insisted on painting slightly different colors, as if that somehow made them unique. Their sophisticated monitoring equipment was calibrated to observe every nuance of these interspecies interactions. Documentation Entry 1. Humans appear to have developed elaborate rituals around these cohabitation arrangements. They purchase specialized food for their chosen creatures, despite having perfectly adequate nutrition synthesizers in their food preparation areas. They also acquire miniature replicas of their own resting furniture for these beings, though observations indicate these items are frequently ignored in favor of the human's actual furniture, cardboard boxes, or random spots on the floor. As the research team expanded their observation range, they began documenting the various types of companion creatures. The data suggested that humans had essentially created a hierarchy of these relationships, with certain species receiving preferential treatment based on criteria that seemed entirely arbitrary. What truly baffled the researchers was the humans' apparent inability to recognize the complete lack of reciprocity in these arrangements. They would speak to these creatures using modified speech patterns, often in higher pitches, and appear satisfied with any response, even if it was just a blank stare or a dismissive turn of the head. Documentation Entry 2 witnessed a human spending approximately 47 Earth minutes attempting to capture the attention of a small furry creature, which remained determinedly focused on a spot on the wall. The human appeared not only unperturbed by this rejection, but seemed to find it endearing. Further study needed to understand this psychological phenomenon. The most perplexing aspect was the human's insistence that these arrangements were mutually beneficial. They would proudly display images of their chosen creatures to other humans, who would respond with expressions of delight as if seeing evidence of someone else's questionable life choices was somehow gratifying. At this point in their research, the team believed they had grasped the basic concept of these pet relationships. They had categorized them as a peculiar but relatively harmless quirk of human society, possibly stemming from their species' tendency toward pack-bonding behaviors. Their report was nearly complete, with a recommendation to file it under human eccentricities, mostly harmless. Then they discovered the cats, and suddenly everything they thought they understood about human-pet relationships was thrown into complete disarray. The observation team's first encounter with what they would later describe as murder fluff occurred during what was supposed to be their final week of research. It was this discovery that would force them to extend their mission by 3 months and eventually lead to the creation of an entirely new category in the Galactic Species Database: inexplicably tolerated predators. The Universal Research Division's ground operations began with what they assumed would be a routine deployment into a suburban ecosystem. Of course, in the grand tradition of all scientific endeavors involving humans, nothing about it would turn out to be routine at all. Their chosen observation point was a cul-de-sac that perfectly represented the human propensity for creating nearly identical living spaces, while simultaneously trying to assert individuality through varying shades of beige paint and decorative vegetation arrangements. The research team quickly discovered that blending into this environment required far more creativity than initially anticipated. Lead observer ZKX, disguised as a particularly unremarkable garden ornament, established the first direct contact monitoring station. The other team members dispersed throughout the neighborhood in equally inconspicuous forms: a solar-powered light fixture, a peculiarly still wind chime, and what they believe to be a convincing reproduction of something humans called a garden gnome. The latter choice would later be noted in their report as an unfortunate miscalculation after several human children attempted to add it to their collection of holiday decorations. Field log update, Day 1. Our positioning has proven optimal for observing the human-pet dynamic in its natural habitat. However, we are experiencing unexpected interference from what appears to be a ritual involving rapidly moving vegetation collection devices. The noise is considerable, and the purpose remains unclear, though humans seem to derive satisfaction from maintaining their decorative grass at precisely regulated heights. The team's first major breakthrough came from observing what they termed the morning ritual. Each dwelling would release its human occupants at approximately the same time, accompanied by their various companion creatures attached to tethers. These groups would proceed to walk in seemingly random patterns, occasionally stopping to allow their quadrupedal companions to engage in what appeared to be territorial marking behaviors. Field log update, Day 3. Humans continue to demonstrate bewildering behavior regarding waste management. They not only tolerate their companions' public elimination habits, but actively assist in the process, collecting the waste in specialized containers. Most puzzling is their tendency to engage in social interactions during these activities, as if the shared experience of waste collection somehow facilitates bonding between members of their species. The research team was particularly fascinated by the humans' apparent need to document every aspect of their companions' existence. Their monitoring devices recorded countless instances of humans pointing small rectangular devices at their pets, often contorting themselves into awkward positions to capture what they termed the perfect angle. Field log update, Day 7. Witnessed what appears to be an elaborate photographic ritual involving a small canine and various seasonal decorative items. The humans spent approximately 2.3 hours attempting to position the creature in front of different backdrops, while making increasingly desperate vocalizations of encouragement. The resulting images, which we intercepted from their primitive digital network, were nearly identical to the 147 previous images already stored in their device. As their observation period progressed, the team began to notice distinct patterns in human-pet interactions across different species. The canines, for instance, displayed an almost sycophantic devotion to their human hosts, responding to the slightest attention with disproportionate enthusiasm. The small rodents contained in transparent enclosures seemed to exist purely for occasional viewing pleasure, while the avian companions appeared to have mastered the art of making maximum noise with minimum movement. Field log update, Day 15. Our understanding of human-pet dynamics continues to evolve. Today we observed what appears to be a common phenomenon: humans purchasing items for their companions that cost more than similar items they own themselves. Of particular note was a sleeping apparatus for a small canine that featured climate control, memory foam, and what was described as orthopedic support, while the human's own sleeping surface showed visible signs of wear and deterioration. The research team had just begun to believe they were developing a comprehensive understanding of Earth's companion animal dynamics. Their preliminary report was already taking shape, with detailed sections on excessive resource allocation to non-contributing cohabitants and the paradox of voluntary servitude to lesser species. They were quite proud of their thorough documentation of what they considered to be humanity's most puzzling yet harmless eccentricity. Then, during what was supposed to be a routine observation session, they encountered their first feline. The discovery would not only change the course of their research, but would force them to fundamentally reconsider everything they thought they knew about interspecies relationships, power dynamics, and the true meaning of domestication. The research team's first documented encounter with a feline occurred during what should have been a standard observation of human-pet feeding rituals. In retrospect, the fact that it happened at precisely 3 a.m. should have been their first clue that they were dealing with something entirely different. Emergency field log update, hour 0300, witnessed unprecedented behavioral pattern. Small predatory creature repeatedly knocked objects off elevated surfaces while maintaining direct eye contact with sleeping human. Human responded by providing food. Current working theory, some form of hostage negotiation. The team quickly realized they needed to establish a new classification system entirely. Their previous categories of helpful companion and decorative cohabitant proved woefully inadequate for documenting these elegant agents of chaos. Field log update, day 16, subject displays contradictory characteristics that defy our existing classification methods. Observed same creature transition from deadly apex predator stalking dust particle to boneless blob occupying sunbeam in span of 2.3 minutes. Unable to determine if this represents advanced tactical capability or profound system malfunction. As they expanded their observation range, the researchers discovered that feline behaviors followed patterns that seemed specifically designed to challenge their understanding of cause and effect. One particularly baffling incident required 3 separate incident reports and a request for additional research funding. Incident report #47, subject demonstrated ability to exist in quantum superposition. When presented with open door, creature remained stationary, demanding door be opened, despite door's clearly observable open state. Human complied by closing and reopening door multiple times until creature ignored door entirely. Query: are humans aware their feline companions operate outside standard physics? The team's attempts to document the feel equally challenging. Unlike other companion species, cats appeared to maintain complex networks of alliances and rivalries that extended far beyond their designated dwelling boundaries. Field log update, day 23. Observed territorial dispute between 2 subjects. Conflict consisted of both creatures sitting perfectly still, staring at each other for 47 minutes, followed by simultaneous grooming sessions unable to determine victor. Preliminary conclusion: all participants claimed victory while simultaneously denying conflict occurred. The researchers' growing confusion reached new heights when they attempted to catalog feline hunting behaviors. Their sophisticated monitoring equipment captured hundreds of hours of what could only describe as rehearsals for violence. Behavioral analysis report. Subject exhibits perfect predatory form when stalking inanimate objects. Demonstrates flawless execution of hunting techniques on random spots of light, invisible entities, and own tail. Yet consistently ignores actual prey unless presented by humans, at which point prey is deemed unsuitable and abandoned. Most perplexing was the humans' willing acceptance of their role in these arrangements. The research team documented countless instances of humans adapting their behavior, living spaces and sleep schedules to accommodate their feline overlords. Psychological analysis update. Humans appear to have developed Stockholm Syndrome on a species-wide scale. They not only tolerate but actively celebrate behaviors that would be considered acts of aggression from any other companion species. Working theory, possible mass hypnosis via viral internet content. The breakthrough in their understanding came when they began monitoring human social media networks. The sheer volume of feline-related content suggested that humans were not only aware of their predicament, but had developed elaborate coping mechanisms. Digital communication analysis. Humans share millions of images daily documenting their feline companions' acts of domestic terrorism. These are met with responses indicating shared experiences and appreciation. Further study needed to understand this psychological phenomenon. As their research progressed, the team was forced to create entirely new categories of behavioral classification. Selective gravity testing, knocking things off surfaces. Temporal disruption activities, 3 AM zoomies. Strategic furniture redecorating, clawing expensive items. Acoustic warfare, meowing at empty food bowls despite full food bowls. The most remarkable discovery, however, was the complex system of non-verbal communication between humans and their feline companions. The researchers observed that cats had somehow trained humans to respond to an intricate series of signals, most of which involved making direct eye contact and then looking pointedly at objects that needed to be moved, filled, opened, or otherwise manipulated. Sociological observation. Humans appear to have developed almost telepathic ability to interpret feline demands. Subject stared at water bowl for 3.7 seconds. Human immediately replaced water despite bowl being 3/4 full. Query: possible psionic abilities? As their observation period extended well beyond its original timeline, the research team found themselves developing a grudging respect for these small predators. Any species capable of achieving such complete dominion over humanity, while maintaining the appearance of dependence, clearly deserved further study. The event that would come to be known simply as the incident occurred exactly 37 days into the research team's extended observation period. It began, as many significant scientific discoveries do, with a series of seemingly unrelated events that culminated in what the official report would later describe as a perfect storm of feline chaos. Emergency log entry hour 0247. Multiple subjects displaying unusual synchronization of behavior. Preliminary analysis suggests correlation with lunar phase and proximity to empty food bowls that are technically full but visible bottom can be seen in one small corner. The first warning sign came when the team's monitoring equipment detected a sudden spike in what they had categorized as pre-chaos energy. 3 separate felines in different households had simultaneously entered what the researchers had termed airplane ear configuration. Tactical alert update hour 0251. Subjects have assumed low drag ear positioning. Historical data suggests 87% probability of imminent velocity-based activities, implementing emergency observation protocols. What followed was a chain reaction that would force the research team to completely revise their understanding of feline capabilities. It began with a synchronized outbreak of what humans referred to as the zoomies across multiple households. The researchers' attempts to track the movement patterns resulted in their most advanced computing system displaying an error message that simply read, "No." Crisis log update hour 0300. Multiple subjects engaged in physics-defying locomotion. Observed behaviors include but not limited to vertical wall scaling, quantum tunneling through seemingly solid objects, and what appears to be temporary suspension of gravitational constants. The situation escalated when one particularly ambitious feline discovered that the research team's garden gnome disguise was in fact not a standard lawn ornament. The resulting chaos spread through the neighborhood with remarkable efficiency, almost as if the cats had been waiting for this exact moment. Emergency protocol activation hour 0312. Cover potentially compromised. Subject detected anomaly in camouflage field. Responded by knocking over sensor array disguised as decorative wind chimes. Query: how did subject know exactly which object would cause maximum disruption? The team watched in horrified fascination as their carefully maintained observation posts were systematically exposed by what could only be described as a coordinated feline response. Their attempts to maintain surveillance were met with increasingly improbable acts of domestic terrorism. Incident report supplement, hour 0330. Subject demonstrated impossible understanding of monitoring equipment limitations by positioning self exactly at edge of each camera's range, performing acts of destruction just outside observable area. Statistical probability of this being coincidence, approximately 0.0000001%. The pinnacle of the chaos came when one particularly determined feline managed to trigger what the researchers had believed to be a fail-safe mechanism in their equipment. The resulting light show, rather than causing the cats to flee as expected, seemed to inspire them to even greater heights of destructive creativity. Critical situation assessment hour 0345. Subjects appear to be treating emergency containment protocols as some form of entertainment system. Observed multiple instances of calculated destruction followed by immediate grooming, suggesting premeditated acts of violence with built-in alibi preparation. What truly astounded the research team, however, was not the cat's behavior, but the humans' reactions to it. Throughout the entire incident, the local humans displayed what could only be described as resigned acceptance, occasionally punctuated by bursts of affectionate amusement. Psychological Analysis Update Hour 0400. Human responses continue to defy logic. Witness subject causing approximately 2,000 credits worth of damage to decorative artifacts. Human response consisted of phrase, "Who's a naughty little princess? Yes, you are," followed by provision of treats. The incident reached its climax when one of the cats managed to activate the team's emergency beacon, resulting in the brief materialization of a support vessel directly above the cul-de-sac. The cats remarkably appeared entirely unsurprised by this development. Final incident report, Hour 0415, support vessel successfully recalled. Local feline population demonstrated disturbing lack of concern regarding appearance of advanced alien technology. Multiple subjects observed grooming during events, suggesting either supreme confidence or complete indifference to potential existential threats. In the aftermath of what would come to be known as the Night of Living Room Legends, the research team was forced to completely re-evaluate their understanding of Earth's power structures. Their previous assumption that humans were the dominant species on the planet was revealed to be, at best, a significant oversimplification. Research Protocol Amendment. All future observations must account for probability that feline subjects are aware of being studied and are actively choosing to demonstrate increasingly improbable behaviors for reasons yet to be determined. Possible hypothesis. Entire species operates on level of sophisticated performance art. The incident report, when finally submitted to the Universal Research Division, included a revolutionary new theory. Earth's cats weren't pets at all, but rather some form of benevolent overlords who had achieved the remarkable feat of convincing their subjects that the arrangement was their idea in the first place. In the wake of the incident, the Universal Research Division's finest minds gathered for what would become the longest scientific debate in galactic history. The central question that consumed them was deceptively simple. Why? Why would humans not only tolerate but actively seek out cohabitation with creatures that displayed such clear signs of superiority, complex, and destructive tendencies? Academic Inquiry Log. Multiple theories proposed to explain human-feline dynamic. Current leading hypotheses range from mass psychosis to elaborate performance art to possible parasitic mind control. None adequately explain the phenomenon of kitty kisses. The research team's first attempt at understanding the relationship focused on potential biochemical factors. They theorized that cats might be producing some form of airborne compound that affected human judgment. Laboratory Analysis Report. Extensive testing reveals presence of molecule humans classify as Toxoplasma gondii. However, this fails to explain why humans without exposure exhibit identical behaviors. Alternative theory needed to explain why humans voluntarily watch cat videos for multiple hours. The Behavioral Science Division proposed a more complex theory involving evolutionary psychology. They suggested that humans as a species had developed a collective Stockholm syndrome as a survival mechanism. Evolutionary Analysis Update. Historical evidence suggests cats did not conquer Earth through force, but rather through strategic deployment of what humans term toe beans and murder mittens. Further research needed to understand how these seemingly contradictory features contribute to species dominance. The Xenopsychology Department contributed their own hypothesis, suggesting that the relationship represented a unique form of symbiotic codependency. This theory was promptly discarded when they failed to identify any actual benefits for the human participants. Relationship Assessment Log. Observed benefits for feline subjects include, but not limited to, food, shelter, medical care, entertainment, and unlimited access to cardboard boxes. Observed benefits for human subjects include occasional dead insects, random 3 a.m. activity alarms, and the privilege of providing all previously listed benefits. One particularly ambitious researcher proposed that cats were actually highly advanced alien beings conducting their own long-term study of humanity. This theory gained surprising traction until someone pointed out that it credited cats with far too much scientific method and far too little chaos. Theory revision note: while feline subjects demonstrate remarkable ability to manipulate human behavior, their tendency to become temporarily paralyzed by cucumber placement suggests either commitment to elaborate deception or genuine startle response. Current evidence supports latter. The team's attempts to quantify the relationship through mathematical modeling proved equally frustrating. Every equation they developed to predict feline behavior eventually collapsed under the weight of too many variables labeled "because cat." Mathematical analysis report attempted to create algorithm predicting likelihood of cat accepting new toy versus cardboard box it came in. Computer returned error message. Nice try, but cats don't follow rules, unable to determine if this represents system malfunction or accurate conclusion. The breakthrough in their understanding, or at least their acceptance of their lack of understanding, came from an unexpected source. A junior researcher, after observing a cat knock a full glass of water off a table directly onto its own head, proposed what would come to be known as the chaos theory of feline dynamics. Theoretical framework proposal: cats operate on principles that transcend conventional logic. They are simultaneously fully aware and completely oblivious, totally in control and entirely at the mercy of their own impulses. Attempts to apply rational analysis to their behavior are fundamentally flawed. This new perspective led to a complete overhaul of their research methodology. Instead of trying to understand why humans would choose to live with cats, they began investigating how humans had adapted to life under feline rule. Revised research focus: documentation of human coping mechanisms reveals sophisticated adaptation strategies. Examples include accepting that no surface is safe, developing ability to sleep through random night chaos, and maintaining elaborate fiction that cats can be trained. The team's final breakthrough came when they stopped treating cats as either pets or overlords and began viewing them as forces of nature, like gravity or entropy, but with whiskers and an attitude. Concluding theory: cats represent universe's way of ensuring humans don't become too confident in their understanding of reality. Evidence suggests this is working exactly as intended. This revolutionary approach to understanding the human-feline dynamic would eventually earn the research team the prestigious Galactic Science Academy's award for Most Creative Adaptation of Scientific Method to Obviously Impossible Subject Matter. The Universal Research Division's final report on Earth's feline population was eventually published under the title Murder Mittens and Mind Control, a comprehensive analysis of human-feline cohabitation dynamics. It became an instant bestseller across 17 galaxies and spawned 3 academic conferences dedicated solely to debating its findings. Publication notice: report includes 47 appendices documenting previously unknown feline abilities, 123 theoretical frameworks attempting to explain their influence over humans, and one very long section titled Things That Shouldn't Fit in That Space But Somehow Do Anyway. The report's most controversial conclusion wasn't about the cats themselves, but rather about humanity's apparent willingness to not only tolerate but celebrate their own subjugation. The research team proposed that this represented either humanity's greatest weakness or their most remarkable strength. They couldn't quite decide which. Analysis summary: humans demonstrate unprecedented ability to form emotional attachments to creatures that regularly violate laws of physics, property rights, and common sense. This either indicates severe species-wide judgment impairment or reveals unique capacity for accepting and adapting to chaos, pending peer review. Perhaps the most surprising outcome of the research wasn't documented in the official report at all. It occurred during the final week of the mission, when lead observer ZTX, still maintaining their garden ornament disguise, found themselves experiencing an unexpected emotional response to a small calico's daily visits. Personal log entry, subject returns each day to knock over monitoring equipment, have begun to find behavior endearing rather than disruptive. Possible contamination by human psychological patterns? Alternative hypothesis: cats transcend species barriers in ability to invoke Stockholm Syndrome. The research team's departure from Earth was delayed by 3 days due to what they officially recorded as equipment malfunction. The unofficial reason involved several team members having difficulty saying goodbye to their regular feline visitors. 2 researchers had to be forcibly prevented from attempting to adopt what they had termed research subjects of particular interest. Departure log mandatory decontamination procedures implemented to ensure no feline subjects accidentally transported off-planet. 3 researchers required additional psychological counseling after discovering cat hair on their environmental suits. One still maintains the hair appeared through unexplained quantum phenomena. The Universal Research Division's final recommendations regarding Earth's cats were surprisingly brief. Maintain safe observation distance. Do not attempt to apply logic. Under no circumstances initiate direct contact without proper emotional preparation. Accept that some mysteries of the universe are better left unexplained. However, the most significant long-term impact of the research came from an unexpected quarter. The galactic community, upon reviewing the findings, began to view humanity in an entirely new light. Any species that could not only survive but thrive alongside such agents of chaos had to be possessed of remarkable adaptability and resilience. Diplomatic Relations Advisory recommend upgrading humanity's galactic status from mostly harmless to approach with caution. Any species capable of maintaining sanity while cohabitating with murder fluff deserves significant respect. As for the research team themselves, they returned to their homeworlds forever changed. Most went on to have distinguished careers in xenobiology and behavioral science, though a peculiar trend emerged in their subsequent research. Each team member's published works contained at least one reference to Earth's cats, usually in the context of explaining otherwise inexplicable phenomena. Career tracking update. Former team members show unusual tendency to use phrases like pull a cat move or classic feline logic when describing particularly baffling scientific observations. Term cat-level chaos has entered standard scientific vocabulary in 3 sectors. The story might have ended there if not for one final peculiar detail. Years later, during a routine audit of the mission's equipment manifest, an interesting discrepancy was discovered. One piece of equipment, specifically a garden gnome-shaped monitoring device, was never recovered. Some say that on quiet nights in that same Earth suburb, a remarkably still garden ornament can be seen providing head scratches to the local feline population. After all, some mysteries of the universe are better left unexplained.
Admiral Zextal of the Galactic Concordat adjusted his ceremonial sash for the 7th time in as many minutes. The bright lights and constant noise of the Human Entertainment Center assaulted his sensitive antenna, making him wish he'd stayed with his diplomatic escort. Yet something about this place drew him deeper into its chaotic interior. The establishment called itself Galaxy Games Arena, a designation that had initially made him scoff. The Concordat had long since abandoned such frivolous pursuits in favor of practical training simulations. Still, his mission to evaluate humanity's readiness for interstellar cooperation required understanding all aspects of their society, even the seemingly pointless ones. A crowd of young humans gathered around one particular corner caught his attention. Their excitement registered clearly on his biosensors, but it wasn't the typical chaotic energy he'd come to associate with human children. This was different, focused, almost disciplined. Threading his way through the crowd, his tall, iridescent form drawing curious glances, Zextal found himself looking over the shoulder of a young human female. She appeared to be approximately 12 standard cycles old, though human aging still confused him. Her dark hair was pulled back in a practical style, and her eyes never left the holographic display before her. Warning: hostile craft detected in Sector 7. announced the game's computer in a crisp, professional tone that wouldn't have seemed out of place on a Concordat bridge. The Admiral's antenna twitched with interest. The girl's fingers flew across the control interface. On her main screen, a small craft, clearly of human design, executed a perfect tactical rotation while maintaining its momentum vector, a technique that had taken Zextal himself 3 years to master at the Academy. "Sarah's going for the record again," one of the watching children whispered excitedly. "She always gets past the Curl of Nebula sequence." The nebula in question materialized on the screen, its swirling gases rendered with surprising accuracy. The girl, Sarah, didn't hesitate. She directed her ship into a spiraling approach that used the nebula's own electromagnetic fields to mask her engine signature. Another advanced tactic, one that the Admiral had used himself in the Proxima campaign. Pursuing vessels losing lock, the computer announced. Sensor efficiency reduced to 30%. Sarah's ship emerged from the nebula's opposite side, but she wasn't done. In a move that made Zextal's inner membranes contract with surprise, she initiated a controlled plasma vent. The superheated material interacted with the nebula's particle field, creating a cascading reaction that briefly illuminated the pursuing ships. "Targeting solution acquired," Sarah announced calmly, her voice carrying the same professional tone as the computer. Her fingers danced across the weapon's console, and streams of energy lanced out with precision. The hostile ship's shields flared and failed under the assault. "Level complete," the computer announced. "New high score achieved. Tactical rating superior." The watching children erupted in cheers, but Sarah remained focused, already preparing for the next level. Zextal found himself leaning closer, his diplomatic mission temporarily forgotten. The game's interface was primitive by Concordat standards, yet the underlying principles it taught were anything but simple. "Would you like to try, sir?" Sarah had finally noticed him, turning in her seat with a bright smile. "This level has some really interesting gravitational mechanics." Zextal's translator took a moment to process her casual offer to let a senior military officer of an advanced alien civilization play what was clearly a children's game. Yet as he watched her skillfully beginning the next scenario, he realized he might need to revise his definition of children's game. "Perhaps I will," he replied carefully, his antenna rotating forward with interest. "But first, please explain to me how you knew to use the nebula's electromagnetic field in that way." Sarah's eyes lit up with genuine enthusiasm. "Oh, that's just basic stellar phenomena manipulation. Would you like me to show you some of the really advanced techniques?" Basic. She had called it basic. Admiral Zextal felt his report to the Concordat High Command was about to become much more interesting. "The key to the Stellar Command series," Sarah explained, her fingers hovering over the holographic controls, "is understanding that everything connects to everything else." She demonstrated by reducing power to the forward shields, redirecting the energy to the ship's sensor array. "See how the power distribution affects multiple systems." Admiral Zextal's neural augments were working overtime, recording and analyzing every detail of the game's interface. What the humans called Stellar Command 2185 bore an uncomfortable resemblance to the Concordat's own bridge training simulators. "This scenario is one of my favorites," Sarah continued, unaware of the Admiral's growing fascination. "You have to escort a civilian train
The Statue of Liberty has fallen. Let me explain. So I woke up today and I saw news headlines claiming the Statue of Liberty has fallen. But why did nobody tell me this? And there's even videos online and photos like this of the aftermath. But wait a second. I don't remember the Statue of Liberty being in some random parking lot. Well, it turns out there's actually around 300 replicas of the Statue of Liberty around the world, and the one that fell was a 78-foot statue in Brazil, and it collapsed from 55-mile-per-hour storm winds. And people are already starting conspiracy theories because many people believe this just isn't a good sign for America. But guys, there's around 300 replicas and one fell. I wouldn't worry too much, right? The Statue of Liberty has fallen. Let me explain. So I woke up today and I saw news headlines claiming this